Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 2 of the series. Chapter 71, Lodging and Skill Combinations. The woman at the front desk had a stern attitude as she handled all the mercenaries coming in and out. I went forward and laid out a pile of rank B cores to start it off so I could gauge the level of wealth I held. 50 rank B cores rolled on the table, the woman taking her time to count them all carefully. Her cold voice rang out. 50 deconstructed rank B cores, amounting to 10 full cores. They can be exchanged for 100 gold coins. I listened to this conversion from cores to the common currency of gold coins and nodded my agreement towards the front desk. 100 glistening gold coins appeared on the table the next instant and I took them into one of my storage rings. Before I turned and left, the woman spoke again in the same cold tone. Will you be joining the extermination task force heading to the Skypeak nest tomorrow? Your power matches the requirements. A task force that was heading towards one of the nests. My eyes gleamed as I heard about this and I asked for more information. The task force is made up of mostly rank A and a few rank S mercenaries that are leaving at 9 a.m. sharp. If you plan to join, here is an identification medal that will keep track of all the mercenaries on this mission. Don't be late. I grabbed the outstretched medal from the woman and thanked her for the information as I turned away. The medal was very light on the hands and had the symbol of 2 crossing swords. I placed some energy into it and felt thin lines of connection to a few points in mercenaries' hideout, as well as points that extended all over the town. I got used to all of these new things as I became glad at being able to visit a nest where monsters congregated so soon. There were terrifying presences on just the one floating landmass that I saw on the way here, and I didn't want to risk my life by going there alone while I still haven't accu.mulad all that many rank S and rank A skills. Aside from the collection of rank A or lower mercenaries, a sparse amount of rank S could be seen as I exited the hideout and walked outside. My next destination was a beautifully designed inn that had various women standing outside of it. The few that I passed by called out to me. Hey handsome, do you need any company tonight? Big boy, are you up for some fun? Women of varying ages and sizes were spread out and talking to many of the people that were going in and out of this large lodging. It seemed completely normal as some could be seen heading inside with someone they just began talking to while others left the lodging with exhausted faces. I ignored the calls and comments from the many people around me as I went inside the building, and went in even faster after I saw a guy with a face full of makeup heading my way. The inside of the building was much quieter, with the noise stopping the moment you passed through the double doors. I went towards the counter where a red-haired girl was acting as the receptionist and asked for a single room. A single room for the night will be 2 gold coins, sir. We also have the special offer of reserving a room for an entire week, all for the small price of 10 gold coins. I nodded towards the girl throwing out the sales pitch as I picked up a sheet that wrote down the different options and their rates. The sheet also had a section below that described the foods they offered in their dining area. Just the single room works, and let me have the fiery soup and rhino special for now. Yes, sir. It all comes out to a total of 3 gold coins. The girl cheerfully gave me a bronze key and led to a table in the dining area where I didn't wait too long for the food to be brought out. The dish that was called fiery soup was an extremely spicy broth that came in large wooden bowl which had bountiful diced up meats that tasted better than anything I've had before. The spice lingered in your mouth and got hotter the more that you ate, with meat being extremely soft. The rhino special was a platter of what seemed like prime ribs, but much larger and much more appetizing. I spent the next 30 minutes enjoying what was arguably the best of the many meals I would be having from now on before I went towards room number 34 that the key took the shape of. I climbed the sturdy wooden stairs of the hotel and walked through a narrow hallway before finding the room and entering. A simple bed filled with feathers was in the middle of the room, with a door leading to a wide bathtub-looking structure and a toilet off to the side. There was a ladle that was likely used for bathing attached to a large bucket that had steaming water in it. I curiously went to check out the bathroom and found the water in the bucket to continue replenishing to a specific level after I scooped some out. It remained the same temperature of warmth at the same time too. The bucket holding the water was attached to the ground with a pipe at the bottom of it. I got used to all these new things I was seeing for the first time as I reflected on every wondrous sight I saw today and then moved on to combine more of my skills. Tomorrow would be the first beginning of my rise from this place, and I wanted to be at my peak. The only way for my strength to jump crazily was to gain a skill of higher rank, and there were two ways of doing this for me. I could combine multiple compatible S-rank skills until they broke through to the next rank, or start off even lower with rank B skills to rank A, and then rank A to S. The other way was to simply hunt and kill multiple beasts and collect the skills the old-fashioned way. I would proactively use both ways, as using multiple skills and keeping them active was not a problem for me. There were multiple rank B skills that I learned more than a week ago as I was leaving the United Federation that had long since reached 100 proficiency. There were also 2 rank A skills that were compatible that I would be combining. The rest of the rank A skills would also be ready for combination soon, giving me even more things to look forward to. None of the rank S skills were anywhere near a 100 though, as it became progressively harder to raise the proficiency of higher ranked skills. I used the skill combination function and was able to produce a few rank B plus skills, as well as a new rank A plus skill by combing the rank A, frigid impermanence, and permafrost, to bring out A plus Arctic zone, freeze and destabilize an entire area of 10 meters, shattering everything in it. I learned permafrost as I was leaving the United Federation, so I made the goal to spam the skill a whole lot while I was doing cleanup around the Empire before I left so I could raise the proficiency the fastest. It was a skill that had obvious compatibility with the frigid impermanence. The new Arctic zone skill made me excited to combine another rank A plus compatible skill and put them together to watch for what rank S skill would come out of it. The rank B plus skills I was able to synthesize were hardened body armor, strengthened strikes, mirror of repulsion, and emerald skin. The moment they appeared on the attribute panel, I activated them and waited for their proficiency to rise once more before I combined them too. It would be a long process, but my power would continue to spike the more skills I combined. I laid down on the feathered mattress as I waited for the next day to arrive, where my adventure would fully begin. Chapter 72, Wonder. I slept more comfortably than I imagined. The denser concentration of energy in this world made it feel like you were in the best possible location anywhere you went. I went down the wooden stairs to see people already actively moving in and out of the inn. The receptionist with the red hair was already up at the counter. I went towards her and ordered another fiery soup to have for breakfast before I went out. Thus, the morning began on a happy note. I moved outside into the town and saw the world during daytime for the first time. A blanket of snow covered the buildings and the paths, making for a beautiful sight as the rays of the sun shone through. I looked up to see the huge mountains surrounding us far in the distance as well as the 4 grand land masses that were stably positioned in the air without a single movement. I still couldn't even begin to understand how such a thing was possible. A few people could be seen every now and then ascending the long brides attached further inland from this town. I looked away from the majestic sight of floating islands and went towards the mercenaries' hideout, where a collection of colorful rugged men and women were CLU.S.tiered. Putting energy into the metal I received the day before, most of the thin lines of people were grouped up in one location that allowed me to find them all very easily. There was a large space behind the grand building that had white-winged beasts moving around. Someone was holding a large basin that he pulled out large chunks of meat from to feed the beasts. The people in the extermination task force were CLU.S.tiered in a group on the side talking amongst themselves as they all waited for the appointed time. The minutes passed by quickly as a large man whose entire body emanated power came out to the clearing. "All right, boys and girls, gather around." At these words, the mercenaries that were mostly rank A with a few rank S ones in the group all looked towards this figure with full attention. The mission this time is plain and simple. The Skypeak nest is showing signs of rapid movements again, which means the beasts are increasing and getting more restless. We're not gonna spend too much time there, just clear out a few leaders and their groups before we return. I am Captain Reiner, and I'll be leading this excursion to make sure there are no deaths. The large man spoke out with a powerful voice that seemed to rouse the spirits of everyone here. After we successfully return, each person in attendance will receive 5,000 gold coins and keep any cores from the beasts they manage to take down. At the mention of rewards, the mercenaries shouted out as we began moving towards the large groups of winged beasts. Each beast could take on more than 5 people, and I found myself soaring through the skies with 3 rank A mercenaries and 1 rank S. I would follow the lead of others for now as I learn more about these nests and choose how to move from there. The winged beasts we were riding on had heads that looked similar to an eagle's, but their wide bodies that allowed more than 5 people to stand on showed they were something else. I found out they were called white-winged beasts, a type of beast that could easily be tamed as long as it was fed daily. We flew on these beasts and passed the huge wall of a fortress where guards with similar beasts were stationed. Mercenaries assigned to specific missions had the pass to fly over the town if they were using these beasts. We left the entry town of the Frozen Kingdom and went towards the huge floating landmass I had seen on the way here. I listened to the conversations of 2 of the mercenaries that seemed to be familiar with each other who were talking about this nest. "Oi, remember to follow the lead of that captain. I've heard some inflated nobodies ignored commands and went further into the beast nest only to never come out. TSK, how many times do you have to give pointers, eh? I know we'll definitely be staying in the outer ring of the nest this time around. There should be very few S-rank beasts out there." The 2 seemed to be arguing and giving each other tips to stay alive all at once. But their words indicated that there were powerful beasts congregated in this floating island. I wasn't sure how far into the nest the beasts higher than rank S would start to appear. I kept my mouth shut just in case, as I didn't want there to be any possibility of me giving something about my identity away. I would learn as things progress and find some time to locate a library after this to spend some time there and see what more I can learn about this world. The collection of memories that the system put together after absorbing the essence of many beasts was just that, mostly memories from low-ranking beasts. I would have to do my own research to fully grasp the workings of a place like this kingdom where humans had control. We neared the floating landmass after 20 minutes, where the outline of the island became visible. Using eagle eyes, I watched as I saw groups of beasts walking around near the edge of the landmass. Dense and extremely tall trees blanketed in snow began rising as my sight looked further in, where barely anything but a white outline of trees could be seen. The white-winged beasts landed on the edge of the land mass as they drew the attention of surrounding beasts that rushed over here. Beasts ranging from C and all the way to A were running about. Captain Reiner took the lead, jumping off the winged beast like a valiant warrior as his body seemed to be bubbling with energy. There was a large red broadsword that appeared in his arms, which he swung towards the coming beasts. A parabolic line of flames was drawn out, going forward and bisecting all the incoming beasts. "All right, lads, the battle begins now. When you see the ugly faces of rank S beasts appear, especially the larger leaders, be on high alert." The leaders he was mentioning were what I considered bosses or titans back then, with them holding a denser collection of essence that allowed for skills and items to be farmed from. Many were large to correspond to their large amounts of energy, but the truly powerful ones could be small, as they held enough control over their energy to remain that size and use it to their advantage. The mercenaries spread out as those of the S rank took the lead, with me following closely behind the captain as we went further into the Skypeak nest. Chapter 73, Epic. I was able to see the power of the humans of this world firsthand as I observed the leading peak rank S captain hold his own against a rank S boss. We didn't have to move too far in to come in contact with them. After passing through the large trees that were covered by snow, ferocious-looking white beasts began appearing. They had disproportionately large hands and feet with smaller bodies that didn't seem to match. This size was even more exaggerated when it came to the rank S leader that neared 10 meters. Sharp icicles would form at the wave of these beasts' hands as the mercenaries worked together to bring them down. The leading S rank, Captain Reiner, was holding his own while standing against a leader, his large broadsword roiling with fire elements as each clash left wounds on the beast. I worked with the group I came with as I continued observing everything first, using the rank A, Infernal Purge, every few seconds after watching some of the firepower of the few rank S mercenaries in the group. The blazing flames that came crashing down were extremely deadly to the normal beasts, setting their entire bodies aflame if a single one touched them. As for the looting of cores, the mercenaries cut open the heads of the beasts they killed to pull out cores much larger than what I had been used to seeing. These were the full cores of beasts that weren't broken down into smaller portions by the system that hunters back in my world worked with. When it came to the monsters I took down myself, I recalled the words of the system. I would be in a different world, but still holding that same power. The only change was that it would only be triggered when I came in contact with the beings that I took down. To make things even more seamless, the extracted essence in the form of skill books, items, or cores would directly be placed in one of my storage rings when I would normally harvest cores like other inhabitants of this world. With this in mind, The extermination groups moved forward while staying close together and taking down the beasts that came rushing out. I was amazed at the strength of the humans here, as even the rank A mercenaries utilized their strength and essence better than the hunters I had always observed. Only after the hunters begin to fully utilize skill combination do I see them catching up and eventually exceeding this level of strength. The S-rank hunters came out with colorfully destructive spells that mowed down the normal rank A beasts and would only be blocked by rank S leaders. One red-haired mercenary raised her magic staff forward and a blazing phoenix appeared in the next moment, rushing towards a group of beasts where it exploded and engulfed them in flames in an instant. I observed all of this as I continued to use Infernal Purge to take down normal rank A and S beasts, along with a few rank A leaders so that I could increase my collection of rank A skills. Today wasn't the day for me to go all out and massacre everything on sight. I would watch and learn as much as I could, before I find the time to come out here myself and go all out. I was filled with expectations as I thought about running around this huge nest with all the beasts in it. I would have confirmed the highest power of beasts that lay deeper in the nest first though, as I couldn't play around with my life. The power I was showing matched the rank S mercenaries, as even though the damage was somewhat lower than rank S skills, I could put up the act that Infernal Purge could be casted more frequently because of its low damage. My role in the task force became handling the large groups of normal rank A and S beasts, while the other rank S mercenaries clashed against the leaders. Low-key. I had to start off by being low-key for now. Captain Reiner began looking towards me favorably as I made the work easier by clearing many of the beasts with the area of attack skills. My attention wasn't all placed onto this one thing though, as during the hunt I had always been checking and combining the active defense and support skills that continued to rise in proficiency. Through the combinations, I was able to produce a few compatible rank B+ skills that weren't worth a mention as they were right now, but would be useful when I received rank A skills through them. It would take a few more days, but those few days meant more than 4 rank A skills would come to light from the combination of multiple rank B+ skills. I smiled at this thought, as rising skills this way meant I could continue to build up compatible skills that will be able to combine to rank S with no problems. Defense and support skills that boosted me by a large margin would not be a game of chance anymore. The extermination task force was performing extremely well with the decent leadership from the captain and my addition that made the work all the easier. An entire half a day passed as we moved across the fringes of the Skypeak nest, never daring to go too far inland. After we cleared many of the disproportionately sized beasts, we came across other varieties as we went further in. After we finished clearing a few more beast groups, the mercenaries came to a halt at the command of Captain Reiner. His hand was in the air as he looked forward with deep concentration. We were in a position that was further inland than any other time as the beasts had begun to thin out in the periphery. His large voice rang out. "We will stop here today. If we move any further in we will intrude in an epic ranked beast's territory." At the mention of this, the mercenaries adopted solemn faces as they began to move back. My heart palpitated as I confirmed the next rank above S, epic rank. Many ideas passed in my head before I quickly knocked them down. I wouldn't be so rash as to have a head-on collision of something that high of a rank before I collect many defensive rank S skills. I would rather be overly prepared and protected than suddenly lose my life with rash decisions. I breathed out calmly as I followed the rest of the group to move out of the huge land floating in the sky. A voice rang out. I was lost in my thoughts. "Rookie, exemplary work out there today, it cut our time by more than an hour. Where has someone like you with a large mana pool been hiding all this time?" I came out of my head and smiled at the captain that appeared besides me. I was honing my skills privately until I was confident enough to take on these beasts. "Haha, honing your skills until you reach such a high rank. You're too cautious. If you had trained with other mercenaries, that flame skill of yours might have already reached S rank." He paused as he looked me up and down before continuing. "Come back with a few of my people so you can get to know the mercenaries you'll be working with from now on. We can't let a talent like you go to waste." "Haha, sure." I listened to the large man's words and agreed to go along. I had to become known in this frozen kingdom little by little. I wouldn't start off with an explosive show of power that would raise heads, but become known slowly as my power increased in the shadows. Chapter 74, A Chance Encounter. We flew away from the floating nest on the white-winged beasts, passing through the cold winds that now also had the addition of heavy snow as dark clouds hung overhead. My sight was locked onto this skypeak nest that I would most definitely visit for myself in the future. I was lost in my thoughts as we passed through the falling snow and became entranced with the scene playing out. The land floating in the sky receded from view as we approached the outline of the frozen kingdom. The minutes passed by in the skies as I introduced myself to the mercenaries I worked with today. We passed over the huge fortress wall and landed in the back of the mercenaries' hideout. In a few minutes, where 5,000 gold was given to every participating mercenary as a surprised receptionist came out and saw us returning much earlier than expected. I was looking forward to learning the rank A skill books now sitting in one of my storage rings as I followed Captain Reiner's group. It was him and 4 other S-rank hunters. After the extermination task was confirmed and the rewards handed out, we went further into the kingdom past the entrance town. The buildings became larger and grander the further in we went, and the beginning of one of the grandiose bridges that SN.A.K.E.D towards the sky to one of the floating lands above us appeared. The bridge was wide and long, with rank 2 S guards decked in an exquisite white metal armor standing guard. Anyone that wanted to pass the checkpoint had to have proper authorization, or they would face the cold blades of the 2 guards if they tried anything funny. The boisterous attitude of Captain Reiner came to a stop as we neared the bridge and saw an escort taking place. An exquisite carriage waited besides the bridge. A veiled woman that became surrounded by peak rank S guards got off and was walked towards the bridge. Captain Reiner's entire demeanor changed as his voice lowered before he respectfully called out to the figures in front of us in a tone I was hearing for the first time today. "Princess, it's my extreme pleasure being graced with your sight today." His voice was low but clear, ringing out clearly in the ears of the figures up front. The guards standing besides the veiled woman showed annoyed expression as they turned to look at Reiner, seemingly this not being the first time they've come across something like this. The veiled woman turned to this direction and nodded towards Reiner, which made him break out the largest smile as if he had won the lottery. I looked at this scene in fascination as it seemed this captain was completely stricken with the woman up front, but could only look from afar. The figures turned and began climbing towards the bridge, but not before I felt a gaze linger on me for a few seconds. I turned to the escort of people that were leaving and wondered if I had just thought wrong. Reiner moved with much more vigor after this as we entered into a much more expensive-looking tavern than the ones I've seen on the way here. The tavern was much more high class, with private rooms that gave it an air of calmness. There were no boisterous noises from mercenaries as it seemed a noise-canceling function was activated the moment the doors to the private rooms closed. We soon grabbed a private room of our own and sat on a thick soft furred carpet around a circular table. Reiner was animatedly moving around as the best dishes were ordered and the mercenaries began talking. Hey, Captain Reiner seems to be completely taken in by the terrifying Ice Princess Bah, what do you know? I heard Her Highness's main guard would be retiring soon, and I just signed up for the possibility of being chosen when the selection happens. Reiner had began biting down on the huge chunks of meat as he talked back to the jeering mercenary. "Oh, you actually think you stand a chance from all those geniuses that are fighting for the position?" The burly captain gave a hard look to the voice that spoke as he snorted and replied. "My power is peak rank S, if I don't stand a chance, nobody does." The mercenaries continued their back and forth as I listened in and enjoyed the food. The Ice Princess was apparently one of the royalties residing and controlling the snowy peak that was floating not too far from us. The subject of the people currently in power who controlled the forces of the Frozen Kingdom made me think about my own plans to increase my influence in the future. The easiest path was to rise to epic rank or higher, obtaining a level of strength that would allow me to carry out many plans. But how do I go about it without causing bloodshed and strife on these people that were not the enemies I came here for? Rising through the ranks in times of war would be the best possible outcome, but the Frozen Kingdom was surrounded by mountains and had tight defenses. The forces of demons that were spreading out might target this kingdom soon, but I didn't know when. For now, I would prepare as much as I could before events explode. There were many titles under my name. The Ice Princess by the commoners. The Doted Princess by the nobles. The Frigid Bitch by my enemies. But none of that mattered to me. Because I was living on borrowed time. I had no energy to spare to those that fawned over me or those that criticized me. I held the unique skill, golden rule, that was passed down since my beloved mother met her death. On the bed when she lay with her life force slowly leaking out, she screamed to the little girl who was in shock. "Be smart," she screamed. "Be strong," she said. "Use the power that I am passing down to the fullest, as a terrible calamity is coming towards us all." She said all of this to a frightened girl that was losing her mother, and then passed away. I imprinted those last words into my brain from that day forward, using the skill handed down to me to get through many of the political messes in one piece. The skill showed a dark light whenever my older brother, the Crown Prince, looked at me. So I avoided him and anything to do with him like a plague. It showed a green light whenever my naive younger brother played with me, so I kept him close and made him rely on me. It showed a light blue light with my father, so I acted as the most perfect daughter and gained his affection, making me cruise through to my unshakable position that I have currently. Those that crossed me often met with misfortune or death, making those cowards utter the name of frigid bitch whenever they gossiped among themselves. I used my means to establish an extensive information agency that saw all the happenings of the kingdom and its surroundings, with more than half of its departments focused on my older brother who shone in a dangerous black light. But all of this wasn't enough. My own fate was still murky. My unique skill showed me that undoubtedly, all that I had done had changed nothing, and that death was still approaching. A calamity was still coming. No amount of information I collected was enough. This fostered something that was my only weakness to this day, the fear of the approaching death. Even the strongest powerhouses of this kingdom did not deter the skill from sending me the same message. I worried about the demons that were constantly increasing their influence across the lands as I thought about the impending calamity. I exhausted all my resources. I surrounded myself with the best of guards from the kingdom that my escorts were no less powerful than those protecting the crown prince, the bastard that would most likely take control of the kingdom once my father passed. I could feel the malice he had towards me even though my position did not come close to threatening him right now. I could recently feel his malice towards our father, which made me even more cautious to the point that I began putting plans into place that would put my own life on the line. I didn't bring myself to act yet, as I continued calculating all the possible scenarios. Would it be regicide, corruption, or betrayal that I had to stop? No answers presented themselves over the years, as my fate continued to become darker and darker. That is, until today. Chapter 75, The Library. The change occurred when I was making my way back to Snowy Peak. After my attention was called to one of the many people that looked at me with fervent eyes, I witnessed a blinding golden light that completely took me by surprise. If I didn't have the veil on my face today, they would have all seen my shocked expression at the sight of one man brilliantly shining with a golden light. I moved my sight the instant I could see him begin turning and resumed climbing the bridge. My lips moved silently as a message that could only be heard by the ears of one of my most trusted aides came out. The aide hiding in the shadows was surprised, but quickly moved as she pulled back from her position and stayed with the carriage below. She was an expert in her own right, and would not be caught monitoring the group that was still gazing towards me. My shock was due to the fact that I had never seen a golden light on a single being my entire life. The unique skill, Golden Rule, had activated to its peak of the color gold as it let me know I had found the thing I was searching for all this time. The color gold was the highest it could show, and even that golden light was shining so bright that it almost blinded my eyes. This unknown figure would be the one to save me from death. He would be the one that stands between me and a calamity. My heart fluttered as I tried to calm myself. This feeling was not one that many people could come across. The feeling of finally having something you have been searching for so long in arm's length. I would not let it get away. Whatever I had to do, even if I had to give up my soul, I would find a way to hold on to this opportunity. This person would have to be treated with utmost care. I thought for a bit before my lips moved once more, sending another message to the already shocked aide who didn't think her shock could increase even more today. Now, I just had to wait. The meal with the mercenaries ended on a good note, with me hearing tidbits of information that made me all the more curious to find a library in this town and see what things I can glean from it. I broke off from the loud mercenaries that continued to discuss the same princess and other nobles they took fancy to as I walked around different parts of this large kingdom. Figures of mostly humans and a few demi-humans packed the streets as everything ranging from taverns, inns, and stores selling a variety of things were present. Some stores held weapons and armor made from different materials and beasts, others were selling small but colorful beasts as pets in shops that many people congregated in. I walked past all of these sites for the next few minutes as I soon came upon a large building with the sign of a book up front. I opened the large doors and came into a scene of peace, with people quietly moving around as books floated on and off shelves. I went towards the librarian that turned out to be a middle-aged man with a goatee and asked for some books on the kingdom's history. He looked my figure up and down in a perplexed manner as he grabbed the staff near him and tapped it down 4 times, which led 4 thick books to fly out and land on the counter. Only people of higher status chose to spend their time reading books, so there was a fee to use the reading space in the library. I gave the librarian 1 gold and carried the books towards a corner of the building with enthusiasm. I hadn't read books in quite a while, and looked forward to learning about the large world I was in. The last half of the day passed like this, with me doing something I never pictured myself doing when I first became a hunter. Flipping through the many pages and reading was not too bad, as almost everything was new information I was learning about for the first time. Also, through the use of recorder, I was able to quickly bring up information on something that I had seen before by just recalling a few words about it, whereby like a film, the moment that I read about it would replay in front of me. I was looking forward to getting more skills like these that don't necessarily have any offensive and defensive power, but were useful as they were. The information I learned was expansive. Starting with the Frozen Kingdom and its 4 peaks, the kingdom was under the rule of a powerful individual whose strength was a rank above epic. The ruler of this kingdom is called the Ilu.S. Trias ruler, King Rourke Belmont. He had led this human kingdom that remained the only one of its kind in the beast world to prosperity for the past 100 years. Under his rule, humans faced no persecution and he welcomed demi-humans to come live in the kingdom in search of better lives. His peaceful policies allowed for the continued growth of his kingdom and the goodwill of the mythical kingdoms of beasts. Rulers of the beast kingdoms did not bother with the rising kingdom in the north, where it was plagued by the cold environment and tough terrain that previous rulers could not fully overcome. King Rourke made his legacy by elevating the kingdom to greater heights during his reign, until it stood toe-to-toe with the most powerful of kingdoms in the world. Surrounded by mountains, the Frozen Kingdom was easy to defend, with enemies only able to trek from one direction. The kingdom held 4 great land masses above them that were called Snowy Peak, Frozen Paradise, Summit Peak, and King's Crown. The kingdom thrived on vegetation and animals that grew specialized for the cold, with a wide array of plants that allowed for a booming economy. There was such a wide array of history with this kingdom that I was almost overwhelmed with the task of rising to become one of its influential figures in the near future. But the tremendous power I held affirmed my resolution. I would follow the plan of taking down beasts in these surrounding nests around this kingdom and slowly grow. I will clash with epic ranked beasts the moment I was fully confident and equipped with a wide array of rank S skills. Surely, even if it takes some time, my goals would be achieved. Chapter 76, Going Solo. I left the library behind as I processed tons of information about the world I was in. After spending a few hours reading, I felt like I deserved a break. I found the same and I stayed in the night before and enjoyed the different types of meals before going up the wooden steps to a room upstairs. I enjoyed the ancient-looking aesthetics as I fell on the bed and relaxed my body. Many thoughts came and went as I looked up to the ceiling and tried to fall asleep. This would be denied of me, however, as I heard light knocks from the door right after. I became alert as there shouldn't really be anyone that would need to do this right now, and hoped it was somebody working for the inn. It couldn't be any of the mercenaries I worked with today either. I went forward with caution and opened the door, to be faced with the figure of a woman all dressed in black bowing down. My deepest apologies, sir. I was tasked with delivering a message from my lady. Would you be so kind as to let me in for a few seconds? The person in front of me was fully covered top to bottom in a black material, and let out a rank S level of power. I thought about her words and wondered just what had occurred to cause somebody's attention to turn to me. I had been very careful, to the level of only using a rank A skill and showing power equivalent to a normal rank S. Maybe I was overthinking things and this would not be a major deal. I looked around the dark hallway of the inn as I nodded to the woman and closed the door. The moment we were enclosed in the room, dark magical power emanated from the woman as a thin barrier went to cover the entirety of the room. My lady demands complete secrecy, so I thank you for entertaining me. I calmly looked at the thin barrier that seemed to prevent any sounds coming out from the room and looked towards this person and said, "All right, be straightforward and tell me what you're talking about. You can call me Knight. My lady wanted to meet you for a discussion whenever you were available, preferably sooner rather than later. Her status is a bit complicated, and she is committed to doing everything in secrecy." The woman calling herself Knight pulled out a golden plaque that had Snowy Peak written on it, stretching it out towards me. "Please visit Snowy Peak's famous white courtyard whenever you can. We promise not to waste too much of your time." As soon as I received the plaque and looked piercingly at the woman in front of me, her figure began blending into the night. She gave another quick bow towards me before she completely disappeared, and the thin barrier around the room also faded away. I looked at the golden plaque in my hands as my mind began to churn. There were a few things to note from this meeting. First, this person that I had somehow gained the interest of is very powerful, so powerful that someone as experienced as that dark-clothed woman followed her commands. Every time the woman called Night spoke, she referred to that lady with the highest respect. This made me question if it was someone in an extremely high position, or someone with a rank higher than S, or both. The fact they lived on one of the kingdom's 4 floating peaks meant she could be a noble or someone with immense wealth. The second thing to note was the goodwill they were sending my way. That very important person wanted a meeting, but she sent someone to relay her wishes and allowed me to choose when I would go to this meeting or whether I would even go at all. This was the most perplexing of things. Why was this person offering me such respect too? She obviously has enough power to compel a powerful rank S, so what made me stand out in her eyes that I received such treatment? I continued to mull over the entire interaction, even using recorder to go back and watch the scene that just played out multiple times to see if I missed anything. I couldn't glean anything else from it, just the fact that even though I had garnered the attention of someone powerful, with the way they were acting it shouldn't be malicious in any way. I still had to be careful though, so I would advance my plans a bit and take a risk tomorrow. I would increase my power by farming the Skypeak nest before I do anything else. The night that should have been a relaxing one became restless as my rapidly moving thoughts pushed the sleep I wanted further and further away. Early in the morning, I went out of the inn and into the bustling streets of the fascinating kingdom as I made my way towards the huge fortress wall that led outside. A thinner layer of snow covered the ground today, with clear blue skies hanging overhead. The large metal gates of one of the entrances of the walled fortress was halfway opened as carriages and people moved in and out, with mercenary parties being seen moving about here and there. Besides the nests that beasts congregated in, there were dungeons that were naturally formed and maintained from this world's essence that many adventurers and parties ventured in. These dungeons differed in ranks, with the highest ones near this kingdom being epic rank. A lot of this knowledge came from the time I spent in the library. These dungeons spread out all over the world were different from the dangerous ones I had been normally used to, and they seemed like this world's way to raise the strength of its inhabitants. The system in my world had gone a completely different direction and created a system of power that more easily extracted essence and made its inhabitants rapidly grow in strength from dungeons created by invading forces. After these dungeons were taken care of in the future, I wouldn't be surprised if I find properly created dungeons meant only to raise the strength of hunters. A dungeon break would not occur with these types of dungeons as they were most likely properly maintained with this world's core, with more essence being placed into them to replenish the origins of the beings in it. From the information I read, the higher ranking the dungeon was, the more massive it would be. Some adventure parties found themselves spending a few days inside to completely clear an epic ranked dungeon. These dungeons would be another way for me to speedily increase my power, but I would start with the nests where many beasts congregated first. There were many leaders for me to take down and gain skills, and I should be safe as long as I do not go too far in. These extremely massive dungeons would be my next step after I collect more information. I passed by the busy doors of the large fortress and made my way around the throngs of mostly humans and a few demi-humans, activating all of my concealing skills before I used flight once I strayed far enough. I flew through the skies, heading towards the huge land mass that beasts congregated in. This time I would be going all out and targeting as many rank S beasts as I could. The goal was to get at least a few defensive rank S skills that would bring me more confidence if I ever came across a deadly situation of facing something of higher rank. Chapter 77, Skypeak Nest. The white lands passed beneath me as I flew at high speeds towards the Skypeak Nest. It remained magnificently in the air, and I flew around it to land on the opposite direction that the extermination task force cleared out last time. The beasts in that area had already begun propagating again, but I went around to an area where I could see even more beasts congregated. I could feel the auras of a few rank S leaders as I neared, and I started by casting Summon Virulent Abomination. The lovable but disgusting beast made its appearance again, this time in another world. It roared out while it sensed the thicker essence surrounding us, seemingly filled with energy and ready to begin. I smiled at this figure as we smashed down onto the periphery of the nest, alerting the nearby rank A and lower beasts. I gave the summon the command to focus on the left side while I focused on the right. I wanted to see my destructiveness with all of the rank S skills I held currently. The summon moved as soon as it received the command, its figure plunging into the group of rushing beasts as I focused on the ones coming for me and casted, Rage of the Thunder Monarch. The area of 15 meters ahead of me was filled with thick electrical snakes and purple lightning that struck and decimated anything it touched. The loud impact brought to attention even more beasts as droves came out of the insanely tall trees covered in snow. Haha, let's go. I felt the excitement of using immensely powerful skills to take down beasts again as two transparent mountains appeared in front of me and spat out molten lava and flames. The quick destruction prompting an S-rank leader to finally rush towards me. It evaded the extreme heat of the volcanic eruption. I cast it and went around, coming at me from behind. The moment the beast neared, I used the rank A+ skill, Arctic Zone, for the first time. The entire area of 10 meters that the beast was in quickly froze over, stopping it in its tracks as its white fur trembled. It was heavily slowed down while the affected area continued to be destabilized by the chaotic cold elements. It wasn't heavily injured as its attribute was also cold, but it gave me confirmation that rank A+ skills were not too far off of rank S in power. While the rank S beast was slowed down, heavy purple lightning rained down at its location. The white-furred beast with a disproportionate body used its long limbs to defend from the killer attacks, each roiling strike of lightning destroying chunks of its flesh. I spammed another, Arctic Zone, further slowing down its movements and then casted another, Rage of the Thunder Monarch, to finally overwhelm its tight defense. The repeated casts of the rank A+ and S skill finally brought down the beast. I went towards its nearly destroyed body and placed my hand on it, feeling the movement of essence as an item, and some cores appeared in one of my storage rings. The item was an extremely long blue sword called Blue Terror, disappointing me a bit as I wanted more defensive or support skills right now. But the day was only beginning. There were many more beasts to take down. The virulent abomination was putting in work, now clashing against another rank S leader as its body continuously released noxious blasts of air. The white-furred beast it was fighting against became increasingly overwhelmed as the fight continued, with the abomination fighting and taking damage but not reacting one bit. I neared the area and gave a command, the abomination exploding in a storm of poison flesh and bones that cemented themselves into the body of the beast, bringing it to its knees as it wheezed for dear life. A large malachite runic circle appeared near me as the virulent abomination came out as good as new, rejoining the fight and finishing it with another release of a noxious blast. This beast dropped a skill book this time around. It was All Element Resistance that I quickly learnt. It was an active skill that increased your defenses against elemental attacks once activated, but as always I would have it active all the time. The fight was gradually drawing to a close as we took down most of the beasts in this area. I could see my cold breath coming out as I collected the cores from the other beasts on the ground and looked towards the thickets of large trees in front of us. The trees taller than me by multiple times stood as strong as ever, their cover giving a menacing feeling for those that dared to enter its depth. I recalled how far in we came last time with the lead of Captain Reiner and carefully made my way in. Curious beasts that had heard the vibrations of the fight that just occurred were already nearing the area, with us meeting more just a few minutes after the abomination and I walked into the mass of trees. The combination of Arctic Zone to slow down powerful leaders and also deal killer blows to normal beasts as their bodies were frozen and shattered, as well as the use of Rage of the Thunder Monarch right after became my new favorite spammed skills with their efficiency. I also brought myself to repeatedly use the offensive rank A skills that weren't as efficient against the higher ranked beast, but I wanted to increase their proficiency for skill combination. I was now leaning towards more support and defensive skills that I could keep active all the time without worry as they would quickly rise in proficiency and be perfect for combination. If we met a collection of larger groups of beasts, volcanic eruption was perfect for it, but it caused such intense damage to the surroundings that the thick white trees caught fire for a few minutes and called in even more droves of beasts towards us. The naturally cold elements that congregated in the air reduced the fire and distinguished it in the next few minutes, and no beast higher than rank S had come out so far, so it wasn't too much of a problem. We were able to take down a few rank A leaders and 2 more rank S. The rank S loot worthy of mentioning was the rank S item, storage pouch, that held a much larger space than the lower rank storage rings I had been using, and attached itself to my waist when equipped. The other one was a skill called Protection of the Wounded. Injuries cause you no fear as your defense is increased by 200% while the skill is active. A smile bloomed on my face as I finally got a high rank support skill, and a defensive one at that. Chapter 78, Caution. The new rank S skill was quickly learned, along with a few rank A skills that were not worthy of mentioning currently that would be used for skill combination once their proficiency rises. I looked in the messy attribute panel at the skills that continued to show their effectiveness that I regularly used. Skills: B Eagle Eyes 100, B plus Dark Assassin 100, A Flight 100, A Instant Transfer 98, A Infernal Purge 100, A Ultra Regeneration 94, A Spear of Destiny 95, A Pain Resistance 100, A Recorder 43, A Combusting Spears 69, A Language Comprehension 42, A Earth Armor 77, Obscure 78, A plus Arctic Zone 53, S Volcanic Eruption 79, S Summon Virulent Abomination 89, S Rage of the Thunder Monarch 77, S All Element Resistance 5, S Protection of the Wounded 2. The rank S skills were rising slowly, with some more than halfway through to max proficiency. On the messy side of the many lower rank skills on the panel, some B plus defense and support skills were nearing 100. I should be able to gain some new rank A skills from skill combination by the end of the day. I moved my eyes expectantly from the panel to the cold and snowy surroundings around me as the virulent abomination finished off any beasts that neared. We were only on the outer ring of this large floating landmass, but we neared the distance when the one leading the previous extermination task force had us stop. I didn't want to go too far and to come in contact with an epic ranked beast so fast, so I would proceed with caution and see if I can get another rank S skill before calling it a day and preparing for that possibly impactful rendezvous in the magnificently floating snowy peak of the Frozen Kingdom. We slowly moved further in, making sure to proceed carefully. I spread my attention through the barely visible trees around us while using Eagle Eyes to check for the incoming beasts. My attention was fully on reconnaissance as the virulent abomination took the brunt of the fight, our progress becoming slower as we moved in. Powerful beasts were present the deeper we went, and we soon came across 3 rank S leaders commanding a large group of beasts towards us. I looked excitedly towards these ugly-looking monsters as they already seemed like the perfect loot in my eyes. We waited for the large groups of beasts to come to us and moved back as we fought, putting a safe distance for the fight not to take place any closer inland. The virulent abomination clashed with the groups led by the 2 rank S bosses, its body quickly becoming shredded when 2 of the leaders attacked it in conjunction. The other leader was making its way towards me, its large body moving at fast speeds and evading the cold blasts of Arctic Zone as it neared. The beasts that were ravaging the summon thought they had won as they tore through its wings and tough muscles, but were dismayed soon after when the abomination exploded in front of them. The impact took out many of the normal surrounding beasts and heavily wounded the 2 leaders that were ganging up on it. Not a moment after, a large malachite rune bore out. A completely brand new abomination that jumped back into the fight. The leader targeting me was finally caught by one of the Arctic Zone S as its attention was pulled away, its figure slowing down and allowing me to cast even more of the skill where it stood. Its body let out uncomfortable sounds as the destructive cold elements that appeared tried to break down its defenses unsuccessfully. Rage of the Thunder Monarch and Volcanic Eruption would be its only respite as its large figure took multiple strikes of the roiling purple lightning and molten flames, letting out screeching howls before it fell to the continued casts of the skills. I continued to keep looking out to our surroundings as I neared the body of the dead rank S boss and received a golden skill book and cores. The 3rd rank S skill addition of the day would be Saint's Phantom, a mirage of a saint from long ago appears for 10 seconds, using its powerful magic to heal all wounds and dispel any major negative effects. I learned the skill right away and looked ahead to the summon that had ripped apart one of the beasts it was facing and was now clashing with the final one. At this point in time though, I saw a drastic change to the area ahead of us that I had been continuously watching with eagle eyes. A powerful figure was rushing towards us like a speeding bullet train, its body ignoring the extremely sturdy trees shooting up to the skies as it knocked onto them and blasted through in a straight line. Damn. I quickly used instant transfer to the body of one of the dead leaders and obtained another skill book and cores, before I turned my head at full speed and used eagle eyes with instant transfer again to appear more than a mile away from the location. I heard the impact the moment I disappeared as the large beast that was coming towards us smashed onto the virulent abomination and wrecked the summon through the trees around it. I only briefly watched as glistening white claws shredded into the chest of my summon before it exploded into the blast of flesh and bones that slightly pushed the figure back. The beast showed slight injuries as some its fur became tinted green, but they soon turned spotlessly white as its piercing eyes found my figure more than a mile away. Another virulent abomination appeared in my location as I used instant transfer to appear at a distance another mile away, sending the summon to hold back the beast. Yeah. Fuck that. I used instant transfer multiple times until I neared the periphery of the nest again, not looking behind as I continued flashing away. When I was more than a few miles away and could see the floating landmass in the distance, a resounding roar of anger that could be heard from here broke out. I steadied my breathing as I continued to fly away from the nest, remembering the information I read that powerful beasts did not rush out of the nest they were in unless a truly powerful one had united many of the beasts congregated together to attack the land surrounding them. This hadn't occurred for the past years in this area as the number of beasts was regularly reduced, with powerful adventurers and mercenaries forming parties to take down leaders that rose past rank S every few years. The roars of the angered beasts continued, and became distant as I continued to fly away. My heart was beating at a fast pace as I thought about the epic ranked beast that I almost clashed with. Not yet. Not yet. I had to play it safe until the skills I collected rose in proficiency and I stood no chance of losing my life while fighting against such a beast. My life was too important for me to play around without having full confidence. Once the proficiency of the rank S skills rose, I would be back to take down this powerful beast. It was highly dangerous, but would also be extremely profitable. Other people could not gain power exceeding rank S just by defeating an epic ranked boss. But I could, and I was looking forward to it. Chapter 79, Meeting. I moved away from the floating skypeak nest and flew back towards the large fortress walls in the distance. I took out the skill book that I managed to grab before the appearance of the powerful epic ranked beast. It was Profane Eruption, affect the bodies of slain enemies to violently burst, releasing poisonous blight in an area of 5 meters. I recalled the multitude of dead bodies that piled up whenever I fought and looked forward to using this the next time. The cold winds in the skies as well as the voluminous snow that always fell in the frozen kingdom became comforting and cooled the tension I felt in my body. I flew down once I neared the fortress wall, with the crowds that came in and out thinning as night neared. With the increasing fear and tension of demons plaguing the lands, most of the merchants that made their business traveling between kingdoms and selling their goods had to put their lives on the line. The roles of adventurers and mercenaries further increased to protect merchants and key figures that travel around. They had to have someone powerful in case they came across a squadron of demons moving across the lands. I passed the heavily protected gates with no issue and found myself back in the beautiful entrance town that seemed to be coming to life with the advent of the night sky. I recalled the invitation I had received as well as the golden plaque I held in my storage ring. This person that had taken an interest in me and called for a meeting out of the blue might be an extremely important step during my time in the Frozen Kingdom, and I couldn't take it lightly. I had added 4 more rank S skills in my arsenal, and felt all the more safer, but I still had to move with caution. I would take this risk with the meeting now and see what results come from it. I found myself moving past the rows of businesses that began their work as well as the barely dressed women that seemed to literally be materializing from the dark corners of inns. My destination this time was the long bridge that sn.a.k.e.d all the way up to the floating snowy peak high up in the distance. 2 guards still stood side by side and carefully inspected everyone going up, only letting known people with a high status pass through without checking. I took out the golden plaque I received from the woman that called herself Knight as I made my way to the bridge. The guards on either sides looked at me briefly before their gazes went away. The first step I took on the bridge felt like a starting point for something entirely new. The bridge was built with complex artistry and looked like the most expensive stairs ever created with the blue glowing gems that lined the opposite sides and its extreme width. It stood in the sky with very little movement as I climbed up. I had counted more than 300 steps before I came across 2 extravagantly dressed women making their way down that gave me curious looks. Another few minutes passed as I stopped enjoying the scenes high in the air while looking down at the twinkling lights below, and I ascended the entire bridge into a brand new region that seemed entirely different than what I've been seeing. There were normal-sized trees with white leaves lined up from the bridge and heading into the snowy peak, the smooth road paved beautifully as this place seemed twice as exquisite as the land below us. The path forked as I went further in, and the end of the path held a figure of someone that seemed larger than 3 meters. The figure had a wild aura that definitely exceeded rank S. As they stood guard on the path right off the bridge entering Snowy Peak, the being had their body encased in a similar white armor that I had seen many of the guards wear, with only their head remaining uncovered. It was the head that surprised me, as it glowed with a fiery light and had a full mane all around it. The figure had the striking head that closely matched that of the fiercest lion. This was a powerful beast-folk that was not to be trifled with. I conned my beating heart after meeting this guard that was most likely of epic rank as I considered what path to choose. They had given me the message to come to a place called the White Courtyard, but I had no idea where that was. I was planning on speaking to the guard when a dark-clothed figure flashed into being on the right path. It looked to be the same one that I had met yesterday as they bowed towards me and indicated for me to follow them. Grand buildings came to light as we walked further in, and I started seeing throngs of people carrying themselves with a level of arrogance walk in and out of luxurious-looking stores and restaurants. The dark-clothed woman I was following took us behind a certain building and knocked on it rapidly, causing a release mechanism as a hidden door appeared on the ground leading to a dimly lit pathway. I jumped in with her as she spoke for the first time today. The lady wanted to take even more extreme measures to stop any outside intervention or peering eyes. We will arrive at the White Courtyard shortly. I nodded at her words as we followed the hidden path snaking its way underground, eventually following it up to a small courtyard. We unearthed ourselves into an all-white room that gave out a calming feeling as the hidden door closed behind us. Night led the way through a few more doors and I soon found myself face to face with a veiled figure similar to someone I had seen not too long ago. I tried not to show the shock on my face as it dawned on me that the figure I took the interest of wore the same clothed veil of a high-profile person that even the powerful rank S captain just wanted to be in the presence of. Night quickly bowed and receded from the room, closing the door with a click as multiple magical barriers began enclosing the room we were in. The veiled figure stood up and took a small curtsy while lifting up her dress and pushing her head down a little. The dark veil that covered her in entirety disappeared right after as the most stunning face I had ever seen revealed itself to my eyes. The face had a detached and cold expression with dark eyes that piercingly shone in the night. A bountiful head full of dazzling blue hair came into light as the figure fully revealed itself to me. A clearly expectant voice that seemed to betray the icy expression rang out. "Esteemed sir, thank you for taking the time to meet me." Every word that came out of the white lips of this person seemed to be dripping with elegance as I shook myself out of my reverie and calmly spoke. "It's no problem. If I can be forward, who do I have the pleasure of meeting today?" The figure rose their cold face up high as the clear voice that I can definitely confirm showed more excitement compared to the frozen face rang out. "I am the second child of King Rourke Belmont of the Frozen Kingdom. The ice princess that holds control of the snowy peak we stand on. My name is Adelaide Belmont, and it is my deepest pleasure to welcome you here." Chapter 80, Building Trust. I was trying to control my emotions to the best of my abilities as I met with the person I had longed to meet. My unique skill continued to show his body shining with a golden light to such an extent that the murky gray light that surrounded me started to recede. This was the person that would prevent my death and the incoming calamity. I had to find a way to gain his favor, no matter what. My mind that was always scheming was drawing a blank when it came to this person, as I really knew very little about him and had no information to work with. He had appeared randomly not too long ago, showing an average power of rank S with an ability that granted him slightly more mana than average. The only time the calm expression left his face was when he ate, where it seemed he was enjoying the food so much that a smile always bloomed. From the mercenaries that were with him, I found this esteemed person's name to be Noah Osmont. All of these were things I found out in a matter of a day after using the full force of my information agency to follow the movements of this person since the day he appeared. But I still had nothing to work with, making me very frustrated. The nobles that stood against me were met with swift destruction because of the many secrets I was able to dip my hands into, but I had nothing to build on for the current person. My mind cleared as I chose the most simplest approach for now, honesty. I squinted at the face that continued to shine blindingly as I spoke. "I am the second child of King Rourke Belmont of the Frozen Kingdom. The ice princess that holds control of the snowy peak we stand on. My name is Adelaide Belmont, and it is my deepest pleasure to welcome you here." Honesty. This was something that many people overlooked, but could always be trusted when used properly. I continued, trying to keep my voice as stable as possible. "Sir Osmont, I only have the purest of intentions for calling you here, but I do not know how to proceed given the subject of the matter." "Yes. How do I tell someone that I just met about a huge calamity approaching us, and that he would be the one to save me from my untimely death without sounding just a tad bit crazy? How can I build trust with this person without seeming too eager or with a hostile motive? I would see if blatant honesty with no sophistry would do the trick. His gaze that motioned for me to continue felt like a tremendous weight pressing down. I have a peculiar unique skill that tells me who I should associate with, and who I shouldn't. You are the first person I met that the skill is calling for the strongest association with. There was silence in the air as the words left my mouth. I had exposed a secret about my unique skill that nobody else knew. My mother died with this secret, as even her husband was left in the dark. But I took this risk because I had full trust in Golden Rule, that continued to give the same message even now: stick to this person as much as possible. Now, how would you respond to a vulnerable girl exposing her secret to you? The dazzling woman, Princess Adelaide, continued to surprise me with every sentence she spoke. When I heard her last words, I had to take a few seconds and replay them with recorder to see if I heard correctly. This was the princess of the Frozen Kingdom, someone who controlled one of the peaks and the favored daughter of the current king. From her words, associating with me will be something extremely beneficial to her. I quickly thought about my own position and the goals I had when I descended into this world. I was someone unique, with nearly unlimited power. I planned to quickly raise my power and influence and disrupt the invasion of demons in this world, ultimately taking it for myself. The things she was saying about a unique skill that informed her of which people to surround herself with did not seem that far-fetched. So let's say she really is telling the truth. My heart increased its beatings as I was fully realizing the new possibilities if the words of this person were true. I had planned to rise to the top of this kingdom in strength and take the lead of creating huge achievements while fighting the demonic forces that would surely come. Only making grand moves after that. But with this person, I could see another, much accelerated path forming. I looked at the blue-haired woman who still had the same cold expression and said, "You really believe that someone of my level of strength will have an impact on someone of your standing?" "Yes. I wholly believe in my unique skill. It has never once been wrong. With that being said, I would love to work closely with you for the future. Whatever you need, let me know. I will provide you all the power I hold, while providing you with the most critical of information." I listened to words that seemed too good to be true. The princess of this kingdom would give me her full support in whatever I wanted to do because her skill told her so. Very well. This is an opportunity too big to pass up. I would use it to potentially take over this land in a much shorter time span than I thought possible. A possible period of a year or more could possibly be cut down to months. All right, I'll play. As a measure of goodwill to start off our relationship, I will share the biggest secret about the intrusion of demon kings that are currently building their forces in the center of the continent. This is a secret that only the royalty of the remaining kingdoms have access to, and something that would definitely be of benefit to you. With a wave of hand, an exquisite table appeared between us with 2 seats on opposite sides. Sparkling trays of food began to appear one after another as one of the golden rings on her slender fingers continued to shine. The table was soon filled to the brim with the most ethereal food I had ever come across as she motioned for me to sit. Let me take some of your time to describe the huge secret of the conspiracy that brought down the most powerful kingdom of this world into the hands of demons. Chapter 81, The Fall of a Hegemony. The draconic kingdom that was situated at the center of the beast world was the kingdom that commanded the most power. With the mythical race of dragons at the forefront, the kingdom prospered and took the lead in erecting a stronghold that withstood the test of time for multiple millennia. In the kingdom, there were multiple floating cities where powerful dragons resided, ruling over the masses of the common beasts below them. Their power boasted such unshakable belief that the day they fell became the most shocking thing for the beings of the beast world to hear. The invasion of demons began abruptly, with multiple demon kings descending down in areas not too far from the draconic kingdom. They were somehow equipped with all the knowledge of the beast world as they began waging war right away, causing the battalions of black dragons that protected the kingdom to move against them. The demon kings that led hordes of demonic forces had terrible power, using abyss magic and unique skills that stood toe-to-toe against the strength of dragons. The war was brutal, causing the other mythical kingdoms of beasts to activate their forces and prepare to reinforce the draconic kingdom. This was when a huge change occurred. The daughter of the Dragon King that was fighting in the front lines was defeated and captured. This humiliation caused the Dragon King to go mad as he prepared for a war of mutual destruction with the demons. But the demons began pulling their forces out of the kingdom. At this instant, calling for a momentary truce. They called upon the Dragon King to stop the war that was causing both sides to lose many of their forces and leveraged the life of his daughter to call for an assembly of discussion of how both sides could coexist. The Dragon King naturally knew this wasn't possible, but his dear daughter's life obscured his judgment. His love for her was so deep that he ignored all the wisdom and logic he had and called upon his forces to attend this assembly. Even with love blinding him, he still didn't act rashly and moved together with the powerful regiments of black dragons as his protection. The assembly was set on a grassy plain where the two forces faced one another and the leaders moved to discuss. Of course, the only thing they faced was betrayal. But this was the wickedness of the demons. As the Dragon King was approaching the tent placed in the middle of the opposing forces, he was presented with the sight of his daughter being humiliated, and then watched as she was beheaded right after. The Demon King doing this was one that hadn't appeared in the battles previously. He had newly descended down into the ranks of demon kings that were present in the beast world. He was ranked 32nd, the demon of Lust, one of the 7 deadly sins, Demon King Asmodeus. With an ultimate skill that granted him glimpses of the future, he fought against the maddened Dragon King, and brought him down. The ruthlessness of demons was seen firsthand as they played with emotions and sought destruction. After the fall of the Dragon King, the rest of the forces went down like dominoes, and the demon forces claimed the Draconic Kingdom. There was one thing that remained a secret from the outcome of this war though. Whether through means of illusion or abyss magic, nobles from other kingdoms were able to see the daughter of the Dragon King alive and well. Spies observed a figure that looked just like her standing beside Asmodeus as he led his forces to take over the Draconic Kingdom. The figure held the same face of the Dragon Princess, but it was dressed lasciviously with 2 horns growing atop its head. The forces believed that a betrayal had taken place and was the ultimate cause of the downfall of the Draconic Kingdom. This increased the mythical beast's apprehension of the terrible magic that the demons wielded, and they chose to prepare on all fronts for the war that would undoubtedly break out after the demon forces' power consolidated around the Draconic Kingdom. They didn't want the same mind games that the demons played before to occur. They didn't want to see their loved ones humiliated or turned to betrayers. Forces began to be bolstered by powerful mercenaries that moved across the kingdoms in these uncertain times, as the demons waited to start an all-out war. The true terror of the demons isn't their hordes of demonic soldiers that fight relentlessly. It is the mysterious, unique and ultimate skills that they possess. Skills that show extreme effectiveness even when matched by the most powerful beings in this world. Princess Adelaide took a sip of a red drink as she finished her story. More than an hour had passed as the drinks and food on the table were emptied, with the man standing opposite her listening with rapt attention while devouring the meals around him. His eyes seemed to be blazing with fire as a few words escaped his lips. Unique and ultimate skills. There was a sense of excitement on Noah's face as he pondered what he just heard. He focused on Princess Adelaide and said, "What are the movements of demons against the Frozen Kingdom currently?" The demons are moving their forces and dividing them across all kingdoms, slowing down their advances quite a bit. From the information I have collected so far, only a single demon king has been leading his forces towards this kingdom. Hesitation appeared on the princess' face as she continued with her next words. I am also keeping watch of suspicious movements in the kingdom. This isn't based on any conclusive information, but from the use of my skill that tells me who to look out for. A silence pervaded the room as both people were absorbed in their own thoughts. A clear voice rang out from Noah's side. Okay. Let's say we have this cooperation between the two of us. You believe I hold the key to your successful future, and I have my own aims. What will be the first move of this mutual cooperation? A small smile came on as opposed to the normally icy expression on Princess Adelaide's face as a relieved reply came. We have to give you a starting position to stand on that would allow you to be next to me with no questions. How do you feel about taking the command position of my royal guards? It was the calm before the storm as many beings moved their forces around and prepared for the incoming collisions. On the neglected kingdom that had a single demon king making its way towards it, a single event had occurred that would have tremendous consequences. Schemes continued to be created as battles of wits and of strength continued to be carried out. But in the face of ultimate power, who would come out on top? Chapter 82, Wanting to Move in the Shadows. No. It was a simple small word that carried a lot of meaning. I observed the surprise of the princess in front of me as her lips formed a round O, and I further clarified. I've learned a few things these past weeks that made me realize being on the spotlight isn't necessarily a good thing. Our cooperation can definitely be established, but I'll be supporting you behind the shadows. Calmness returned on her face as she heard this, and I thought about all the things we discussed today. There were many ways I could go about this new development. Well, you may be right. I was going to see if you would join the competition that decides who will be replacing a retiring guard, but to create an identity for you covertly would be even easier. I recalled the veiled and black woman that called herself Knight as the ideas I had came into place. I asked her about the positions of all her different forces and found out that she had a secret division of people protecting her called Shadow Guards. Instead of publicly joining her and becoming her guard captain, I chose to act as one of the figures of her hidden department. I heard her cold voice that held a tinge of allure in it ring out after deciding this. Working as one of the Shadow Guards would mean you would be staying very close to me in the castle, perhaps just separated by a thin wall for you to act whenever the need arises. My eyes shrunk into thin slits as I heard this, and the discussion continued. One of her golden rings shone again as a black material appeared on the table. I ended up receiving a black suit that tightly hugged my body, visibly showing the steeled muscles all over once I wore it. The black suit was a rank S item that had the innate trait of blending into the shadows, being great for assassinations and the like. As soon as you filled it with energy, your figure would quickly disappear. With the addition of the few hiding skills I could activate at all times, I was skeptical whether someone of epic rank would be able to notice me if I didn't want them to. For the latter half of the night, I told the princess that I had to think about everything as she excused herself into another room of the white courtyard, telling me to call out if I needed anything. After talking in the presence of this person for so long, I let out a relaxing breath while going over the entire meeting. I was just met with one of the best possible scenarios by quickly getting in contact with someone of high standard, and it was an extremely high standard as things stood right now. All she wanted and expected of me was my presence, that I would be the person to protect her against threats she is confident are approaching through the use of her unique skill. When I thought about the idea of unique skills and the demon's ultimate skills she had mentioned, I couldn't help but feel excited at the possibility of getting them for myself. I would take it slow though, and focus on the immediate goals I have currently. Firstly, it was matching and taking down the epic ranked beast I ran from at the Skypeak nest. To do this, I had to continue raising the proficiency of rank S skills, as well as carry out combinations of skills that have met the requirements. On top of the few rank S skills I was able to obtain from my recent trip, I was able to take down even more rank A bosses that gave me many rank A items and skills. Putting together the rank A skills I received before leaving the Empire, I had a few additions that were already being used: Healing Light, Lion's Roar, Water Barrier, Pierce, Executor Speed, Sense Heat Source, and Silent Communication. All the ones I learned were active skills that would become passive through the use of my nearly endless mana. For the offensive skills, I was putting more focus in raising the ones that were currently at rank S, while still bringing up the remaining offensive rank A skills that neared 100 proficiency. It felt like I was already spreading my focus on too many things, and I had to be sure I was going in the right direction as time passed. As for skills rank B or lower, there were too many to count, and I would only choose a few that I saw were compatible with rank B skills like Eagle Eyes, and a few others that I still actively use so that I could raise their ranks later. I was setting my sights on higher places as my rank S skills continued to increase and deserved even more attention with how destructive they were. Currently, I was sitting alone in the room absorbing the rank S cores so that I could max my attributes to 350. With how many cores I currently had in hand, reaching it should not be a problem. Testing, skill combination, I was able to produce a few more rank B+ skills that didn't need mentioning the way they currently were, and would only show some effectiveness after I combined them later to produce some decent rank A hiding, defensive, and support skills. This process would only repeat itself and produce bulks of rank A+ skills that I will be able to make into rank S as time passed. Since I had some time and didn't want to play with death testing the epic ranked beast that I wasn't sure if it had gone back to the inner parts of Skypeak Nest or still patrolling in the perimeter, I can use the time I have waiting for the skill proficiency to rise while getting to know this frozen kingdom I had plans for. I'll start with the princess whose face always seemed cold, but the voice betrayed the expectation and excitement when she talked to me. The night passed with me monitoring the many skills I was activating, while also spamming skills like Saint's Phantom, that didn't shine with outrageous effects to continuously increase proficiency. It would be a sleepless night, but my body that continued to grow stronger through absorbing essence and the multitude of skills would not be burdened in any way. When morning came, the princess showed herself in a new veil that was light blue. The black-clothed knight was besides her as she told me today would be the day of the competition amongst a few rank S mercenaries and adventurers to decide who would be joining as one of her new guards. We stepped out of the building called the White Courtyard as the figures of Knight and I became transparent. Knight was one of the few shadow guards that would keep close proximity with the princess, with a few other ones similar to her stationed all over the snowy peak ready to reinforce the guards that escorted her around if anything were to happen. I wasn't sure if this could be considered paranoia on the princess's side as she was being this careful even on her own peak that she controlled, but maybe I could learn a thing or two about going to extremes to stay safe. I would observe the ways of this kingdom and its people before I cement myself into an unshakable position to lead them against the demons that were on their way. Chapter 83, The Crown Prince. A grand occasion was taking place on the snowy peak of the Frozen Kingdom. A new royal guard was about to be appointed, and the selection would take place in the form of combat. All of those that deemed themselves worthy and had sufficient status climbed the long bridge into the luxurious world atop the snowy peak. Grandiose establishments were left behind as many nobles, adventurers, and mercenaries found themselves congregating in a large square field that had tiered seats in their surroundings. At the forefront, an elevated seating was present where the Ice Princess herself would be observing the match. Lower seating was present on the sides for merchants, adventurers, mercenaries, and anyone else with sufficient status to attend. Nobles would be seated on the opposite side of the princess observing the matches as well. An occasion like this would not normally draw such huge crowds, but it was the presence of the princess that forever wore a cold expression that people were waiting to see. When the new royal guard would be sworn in, there was a tradition of the veil that covered the entirety of Princess Adelaide's face to be gone for an instant. Many came just to be graced by this sight. I could see many figures congregating as I remained hidden in the far corners of the high seats that the princess was looking down from. My figure was fully transparent with the rank S equipment I recently received as well as the many hiding skills that nearly erased my existence from people's eyes. I could see the figure of Captain Reiner standing valiantly on the side of the people that would be competing, with his face showing an expression of confidence. Various types of foods and refreshments were being passed around by a collection of expertly dressed maids. I turned my attention from the sights of people into the surroundings as I enjoyed the peacefully rustling white-colored trees that symmetrically lined up this entire venue. One of the things that continued to surprise me in this kingdom was the different types of beauty you could see with their architecture and simple layouts of the various snowy and colorful trees. It continued to remind me just how different the world I was currently living in. Figures continued to fill in as discussions rose to their peak, before Princess Adelaide rose with her hand glistening in the air, bringing an abrupt silence. I had half of my attention placed on watching the skills that continued to rise in proficiency and combining the ones I could, with the other half of my attention on the events playing out in front of me. The rising of her hand signaled the beginning of the affair, as the people coordinating the event moved around to start the first match. At this point in time though, rough winds blew out as something majestically appeared in the skies. The beast that just appeared perfectly fit the description of a griffin, with large outspread wings and a sharp beak that glistened in the light. Atop this mighty-looking beast was a dashingly handsome man accompanied by a woman that was letting out a crazy level of power. My focus fully shifted onto them as I felt the feeling of an epic-ranked individual once again. My dear sister, you would hold such an event without inviting your loving brother. In a playfully berating tone, the voice rang out from the figure as the griffin slowly landed near the elevated seats where we sat. Looking at the figure drifting up to the princess and matching it with the information I held, this would be the powerful crown prince that was currently set to become the next ruler of the Frozen Kingdom. He truly did have the strength to prance around as he did, with the only guard he brought along being epic-ranked. The terrifying guard's eyes observed everything in the surrounding, the gaze landing on Princess Adelaide's rank S aides that stood around her. The seemingly loving brother ascended the platform and came face to face with the princess, his arrival bringing with it a level of tension in the recently calm surroundings. His hand moved out and landed on the shoulders of the veiled princess with a light pat, and I observed a slight tremble occur on her figure. That is no way to welcome your older brother. Come on, let's see if we can get a few words out of you today. How about, brother, it's nice to see you. No. Haha, oh well. The crown prince talked this way as the veiled princess remaining still, her covered face only blankly staring back at him. He smiled brightly at this response as if he had won something and turned a run to the mass of people around us. Today is an auspicious day where our favorite princess will add another guard to her collection. Let us enjoy ourselves, and watch the great matches unfold. Exclamations rose out as people matched the Crown Prince's enthusiasm, and two figures stepped into the square arena to start the first match. The dangerous epic-ranked woman stood behind a chair that was right beside the princess, where her old brother took his seat when the match started. Not a single word was traded between the siblings after this, as the platform we were standing on became filled with an uncomfortable air. I looked at this newly appeared crown prince and recalled the things Princess Adelaide mentioned the night before. Among the many things she brought up after we agreed on a mutual cooperation, the name of her older brother occupied much of the discussion. Crown Prince Aeneas, the royalty that controlled Summit Peak, as well as the frozen paradise that the youngest Prince Theodred occupied. The biggest thing she told me to keep in mind was to be careful of the rapidly changing face of this crown prince. The berating persona of an older brother was not in any way how the person was in the dark. He was a shrewd individual who had taken control of two peaks, with the princess losing the battle against him when it came to the frozen paradise that their younger brother occupied. The crown prince's hands had dug down deep and now controlled a majority of the businesses and commerce there, elevating his status even further and giving him increased wealth. She told me that if there was anyone to cause us trouble in the future, it would be him. She was much more guarded against him than even the demons that would eventually wage war on these lands. His figure let out peak rank S strength, similar to the princess, but the main worry was his epic ranked woman that was guarding him with a fierce expression. My body remained veiled in the dark as I watched this crown prince and the ongoing matches below. Chapter 84, A Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. Chapter 84, A Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. The hunger that was rising deep within me was quickly pushed down as I sat near my little sister. My dear little Adelaide. How much longer do you think you will scurry around from my grasp? My face couldn't help but change when I recalled the cute fight you put up for the control of frozen paradise. You thought you had control over our little brother and could rope him to stand with you against me. Ha, naive, naive, naive. The exhilaration I felt while looking at that face that was normally frozen be filled with anger that day kept me up at night. Yes. That face. I want to see that same fucking face again. Furious emotions erupted out and occupied my mind. My fondness of this bitch was quickly replaced with hatred. She was the only one standing against me. Did she not know the things I was doing to keep the people of this kingdom safe? What gave her the courage to put up defenses against me? Even someone as powerful as an epic-ranked adventurer healed under me. I looked to the dark-haired woman that was releasing a powerful aura as the anger receded within me. The matches happening below us were inconsequential to me as my eyes kept trying to pierce the veiled figure of my pitiful little sister. No matter how many guards you add. No matter how smart you think you are. Under absolute power, what can you do but falter? Just like this epic-ranked adventurer behind me. Just like the many that have kneeled before me. So will you. When that time comes, I will see just how much longer that frozen expression can remain on your face. I retained my calm as I thought about the brand new strength I would be gaining with the possible deals being made in closed doors. People feared the advent of demons in this world, but I see it as an opportunity. There were too many fools with rigid thinking running around, and this would cause the death of all of us. Things that were never possible could now be seen before me. Grand aspirations of domination would not just be fleeting dreams. As for those that stood in the way of my dreams, I sensed the uncomfortable figure beside me as a smile returned on my face. Keep on squirming, little lamb. For I will have you in my grasp soon enough. The fights were spectacular to look at, but it wasn't the thing that grabbed most of my attention. It was the demeanor of the prince that stood near the princess. The facial movements were imperceptible, but I continued to see him shift from glee, to happiness, to anger all in a span of a few minutes. My guard was fully up against this new figure as I continued to observe the matches. The strength of the combatants going head-to-head was great to look at, and it made me admire the way adventurers and mercenaries rose their strength in this world. The adventurers of this world began at rank F like many of the hunters in my world, and gradually increased their strength over time. You had adventurers who were blessed with powerful and unique skills early on, with some that would most likely rise to become exceptional adventurers that could even earn the title of hero. The strength of the beings in this world rose at a much slower rate than the awakened in my world, but they honed their strength through constant emulation and experience. A low-ranking hunter would start their adventuring in small dungeons and spend months in there obtaining cores and increasing their strength. The skills they had would grow with them as they spent years using and learning them. The damage of an adventurer's C-rank skill could be trained to be powerful enough to the level above if they continued to get stronger. This wasn't even mentioning the beasts that were the majority of beings in this world. There were many different bloodlines of beasts, and depending on your birth, you could quickly become strong or remain weak. An example was the race of mythical dragons that had control of and used to reside in the center of the continent. A newly born dragon had much more mana than many other beings, and as they aged they received innate skills of their species while also learning how to utilize essence to form other destructive skills. They were geniuses when it came to mana, and exceeded many other species in strength. This was also why their downfall shocked so many lesser races and made them treat the threat of demons as a possible world-ending calamity. But the dragons weren't the only mythical races in this world. Another source of their strength was the dungeons that lay all over the world. They were established for a long time with some new ones rarely appearing over time. One of the amazing things I found out about the dungeons in this world is that they granted a random skill to those that cleared it for the first time. So adventurers spent their lives traveling all over the world to amass more strength by clearing different types of dungeons to gain more skills on top of the ones they innately have and train themselves. Higher ranked dungeons rarely granted skills of the same rank though, where a very low percentage existed of a party clearing an epic ranked dungeon to actually get an epic ranked skill. The established norm after hundreds of years was that the more people you delved into a dungeon with, it caused the reward to be split across everyone. So powerful heroes who could take on dungeons alone would be the ones to find themselves getting powerful skills of the same rank of dungeons they were clearing. But how could someone of rank S clear an equivalent dungeon alone? Even the most powerful epic-ranked figures could rarely pull off taking down an epic-ranked dungeon by themselves, and those that tried spent days to barely make it out with their lives. Thus, figures that could do this were very rare in history. A few matches went by as the people around the elevated platforms ate and drank, with the platform where the two siblings were sitting continuing to be an uncomfortable area of palpable tension and silence. I watched as Captain Reiner advanced forward valiantly, defeating two opponents without breaking a sweat. He wasn't joking when he said he was a peak rank S powerhouse. I was probably looking at the future guard that would be following the princess around in the future. I continued to combine skills while the matches were going, gaining new additions of rank A skills, and could even foresee the appearance of the first rank S plus skill. After spamming Saint's Phantom consecutively every single second for the entire past night, the skill neared 100 proficiency, and I wanted to combine it with all-element resistance that had also been repetitively spammed and nearly reached 100 proficiency, both turning out to be compatible. These skills were relatively easy to raise as they didn't come with world-shattering effects when casted. Aside from this possible rank S plus skill, covert skills of lower rank like Dark Assassin were combined together to produce 3 new covert rank A skills: Shadow Escape, Illusory, and Chameleon Skin. These skills were also quickly activated, giving me increased confidence of even those at the epic rank not noticing me. The process of combination was only becoming faster and faster as I chose more skills that I could passively activate which were compatible with one another. My dream of overlapping myself with multiple powerful defensive skills was slowly coming to fruition as multiple rank B plus skills were combined. This provided me with new rank A defensive and support skills that were Steeled Muscles, Hardened Bones, Wind Armor, Metal Scales, Tanzanite Skin, Yeti's Fur, and finally, Frigid Armament. Almost all of the rank B skills I collected the week that I spent in the Empire before coming here and ones gained from the Skypeak nest were spent to produce this many compatible defense and support skills. There were so many that even I had trouble keeping track of all of them, and just continued to keep them active so that I could continue creating combinations of the next rank. Obtaining an epic rank skill through skill combination might happen faster than I thought with how efficient I was when I put my nearly endless mana to full use with constant activation of skills. The only other skills that didn't really fit into a category but I had plans for nonetheless were Regal Archer's Eyes, which rose from Eagle Eyes, and a previously learned rank B skill called Enhanced Acuity. I was enhancing my skills in such a systematic way that it almost seemed foreign to me, with this type of progress even giving me an excited scare. I wanted to grind my active offensive skills similar to the defense, covert, and support skills that I will just refer to as passive skills from now on since they act that way with my nearly endless mana. The memory of me grinding Fireball, in a dungeon as I watched the proficiency numbers go up passed through my mind, and I shifted the plans to visit the dungeons of this world as my next plan of action. I could see an epic rank skill being born in this pathway in at most 2 weeks, and it would be much less dangerous than battling an epic ranked beast while not fully prepared. Chapter 85, Dungeon Diving in Another World. The matches were quickly wrapped up as we were given a show of exciting battles between peak rank S powers. At the end of all of it, the valiant mercenary I knew as Captain Reiner took the title. He stood on the empty arena as cheers erupted all around for the new guard of Princess Adelaide. The Crown Prince rose up with a smiling face as he clapped, and turned towards his sister, as if he couldn't wait for the final part of the event to go underway. 2 guards led the about-to-be-initiated Reiner over to the elevated platform as he went to his knees and bowed down right before Princess Adelaide. A golden sword appeared on the hands of the princess as she rose up and her veil disappeared, her stunningly frozen face becoming visible for everyone to see. It was tradition to give at least this much respect to a newly initiated royal guard. The disappearing of the veil caused the awes of many of the people CLU.S. Tiered in this exquisite square field, with LU's full eyes being extremely clear on the faces of the nobles sitting opposite to us that I watched using regal archer's eyes. But none of their eyes had as much emotion as I observed on Crown Prince Aeneas's eyes. They shone with a dangerous glint as he looked towards his sister. The golden sword in the hands of the princess lightly tapped the shoulders of Reiner, and he then lifted his hands up to accept the sword. Thus, a new royal guard had appeared. Cheers broke out as a veil covered the princess once more, and a fervent expression appeared on the new royal guard as he rose. "Ha ha! Yet another pet in your collection, little sister. I can't wait to see how you make use of all of them." The Crown Prince made these his last words as his figure disappeared and reappeared atop his griffin, his epic ranked guard following right after. Throughout the entire exchange and the few hours that passed during this guard selection, not even once had any words come out of Princess Adelaide's mouth. She looked to the retreating figure in the sky as I felt heavy emotions of rage almost spill out of her veiled figure. With the finishing of the event, we didn't stay with the celebrating mercenaries and nobles, the princess making her way to the carriage that was surrounded by many royal guards as we made our way to another location. I heard the familiar voice of the princess ring in my ears as I followed the procession in the skies. "We'll visit the castle where I can show you around for a bit." Her voice was much colder than the one I had been hearing all this time. I placed the Crown Prince high on my caution list after this as we moved to the center of Snowy Peak, where a luxurious castle manor laid itself out. Past the wide gates of the castle was a small garden of flowers and a water fountain in the center. It was a peacefully colorful sight as chirps of birds could be heard as they flew about. The carriage stopped in front of the manor entrance as the princess stepped out. The royal guard spread out to the surroundings as they took their positions around the manor, with one guard walking and talking closely with the newly initiated Captain Reiner that was looking enviously at the 2 guards that had access to enter the manor as their doors closed. With the covert rank S item and many hiding skills I had, I passed through the doors the same as the princess without any issues. The view inside the castle was even grander, with an enormous chandelier hanging in the ceiling as 2 sets of stairs SN.A.K.E.D to the second floor. The 2 guards that entered stayed at the bottom of each staircase as the princess made her way up, passing through a door that led to a large hallway. The door closed with a thud and Night revealed herself standing near the princess, with me deactivating some of the hiding skills and the veiled suit I had on. With a nod from the princess, Night moved forward and left the 2 of us walking across the hall. I know it may not seem like it, but my skill has confirmed it multiple times. My biggest enemy is my own older brother. I thought of the epic ranked guard that was with him as I listened to this and asked. I saw the powerful guard that stood at the entrance of Snowy Peak. Is the guard he came with the one protecting Summit Peak? Sadly no, and this is a point where I fell behind. There is an epic ranked guard protecting each of the 4 peaks. The guard he was bringing around was an adventure he found himself some time ago. His power continued to exceed mine after the addition of this one person. We walked through the halls of the manor as the princess told me more information about the 4 peaks of the Frozen Kingdom and the surrounding lands, not questioning for a second why I seemed to ask so many questions. I wanted to put my plans into place as I waited for my skills to continue rising in proficiency, as well as quickly rise the proficiency of my offensive rank S skills by delving into dungeons where secrecy would not be an issue. I want to go visit some of the dungeons in the surrounding areas to raise my strength a bit more after seeing the people you're up against. The princess turned to me with that same beautiful frozen face as I said this, and a barely visible smile appeared as she said, "Dungeons are a great way to go, and with how confident I am in my unique skill, I'm sure you aren't showing us your full power now. How about this? It's stifling to stay cooped up in this peak all this time, and I can't even recall the last time I went out of the kingdom. I don't know which part of the continent you hail from, but let me show you around the surrounding lands as you become more familiar with the dungeons and the people around here. With your strength, we shouldn't have anything to worry about." The girl continued to place complete confidence in her skill that apparently told her nothing would go wrong with me around. I thought about the idea and went along with it, thinking it would be nice to learn more about this world while getting to know the person who wanted my corporation so much. My passive skills continue to emulate proficiency even now, so passing the time with a gorgeous lady while getting stronger by combining skills as the requirements were met was also not bad. I would also get the chance to enter the dungeons where I can spam the offensive rank S skills multiple times to raise their proficiency too, and for this I would go into the dungeon alone. Give me a few hours to send out some messages and put a few things together. We can leave early tomorrow morning while I gather the intelligence on the traits of surrounding dungeons you can go to. I nodded as the princess continued to show me around her castle manor. She seemed to gradually be getting back that cheerful voice that still didn't match her face that didn't show much emotion the more she talked as the memory of the older brother from today faded. The rest of the day was spent walking around the manor and being introduced to where I'd be staying. She didn't lie with her words from before, she really did show me a grand room right next to an even larger one where she'd be staying, where Knight seemed to have prepared everything after she separated from us earlier. The first ever S+ rank skill also showed itself at this time with the addition of Saint's Phantom and All Element Resistance that reached the requirements. The new rank S+ skill was Saint's Return. A long-forgotten saint's shadow stands behind you and your allies, constantly healing and providing heavy resistance against your enemies. The appearance of the first ever S+ skill made me feel a great achievement, while also reminding me of my rate of progress. The scary rate of progress confirmed that I would definitely be able to combine an epic ranked skill sometime soon. It was a much safer and possibly faster way to strengthen myself, making me think skill combination was just an extremely killer addition to my nearly endless mana that continued to make my speed even faster as time passed. The day ended like this. It was one of those peaceful days I hadn't had in a while as I enjoyed the company of new people and became stronger through combining skills. Chapter 86, Dungeon Diving in Another World 2. The next morning, I found myself in a wide carriage that had the most comfortable seats that the cars in my world could not even compare. The princess was sitting opposite me in her veil as she looked out to the procession outside of the carriage. The carriage had a see-through function where the people inside could see the outside as it was a clear window, but those outside only saw the luxuriously made materials of the ride that was now attached to a magnificent horse. We were just a few steps away from the bottom of the bridge leading to the snowy peak as the carriage we were in was followed by many others like it, heading towards the large fortress wall in the distance. The princess seemed to have planned for many things as I could see various merchants and mercenaries coming along with us, as well as the royal guards that were valiantly defending from threats atop their horses. I could see the figure of Reiner that made me chuckle, as he seemed to have transformed into the most perfect princess knight that continued to gaze at the carriage we were in frequently. There are a few counties and dukedoms in our surroundings that face harsher winters with less food, but each of them have their own specialties that we can trade with. I can already see that you plan to go delve into the dungeons alone, so I'll be keeping myself busy while you do that. I felt like I could see a smile behind that veil as the princess spoke without worry, the barriers surrounding this carriage making it so that no sounds came out. She wore a thick white dress with glistening fur on her shoulders, clothing that was commonly seen on the people in this kingdom that always lived in cold winters. I liked how the girl quickly caught on as we began the journey outside the frozen kingdom. The procession of carriages quickly made their way out of the large gates as they paved their way across snowy roads. I was comfortably sitting in the carriage with the princess that continued to describe the things we were seeing even without me asking. What? My little sister is making a trading trip. A surprising move had occurred from the little rat that continued to evade my traps. Making a trip to surrounding counties at this time. Don't you know that dangerous things can happen in the outside world where many bad people move around? A gleeful smile broke out of my face as I thought of this opportunity that would never have presented itself before. What had happened to cause you to do something this reckless, huh? Did the number of pitiful rank S guards around you really make you think you were fully protected? Let's see what is giving you this newfound courage to prance around without worry. The first place the procession of carriages stopped at was a place called Vallon County. It took a few hours to get to this place as I learned more about the surrounding places near the Frozen Kingdom. Vallon County was famous for its textiles and exquisite clothing, so the merchants in this procession would start doing business here first. The county had a few dungeons in its surroundings, with the highest one being the Rank A dungeon, Floating Pentagons. The princess was planning to provide assistance and talk with the leader of this county as she tried to expand her influence. I would dive into this brand new dungeon for the first time and see just how different they were compared to the ones I have been used to. Before I left the carriage, Princess Adelaide handed me a small twinkling piece of metal. This works as a way to communicate if something ever pops up. If it blinks orange, then something serious that could endanger us might be occurring. If it glows red, well, hopefully it never comes to red. I accepted the piece of metal and told her not to worry too much, I would only spend a few hours in the dungeon. I could most likely clear it in under 20 minutes if it was anywhere near the dungeons I have been used to, but the goal was to enter the secret area where I would be alone to spam and raise my offensive rank S skills, so spending a few hours would be required. I let the princess leave the carriage first and activated my many hiding skills and added mana to activate the rank S veiled suit before stepping out myself. She was received by a plump man who began talking to her fervently while I went toward the dungeon she mentioned. The monolith of this dungeon was much bigger than the rank A ones I knew. There were dark doorways instead of squares to place your hands on, and I walked into one of these dark doors, entering the first dungeon in this world. Floating Pentagons was just as its name suggested. I was transported into a wide pentagon that was floating in the skies with complete darkness all around me. The only other points of light were 4 other pentagons similar to this one floating not too far away. Monsters began materializing on all the 4 pentagons but the one I was on, where 4 humanoid rhinos came to life and went towards the center of the pentagon that held a runic circle. The moment they stepped on this runic circle, they disappeared from their pentagon and all 4 monsters appeared in the middle of the pentagon I was in. I smiled at this new environment as I began by summoning my virulent abomination and started casting multiple offensive rank S skills. Thunder and molten flames roiled about, as well as flaming spears and blasts of cold that froze everything. The goal was to nonsensically spam every single skill continuously for the time to come until they reached 100 proficiency. I made sure to keep the bodies of monsters that continued to materialize from the 4 other pentagons and were transferred to the one I was standing in so that I could raise up and use Profane Eruption, too. From the first 4 humanoid rhinos, there came 8 more in a few minutes, then 16 more after that, and then 32. They kept on doubling as time passed, until 64 monsters kept on appearing every 10 minutes. If your hunting party couldn't handle the old ones fast enough, you would soon be overwhelmed and find yourself dead. I cleared them way before the new ones even came and continued to spam my skills as I watched the proficiency numbers rise in real time. Profane Eruption was truly deadly, as the bodies of dead monsters exploded in a shower of poisonous gore that blasted anything near, creating even more corpses. I made sure to target the skill to activate on a single corpse each time and not explode all the corpses at once so that I could activate it multiple times. I had completely gone into an insane mode of constant spamming that I lost track of time, completely not realizing when a huge 10-meter-tall colorful humanoid rhino that was most likely the boss became blasted as soon as it appeared by the surrounding skills. A large green crystal rose in the floating pentagon I was in while I felt a flow of information enter my brain. This was the random skill adventures received after clearing a dungeon for the first time in this world. The information entered my mind and instructed me on how to manipulate essence into an applicable form to cast the skill, Cook. As long as it is activated, any dish you make will turn out delectable. I felt a ringing as this new skill appeared on my attribute panel as a rank A skill, but it was such a different skill from what I was usually used to that I laughed. But the purpose of me entering this dungeon wasn't for the clear skill I would receive for the first clear. Although the skill did seem interesting, and I would try it when the chance came. For now, I would spend the next few hours in this dungeon raising proficiencies and combining skills. Chapter 87, Dungeon Diving in Another World 3. As destructive skills continued to be cast all around me, new ones that met requirements were combined. The addition of Spear of Destiny and Combusting Spears gave the A+ ranked Relegator's Spear. Pain Resistance and Ultra Regeneration produced the A+ ranked Immutable Regeneration that provided even faster regeneration while boosting my tolerance to pain. The new skill made me excited to try out. I also wanted to see just how great the healing effects of the S+ ranked Saint's Return was when applied to summons like the virulent abomination that always continue to be injured. If the resistance buff and healing was high enough, the summon might even be able to withstand attacks of that epic ranked beast while dealing its poisonous damage before being completely destroyed. I watched as the numbers rose for many of the skills, as well as another 2 particular S-rank offensive skills that were just a few digits away from being combined. Another skill that was rising slowly while active was Summon Virulent Abomination, but I made sure to make full use of the deadly explosion that occurred when I casted it while it was already on the field to also raise the skill even faster with continuous casting. It seemed like it would be compatible with Profane Eruption, so that was one thing I was also actively rising. A few hours passed like this, until I felt mentally drained from continuing to multitask and repeat this process so much. I looked around the messy floating pentagons as well the blank darkness below in this dungeon that would be terrifying for anyone who didn't have the ability to fly. Hundreds of monsters had died, but not even their bodies remained with the constant use of Profane Eruption. I went out of the dungeon to find the procession of wagons. Fully ready to go, with Princess Adelaide being kept company by the same plumpman that received her. I used silent communication to let her know I was done, and she said a few words to the plump count who nodded with vigor, with her heading towards the carriage right after. While remaining fully hidden from prying eyes, I was back in the carriage with the princess that seemed to have become exhausted after moving around these past 4 hours. You took your time, Sir Osmond. Are you sure you're good to go to the next location right now? From what she told me earlier, the next location would be the Shadow Dukedom with an S-rank dungeon nearby. It would take a few hours to get there, so I told her we were good to start the journey now. It neared evening, and I was able to serenely relax in the comfortable carriage after spending the last few hours incessantly casting skills. As we left behind the Valen County, we were surrounded by a scene of white as snow fell down even harder along the unpaved road. The white horses that were a tad bigger than ones I was normally used to did not seem bothered by the cold even one bit as they pulled the wagons and carriages forward. The royal guards occasionally became statues of snow as they continued to surround our carriage, with a few more protecting the wagons in the back. We hadn't come across anything so far, but the princess exercised great caution as usual. I was curious about her unique skill she mentioned before and asked her about it. The unique skill I hold is a special skill that can be passed down to those of your blood. My mother used the skill to become a powerful woman that commanded a great number of forces. Half the reason that my father was so successful as a king was due to her. She passed the unique skill down to me before she passed away years ago. A semblance of sorrow could be felt from her voice when she mentioned this. It seemed the possibility of skills being passed down occurred very rarely with strict conditions. She talked about the effects of the skill, and how she made many of her plans based on it. I praised this girl's ability to get where she was at now depending on this one skill. I also didn't want to overinflate my ego, but it also allowed her to find someone like me. If her skill is to continue to be trusted, it means I will be making big moves in the future. To protect her from someone that was meant to become the next ruler of the Frozen Kingdom as well as the calamity of demons she continues to mention. If her skill gave her confidence in passing through these events by keeping me close, then, I smiled at the thought of the people I would be facing and the impact that would come from defeating them. I had to take things as they came though, and not play too much when I have yet to obtain an epic rank skill. I found the pressure of the possibility of my death weighing heavily on my shoulders the moment I thought about its impacts. This was why I had searched for and learned so many defensive skills, as keeping my life was the first and foremost important goal. The many rank A defensive skills were rising very well, and I would most likely be able to make them A+ in another few days. The tone in the carriage was light as the princess talked about the areas we were passing and the places surrounding the kingdom. The Valen County that we just passed was one of them, and we were heading towards the Shadow Dukedom right now. These places depended on the protection of the kingdom's forces, and there was much tension right now as the forces of demons neared the cold lands. People from Valen County and the Shadow Dukedom that were worried. Enough even made their way towards the Frozen Kingdom with all of their life savings to settle down there. In this dukedom, they have a specialty of different types of food that are unique to their location. I think you'll find it fun to spend the night there. The princess seemed to have caught on to how much I enjoyed the food here, and made it so that we would spend the night enjoying the delicacies of this new location. We arrived half an hour later to the dukedom that was lined by huge walls. The procession of carriages and wagons were welcomed with enthusiasm as they saw the banner on the carriage we were in. I could already see a huge monolith rising up in the dukedom with regal archer's eyes, and it was more than twice as huge as the rank A dungeons I had normally seen. This was the rank S dungeon, waterworks, that I would dive into tomorrow. Both this one and the rank A, floating pentagons, had the same black color on their monoliths, not adopting any of the usual blue, orange, or red I've been used to. It was a hectic night as the merchants and guards moved around to unload a few things, and the princess was led to a manor where she would spend the night. We came to an enclosed area in the dukedom where a small castle stood. After the introductions with a valiant knight that had a red mohawk who was the duke of this place, among the few words that the princess let out, food was one of them. The duke was surprised when he heard the request of the princess to provide her with even more different types of delicacies than the ones they had prepared, and he agreed nonetheless. He knew the princess preferred to spend her time alone, so he didn't intrude too much, leaving after sucking up to her as much as he could. Guards were placed where they were needed as the doors to the small manor closed, and I finally lifted the effects of a few skills as well as the rank S veiled suit. Please help yourself, I know you must be tired from delving into the dungeon and listening to me talk the entire day. The princess said this as night flashed by not too far away and took her position outside the door of the room we were in. I was courteous and allowed the princess to sit down on the extravagant seats first before we enjoyed the delicacies of the Shadow Dukedom. It would be a nice ending to this eventful day as I waited to combine a large number of skills tomorrow. Chapter 88, Schemes. My morning began with abrupt knocks waking me up from the comfortable bed I was in. I didn't necessarily need sleep with my maxed rank S attributes and many skills that now became passive, but I always felt rejuvenated whenever I had a decent sleep. I groggily said come in while rising up from the bed where the silk sheets drifted down. The door opened to a blue-haired girl who seemed to have a semblance of worry on her eyes. She came to a stop as she saw my naked upper half on the bed and turned away as I became surprised at this type of reaction I never would have expected from someone like her. I equipped my body armor and asked, "What happened?" There shouldn't have been anything that went wrong with just a few hours passing. I was even patiently waiting to combine more skills this morning before diving in the dungeon here. Something that I didn't completely expect has occurred. She turned back and spoke in a serious tone as she faced me once more. Before we left, I made a few shadow guards stay behind to monitor the forces of the Crown Prince in the case of any suspicious movements. I thought there was a possibility he might try something fishy once news of me traveling to the surrounding counties and dukedoms reached him, but I never expected him to make such a bold move. I was up with full attention as she said this and I asked her, "What exactly did you find out?" The shadow guards followed a collection of mercenaries working under the Crown Prince as they left the kingdom. Only the two of them followed to see if this would lead to something while others remained in the kingdom to continue monitoring. The two shadow guards that followed those mercenaries closely found them heading in the same direction we are. This doesn't seem too bad. I waited for her to continue as it seemed she liked holding the best things for last. Among the mercenaries they observed was the figure of the woman that was with the Crown Prince a few days ago. Now, with these words I finally became serious. An epic-ranked individual was involved. What's their plan here? Surely your own brother isn't sending people to take your life. Huh? A light laugh escaped from her lips for the first time since I met her, and she said, "It's not my life that he wants. I've seen the way he's looked at me my entire life while I grew up. He's got a twisted mind, and I don't know what plans he's created from it. I thought about this possible new threat and my own level of power currently. Between beasts and humans, beasts of the same rank were always more powerful. Would this be applicable to the adventure that supposedly was heading towards us? I then looked through the many skills I had brought up recently, as well as the ones ready for combination after this past night, and a smile broke out in my face. They won't be making a move while we're in this dukedom, will they? No, they will most likely put up an ambush in the snowy roads with low visibility when we leave this place. The plan in my mind fully formed as this was confirmed. Great. We'll head out in a few days to clash with these people. For now, let's continue to enjoy the time in this dukedom. A few days would be enough for me to get much stronger through combinations and loot. After all of this was completed, I even had a chance to gain another epic rank skill from someone that wished me harm. Haha. I couldn't wait. The calm returned on the face of the princess as she saw my own face that had no worry, and nodded her affirmation. You plan to head to the dungeon now. As soon as we grab some food, it's going to be a grueling few days of grinding for me. Grinding. The term threw her off and I told her not to worry as we stepped out. The plan would be simple for the next few days. Constantly grind and combine skills while gaining new ones from this rank S dungeon, Waterworks. This would actually be the first S rank dungeon I dive in, as all the ones I came across previously had dungeon breaks right after. After grabbing some food, I covertly made my way over to the dark monolith. The hazy doorways were striking, the blackness inviting and drawing you in. Without wasting a minute, I entered my first rank S dungeon in this world. Waterworks was a particularly interesting dungeon, as the first floor I appeared in had a few patches of land, with water surrounding the floor for more than 2 times. My regal archer's eyes, that could see triple the distance that eagle's eye, could observe many movements on the water below. Without a second passing, monsters flew out of the water with sparkling sharp teeth spread wide open to take a bite out of my figure standing on the small path of land. The beasts looked completely the same as sharks, just 4 meters large, but with the addition of wide wings on its sides. These were the famous monsters in this dungeon called winged shark. They could stay in the water as well as the air, and terrorized any adventurers that were not prepared. I had the goal of focusing on raising my rank S offensive skills as well as the rank of my one and only summon currently, so I began with those skills. With the shining of the circular rune, the ugly abomination came out with a loud scream as always. The winged shark S in the air found their small wings ripped apart as something much larger than them began to move. Saint's Return was casted next as the figure of a golden saint with white hair appeared behind me. The hazy figure had a stern look on his face as white rays of light shot down towards me and the virulent abomination. The light brought about an invigorating feeling to my body as I felt energized and like nothing could possibly hurt me. The summon that had begun battling with the flying sharks found many parts of its body that were injured closing up quickly as it moved even faster. The next skills I began casting were Volcanic Eruption and Rage of the Thunder Monarch. I was excited to cast these even more as they would be reaching 100 proficiency in an hour or so. The first floor of this dungeon was cleared like this. The sharks were very aggressive and always dashed out of the water to attack. Even if they didn't though, the constant thunder that rained down in the water as well as the molten flames and gaseous heat made it easy to take all of them down. The moment any of them died, Profane Eruption came to play to cause even more mayhem. The Waterworks dungeon had 50 total floors, with the first 25 holding countless variations of winged shark S and the latter 25 holding the last boss room as well as another species of monsters. The fact that there were so many floors that provided a ton of monsters made the usage of Profane Eruption shoot through the roof and caused the proficiency to visibly rise over time. Hours passed by like this as I enjoyed the rising of numbers and combining of skills while terrorizing new species of monsters. Chapter 89, Fast-Paced Power-Ups. Halfway through the 10th floor of Waterworks, Volcanic Eruption and Rage of the Thunder Monarch finally hit 100, and I was able to put the 2 skills in the Skill Combination tab that shone blue. The product of these 2 was the rank S plus skill, Devastation. The sky cracks as destructive lightning and flames from the depths of an unknown dimension search for your enemies. The first trial of this skill was particularly eye-opening. The moment it was casted, it seemed like the sky was unzipped as roiling thick ropes of purple lightning and red flames spread out to every single winged shark in the air, as well as the ones hidden below in the water. The destructive combination of lightning and heavy flames seemed as if they had their own consciousness as they searched for and blasted apart any beast they pierced into. 10 seconds, that was how long the skill lasted, but also the amount of time that cleared out the entirety of winged shark S in our surroundings, leaving the virulent summon standing blankly in the air looking for more enemies. The advent of Devastation made my attacks overcome the efficiency of the fast-moving summon for the first time since it appeared, increasing the rate we progressed through the dungeon. On the 25th floor, the rank A skills that had been active all this time finally reached the requirements and were combined. Steeled Muscles and Hardened Bones went together to provide Men of Steel. Wind Armor and Frigid Armament produced the colorful, dual-element armor. Metal Scales and Yeti's Fur produced Bestial Hide. Tanzanite Skin and Earth Armor went ahead to produce Protection of the Earth. This gave me 4 new rank A plus defensive skills that had their power nearing rank S, giving me even more confidence of having a sturdy enough defense to withstand attacks of someone of the epic rank. I would still continue to over-prepare though, as nothing wrong would come out from that. After passing through the 25th floor, we came across another type of monster in this dungeon. This time they were the terrifying combination of a humanoid fish, the famous Siren S. They had naked upper bodies where voluptuous masses of flesh were flinging around as their lower bodies were made of hard green scales. They had powerful attacks shooting out from their mouths as deadly sound waves and poison continued to fly out as they moved across the water. Well, they still didn't stand a chance against the virulent abomination that ripped them apart without reservation, as well as devastation that searched out for them even when they dived underwater. Profane eruption caused them even more problems as the bodies of their friends exploded and left poisonous zones in the water that spread out. As they could not fly into their skies, they became even more pitiful than the winged shark S from earlier floors. I continued to bulldoze through the dungeon in this manner, a multiple array of skills continuing to be casted as their proficiencies rose. Summon Virulent Abomination had already reached 100 as my fingers itched to combine it with the poisonous and powerful, Profane Eruption, the moment more bodies of dead monsters continued to appear. I had already profaned more than a few thousand bodies just in this dungeon alone as more than 2 hours had passed while I went down waterworks. The dungeon's floors were extremely vast and wide, providing a vast array of monsters that made me very happy. With a few thousand more bodies to explode until I reached floor 50, I might be able to carry out the combination of the two skills in this dungeon run. Another 2 hours passed as I took out the screaming Siren S, and I found myself on the 50th floor where the boss resided. The floor was a wide expanse of water, without even a patch of land to stand on now. Adventurers usually came into this dungeon equipped with information and items that either allowed them to breathe underwater or walk on it, being fully prepared for many different situations before they came in. I went about it a whole different way by remaining in the air with the flight skill that continued to show extreme usefulness even now. I watched in the air as the ugliest beast I had seen in a while showed itself. I thought my abomination was ugly to look at, but the monstrosity rising up was something else. The boss of this rank S dungeon that was called Fish Monstrosity made its appearance. It was, as its name suggested, a monstrosity made up from multiple fish that seemed to still be alive and screaming as wails came out of various parts of its body. Its face was contorted in anger as it howled towards me, multiple water spears forming and making their way over. This beast was one that many adventurers had trouble with when looking at its hard defenses and powerful water element abilities. The maxed abomination that was at the height of its power swooped down to smash into the monstrosity as their deadly battle began. I let the water spears hone in on my position and strike my body, seeing just how effective the attacks of a peak rank S beast that needed multiple rank S adventures to take it down would stand against my many defensive skills as well as Saint's Return that continued to heal me and provide me resistance boosts consistently. The water spears seemed to have struck into a muddy wall as they didn't even get near enough to dent my armor, the many defensive skills that were either layered on top of my skin or in the form of colorful barriers stopping them right in their tracks, where they then dissolved into nothingness. I nodded in satisfaction while watching this, realizing that even if an epic rank were to land their attacks on me, they would at most injure me. But, let's continue mulating more defenses. I eagerly looked to the battle between the two ugly beasts as the virulent abomination seemed to have the upper hand with the constant healing and buffs from Saint's Return. Every single injury it suffered closed in but an instant as the fish monstrosity continued to be injured with the noxious blasts it was releasing as well as its sharp claws. I finished the battle as I casted Devastation, and watched the roiling thunder and flames rush out from the rift in the sky and pierce the body of the beast. Painful screams rung out as the beast withstood extreme heat and lightning, watching its body slowly become burned and destroyed. When the 10 seconds passed, only a mess of flesh was left behind as the monstrosity screamed pitifully. The summon ended the fight by digging into its body and releasing multiple noxious blasts from within. A similar scene to when I cleared the floating pentagons for the first time occurred, where a flow of information in the form a skill was placed in my mind. It was quickly absorbed and transformed into a skill that appeared on my panel. This time it was a rank S skill called Budding Farmer. You can become the best farmer in your region. In exchange for a large amount of mana, the skill allows you to change the essence in a surrounding field to promote the extreme growth of all plants. All the skills that I was receiving by clearing a dungeon for the first time in this world were non-combat skills that seemed to have their own special uses. I wasn't complaining as they seemed to be very interesting skills, so I would give the first one I received, Cook, and this one a try soon. From the knowledge I collected so far, the perk of gaining a skill when clearing a dungeon for the first time in this world was completely random. It was a completely different system from the dungeons that the demons used to descend to my world. I would see what type of skills I would continue receiving when I clear more dungeons of this world in the future. I went near the beast to get its loot, similar to how I had been doing these past 49 floors, as I collected more cores and a skill book into my storage pouch. I then rose higher and casted Profane Eruption, watching the large body of the beast cause a heavy explosion and give the last point from 99 to 100 for the skill. I excitedly looked at the two skills that were ready for combination as the summon was cancelled, and I placed Summon Virulent Abomination and Profane Eruption into the Skill Combination tab. The tab shone in a blue light as the process took even longer than when I combined the skills to receive Saint's Return. It finished in a few seconds, and the new rank S+ skill produced from this deadly combination was Summon Plague Bearer, an abomination of extreme evil that causes deadly plagues wherever it goes. The skills Poisonous Breath and Defiler are among its tools. My eyes shone with this combination as I itched to restart this dungeon and see just how deadly the summon had become. Chapter 90, A Journal Entry. Hello. This will be night's number 786 entry. A perplexing event has occurred recently that deserves to be recorded. My gracious lady gave me a command that allowed her to connect to a man we just recently observed. It was a peculiar man based on the details we collected. He seemed to have popped out from nowhere and landed in our kingdom, showing an average level of power, and yet catching the eye of the princess. We were still matching his characteristics with those of beings across the continent. As for why he caught the eyes of the princess, I have yet to find out. It is the continued behavior of the princess towards this man that continued to make me observe them even more, though. Not to even mention how close she seems to be getting to him and allowing him to be that frank with her, let's just take a look at the past few days we spent in the Shadow Dukedom. After another one of my sisters informed her of another plot hatched by the royal wanker, the first thing she did was head to inform that man. She didn't discuss with us or with the royal guards on our plan of action. The plot currently afoot could be potentially dangerous for all of us, so I expected the princess to come up with one of her grand plans that would allow us to outwit the enemies and arrive back to our castle unharmed. But no such thing occurred. She simply went to discuss it with that man and came out, informing us to continue monitoring from a distance and to be sure that they do not catch on, that we will continue to spend our time in this place for a few days. This wholly surprised me and made me question the power of that man that made the princess disregard the power of an epic-ranked individual. It also made me somewhat down. Did the lady not need us anymore? The morning after we found out about the news of the impending attack that was waiting for us, as soon as we left this dukedom, the man disappeared from my detection and didn't appear until the end of the day. I was happy to be back to spending time alone with the lady as she went about her work here, but was also curious about this man who could escape the perception of someone like me that was trained in this art. When he reappeared in the evening, he seemed to be in a good mood, and even went as far as to ask the princess to bring him some ingredients for food he wanted to cook. This was something I never expected, but I acted as instructed and brought in a variety of raw meats and vegetables to work with. He began cooking while seeming like a complete beginner, but the results were something completely unexpected. There was an appetizing smell in the air stemming from the food he made that I've never come across before. I couldn't help but overstep my boundaries when I saw the lady enjoy the delicacies, and shamefully accepted the offered food. The conclusion. Maybe this man wasn't too bad after all. A significant amount of time was still spent with the lady and the sir talking. I never knew what the two of them spent so much time discussing, as the lady had already asked me not to snoop in when she was alone with him. I still had many questions, but I knew the princess was careful in who she confided in, so I will wait until she can come to me again. On our second and third day in the Shadow Dukedom, the same pattern continued to repeat where he disappeared and reappeared, each time he came back seeming much more calm and confident. I wasn't dumb, and inferred a possible activity that this man was doing every day was most likely going down the famous Waterworks dungeon by himself. I was shocked when I came to this conclusion, as the only people powerful enough to delve into S-rank dungeons alone were either powerful heroes with unique skills or powerful adventures of the next rank. But maybe this would explain some of the many mysteries surrounding him, as well as the unexplainable savory food he has routinely been making. It was now the evening of the third day, and I can already smell that same aroma from before. I'll see if I can continue to overstep my boundaries and receive some more of those delicacies. Until then. A few days had passed while I continued to dive into my now favorite dungeon, Waterworks. The abundant amount of monsters and many floors allowed me to go all out testing the new skills that were already rising nicely. Both the newly combined rank S+ skills had reached the 30s in proficiency, and were taking their time even after I constantly spammed them these past 3 days. Maybe getting an epic ranked skill in a few days was too far-fetched, and I might need another week or two as higher ranked skills took their time to rise. The one thing that I found to be helpful to my psyche after the constant grind of skills and killing monsters for so many hours was the new hobby I found myself doing. I count it as a blessing that I began doing this, as I felt like the only words passing through my mind was just this skill or that skill and which ones were next to combine. This new hobby was me using the skill, cook, to put a few things together. I wasn't doing anything special, only using my barely passable cooking that I had to learn when I was on my own. Yet the results were exceptional. Well, it was basically the skill doing what it described. I could confidently say that the things I made while cook was one of the best foods I had ever eaten. It beat the food I had when I first arrived in this world by a mile. This made me curious to try out the budding farmer skill too, as it probably holds even greater surprises. Aside from finding myself respite from the monotonous grinding so that I don't go crazy, I made new additions with skill combination, and received another 6 rank S skills as well as 3 items after continuously clearing the Waterworks dungeon. The new rank S skills were Flash, high-speed movement that allows your body to automatically evade enemy attacks, Phoenix Arrow, your bow momentarily releases inflamed arrows that carry the aura of a phoenix, Enfeeble, a terrible curse strikes your enemy, reducing their speed, damage, defense, and resistance, Aura of Belligerence, an aura of war surrounds you and your allies. Plus 200% damage, Shield Slam, your shield comes to life, targeting any enemies around you in a flurry of attacks, Obfuscation, your presence continues to thin out until the best detection skills cannot observe you. It was a great addition of powerful skills, where even ones that I doubted I would use like Shield Slam and Phoenix Arrow, I still learnt them anyways. The newly obtained rank S items were Viridian Boots, Legion Armor, and Dulled Trident. Besides the trident, I could wear everything else. The new Legion Armor went on top of the rank S veiled suit with no issues, and the Viridian Boots vastly increased my speed. All of these new additions and skills made me confident to stand against the power of an epic ranked skill without my life being snuffed in the next second. I would give myself another day before going out to clash with the mercenaries still waiting in ambush outside the snowy roads. Chapter 91, Epic Eye. It was now the morning of the 4th day in the Shadow Dukedom. Even with most of my time cooped up in the Waterworks dungeon, I was still able to spend some time watching the mundane and sometimes extraordinary lives of the people living here. They weren't too different from the masses that I was used to in the Frozen Kingdom, only looking slightly more impoverished as they had access to less food. I was standing next to a frozen field in one of the designated plots of land that were usually heavily protected. They treated the source of their food with this much importance. Princess Adelaide had mentioned that the vegetables growing in these fields were called white radishes. They were a strong plant that grew in the extremely cold conditions very well. But the soil of this dukedom and a few others around the Frozen Kingdom had been seeing reduced crop yield on lands that were normally fertile. I wanted to test the usefulness of budding farmer after the surprise that Cook brought me, so I would try the skill before I head out to clash with the strong attackers. Waiting for us. A lone princess was standing far behind me in another light blue dress, the cold winds not bothering her one bit. I could also feel the presence of night that I had recently felt like she was watching me just a tad bit too much. I raised my hand towards the small field that had a few hundred white radishes growing and casted, budding farmer. Rough winds roiled about as the essence around the field condensed and visibly changed to a tinge of green that landed on the field. The green color shone for just a few seconds as changes on the plants began occurring. The somewhat dried, white radishes had their white leaves begin to extend and grow, with them sprouting from the ground so quickly that half of the body of the radishes could now be seen bunched together fighting for space. In the next minute, the field I casted the skill on had undergone a complete change, becoming vastly different from the surrounding fields. Sparkling and robust, white radishes now valiantly stood in the fields. The princess that couldn't contain her shocked expression even with her cold face went forward to pick one up as she continued to be surprised. It turns out the new vegetable that rapidly grew under the effect of budding farmer was twice as large as normal ones. Gears were turning in the mind of the princess as she began walking back and forth rapidly. This skill, just like the previous, cook, had shown extravagant effects. Especially the amazing economic use that, budding farmer, had. The princess had already started to look at me with her shining dark eyes as she realized the possible impact of something like this in these frozen lands. I casted the skill on a few more fields before leaving, with the princess letting me know she would come up with an excuse of being blessed with a unique skill that raised the land's fertility and increased the growth rate of produce. She would use this opportunity to expand her influence even further in this dukedom. This aligned with my current thoughts of remaining in the shadows while moving around, and the fact that whatever influence the princess continued to amass in the future would also become mine. I confirmed this as I continued to spend my time with her, affirming her claims of her providing me with whatever I wanted. The time for me to take what I really wanted would come soon enough. With the testing of the non-standard skills I received from the first clears of this world's dungeon done, I moved on to the next phase that I was excited about. A collection of mercenaries with an epic-ranked powerhouse in their midst had been patiently waiting for us in snowy lands. I didn't want them to wait much longer as the last combination of skills met the standards I set for myself before. These past 4 days, after the constant activation of the skills, I was able to combine the rank A+ defensive skills of Men of Steel and Protection of the Earth to bring out the S-ranked Rune of Defense, an archaic rune spreads throughout your body. Plus 200% defense. Dual element armor, and Bestial Hide, produced Dragon Scales. Your body is surrounded by defenses that are meant for the highest beings. In addition to the defensive skills, the covert rank A skills were also able to become A+, with Obscure and Shadow Escape becoming Abstruse Cover. Illusory and Chameleon Skin came together to produce Barrier of Illusion. With the increased confidence of these new skills, I would move out today to see the power of someone of the next level once again. The previous time I was matched against 2 beings of a higher level, with me becoming gravely injured where even a limb was lost. I was going to be careful enough that even with confidence in the many skills I had active, such a scene would not make its appearance again. The information we continued to receive from the shadow guards keeping track of the mercenaries set to ambush us was that they were camped near the only pathway leading out of the shadow dukedom. They wanted to corner the caravan the princess was leading on the only path that could be taken. This also meant that I knew where they were, and they had no idea I would be coming. A smile crept onto my lips as I observed the procession of carriages and wagons ready to move out of the dukedom. I would be making the move first, and meeting the attackers before this procession even reached that position. The princess was staring in the air with an expectant expression on her frozen face as she waited for me to return. I flew out of the dukedom with vigor, looking forward to the clash that would undoubtedly provide me with an amazing skill of the next rank. In a cold and blistering environment with heavy snow falling, a group of people were angrily fanning the flames in a small makeshift hideout they created. Their bodies were extremely powerful, with most of them at rank S and one even being epic ranked. But after constantly facing the cold these past few days with their targets not appearing, their defenses continued to wane. A group was tiered together as they talked in hushed tones while looking towards a figure that stood in the stormy cold outside with heavy armor plastered over her body. The cold didn't seem to bother her in the least as her body emanated a level of power that kept the ice elements at bay. "Hey, do you think we can at least tear the veil off after we capture her?" "Ha, only if you want to spend the rest of life being tortured. Keep to the assignment details. Our task is to handle the guards and destroy the wagons. We leave the main target to the commander." "Ah, I know. It's just hard not to think about it after you've seen her face once, you know. Tisk, focus on the mission. Visit a brothel after this if you need to, but don't let your stupidity cause your death. We act as soon as we see that woman's caravan." Flames crackled as the snow fell. Not too far from this group, a flying figure was meeting with someone that was keeping watch of these rowdy mercenaries without their knowledge. The figure's eyes honed in at the location of the collection of mercenaries, his presence so thin that even the falling snow passed through him. A hunter had found its prey. Vitality, 370. Strength, 380. Skills, F, E, D, C, B, A, Flight, 100, Guardian's Light, 100, Instant Transfer, 100, Infernal Purge, 100, Arc Lightning, 100, Area Expansion, 22, Pain Resistance, 100, Recorder, 100, Language Comprehension, 100, Healing Light, 100, Lion's Roar, 23, Water Barrier, 100, Pierce, 100, Executor's speed, 100, sense heat source, 100, silent communication, 55, regal archer's eyes, 66, cook, 33. A+, Arctic zone, 100, relegator's spear, 23, immutable regeneration, 100, abstruse cover, 2, barrier of illusion, 2. S, protection of the wounded, 100, flash, 11, aura of belligerence, 23, enfeeble, 11, phoenix arrow, 1, shield slam, 1, obfuscation, 33, rune of defense, 2, dragon scales, 2, budding farmer, 8. S+, saint's return, 41, devastation, 45, plague bearer, 39. Equipment, 3 XP ring of storage, A ring of storage, S storage pouch, S veiled suit, S legion armor, S viridian boots. Chapter 92, Epic 2. I enjoyed the winter storm that further obscured the view as my figure silently stood in the air. I looked down towards an individual who was blatantly releasing their dangerous aura without care. A few tents were tiered under the shade of trees, with this figure standing alone outside and staring blankly towards the path leading to the shadow dukedom. I focused as I prepared to move against this power of the next rank. I put everything aside as I looked to these people I would be embroiled in a battle with. I didn't know them, and they didn't know me. But they wanted to harm someone I had plans for, so I would steel my heart and fight. My figure was fully hidden with multiple skills as well as the veiled suit, making sure nobody could see me coming. Even though I was confident in the defensive skills, it didn't mean I would have to be reckless. I would attack while still hidden in the dark. I counted 1 epic ranked mercenary and 9 S ranks. My focus would mostly be placed on the most powerful one. I breathed out as I prepared for the oncoming battle. I started off with a small welcome of multiple casts of devastation. Rifts in space opened up as wriggling destructive pillars of lightning and molten flames sn.a.k.e.d their way towards the enemy. Barely a second passed before the mercenary reacted and took up a stance. A wild look appeared on the mercenary's face the moment she saw the rifts opening up as her body began to shine golden. Yah! With a shout, a golden bell formed the moment the skills sn.a.k.e.d towards her. Pandemonium ensued as the attacks connected, the golden light shining strongly and holding on as the nearby rank S mercenaries were blown away. The epic ranked mercenary looked around the ensuing destruction to find her attacker, but she was met with a dark aura plaguing her body as, enfeeble, was casted. The spell ignored her defenses as it struck her and weakened the golden bell she had erected, causing the attacks from devastation to connect. Boom! I began feeling the exhilaration of conducting the battle in the dark as the essence around the mercenary roiled. A spectacular skill was being casted from her. The damage from devastation was pushed away as a transparent figure began forming around the mercenary. The rank S that were flung back were about to jump to block the incoming attacks when they stood back stupefied at the sight of their leader. The transparent figure of the skill she had casted held a long sword, its body boasting an incredible size of more than 8 meters. Voom! The essence around us roiled as the being was fully formed. The figure of the epic ranked mercenary could now be seen in the transparent belly of the incarnation she had casted, each of her movements being duplicated to perfection as sharp winds came out from the large transparent thing holding a long sword. The roiling snakes of flames and lightning were all blocked as the figure stood imposingly to meet my next attack as I remained in the dark. So this was an epic ranked individual. The power it let off was definitely higher than my S+ summon or the devastation skill. But since I could cast them multiple times without reservation, I would make up for the lack of power in quantity. This wasn't to mention powerful support skills like Aura of Belligerence that further increased my damage, making me confident if my skills weren't already packing firepower equal to epic, they were nearing. As the mercenaries waited for the next attack, what met their eyes was a grotesque beast that was even larger now that it was S+ ranked. The virulent abomination that had become a plague bearer appeared with wide green wings outstretched. Poison was constantly falling off its body in blobs of green that smashed into the ground. As soon as the expanded mercenary saw the monstrosity, the large body moved with a speed that it shouldn't have as its sword struck down with a beautiful circular swing. My summon did not evade the incoming sword, its belly rumbling as its mouth unnaturally opened more than a meter wide. Poisonous Breath, a skill unique to the plague bearer, was casted. The air trembled as this skill made its appearance. Green and murky, with an unbearable stench, the noxious collection of liquid and fumes came out to cover the entirety of the rushing figure. The large sword of the expanded mercenary smashed into my summon, knocking it down and nearly splitting it in half. But, like a sticky material, its two sides were slowly joining back together as Saint's Return was already active and healing its injured body while continuing to provide buffs. Using Regal Archer's eyes, I could see the figure of the woman in the enclosed transparent incarnation move in pain. Her left arm had turned a deadly shade of green as the figure she commanded did the same. She could not completely evade the poisonous breath. I tried to remain as emotionless as possible, and casted more devastation, as well as giving another command to the upgraded and healed summon. Its other newly gained skill, Defiler, could not be put to full use as there were not many corpses nearby. 2 rank S mercenaries had already met their end from being too close when the poisonous breath landed, with the rest of them going further in the distance as they tried to jump into the fight with panic. To them, only a single enemy had appeared, and even after taking a strike from the most powerful person there, it just closed itself up like it was nothing. Oh! The plague bearer howled as its wings flapped, rushing towards the 8-meter incarnation once more. The roiling snakes of flames and lightning that completely ignored it and smashed into the enemy gave a fantastic picture of this grand battle. The epic ranked mercenary wasn't for show, as the incarnation holding a sword she had casted was becoming more and more solid as time passed. Its blade became faster as it rushed towards the summon. The sight in front of me was hard to describe. The 8-meter-tall figure that enveloped the epic mercenary was moving as if it was the lightest thing in the world, the long blade in its hand spinning beautifully in the air as the summon continued to evade the strikes. One of them finally connected. The blade wedged itself deep into the body of the plague bearer that was now over 6 meters. It pierced from the front to the back completely, and without reservation, the summon continued forward. Its wings flapped behind it as it ignored all the damage and came close to the belly of the incarnation where the mercenary was hiding in. Green smoke roiled out as 2 green bodies unnaturally appeared, flinging themselves towards the figure of the large incarnation as well. These were the 2 dead rank S mercenaries that fell from poisonous breath. Their arms flailed as they seemed like the fastest zombies alive, reaching and sticking to the epic ranked mercenary's large figure in an instant. This was the second skill that the upgraded summon could now use, Defiler. When I first watched this skill in action, too many grand ideas popped up as I saw the summon controlling the bodies of dead beasts and flinging them around like poisonous bombs. A cruel smile seemed to appear on the plague bearer's wretched face as it reached the position it wanted. The 2 dead beings it controlled through the skill began expanding dangerously while stuck to the transparent figure as both them and the body of the plague bearer exploded. The impact shook the surrounding 15 meters as green muscle, pus, and bones flew out, knocking the large-bladed figure backwards as screams rang out. Chapter 93, Epic 3. There was a sense of desolation in the air. The rank S mercenaries were moving around avoiding deadly patches of green that were spread throughout the battlefield. One stayed near a patch of bubbling pus for a few seconds, only to feel his limbs start losing strength as he became poisoned. Find the attacker. Reinforce the commander. Occasional shouts could be heard as the figures moved around the poisonous battlefield. They had what could be considered great strength, and yet they had to evade the poison this beast released with the best of their abilities just to stay alive. More and more of them fell as they tried to reinforce their commander that continued to be swamped with constant and deadly attacks. A rank S seasoned warrior was moving through the snowy field frightfully as he tried to evade the thick lines of flames and lightning that SN.A.K.E.D their way in the surroundings. He could feel desperation as he couldn't shake any of them off, with even the slightest lapse in concentration causing him to be poisoned by the air that was turning a shade of green. His vision began darkening as he moved, and soon slumped down. The epic ranked commander was staring at the skies as she found her figure thrown back from the explosion. She could feel a searing pain running through her body that continued to be poisoned all this time. The recent explosion where that horrendous monstrosity as well as the dead it controlled attacked her had sealed the deal. She wanted this pain to stop. Someone of her caliber had never been subjected to this, and she was feeling extreme anger. Who? Just who had the power to hide from her sight and attack her like a coward? She closed the eyes that were staring through the transparent figure of Sword Saint's incarnation, the skill that allowed her to get where she was today. She needed more energy to keep the skill active and bring it to life. The more energy she provided, the more solid the incarnation became. The pain from the poison was taking a lot of energy from her to keep it at bay, so she was stuck in an impasse. Her figure landed on the ground as she made up her mind. She didn't want to use it as there was no turning back, but she had no choice. A jewel shining in a menacing red light appeared in her hands. She did not hesitate as she brought it to her mouth, and swallowed right away. Zing! An uncomfortable sound spread out through the snowy field as the red light permeated her body, and the larger transparent figure that surrounded her as well. She seemed to be undergoing a transformation as a horn began appearing on her forehead. Her opponent would not leave her be though. In the middle of this transformation, the hideous-looking figure that leaked poisonous pus had reappeared and was already releasing another one of its vile breaths. Rifts continued to open up in the sky as flames and lightning struck down, not giving this powerful figure any respite during her transformation. Arg! The interruption caused the energies to go berserk as the change was only half completed, and the large transparent figure now tinged in red became more visible. The moment the sword in its hand slashed towards the monstrosity vomiting poisonous material, it stopped the belching and dashed towards her body, exploding again in the next moment. The mercenary was full of wrath as this occurred again and pushed her back, the poison reapplying itself with even more vigor after the second explosion. Her incarnation was getting back up again when she saw the same monstrosity appear, and explode again for the second time. A third time. A fourth time. She was breathing heavily as she felt the incarnation fading away after using up all her mana. Fear of the unknown person that continued to send suicidal attacks with their monstrous beast had etched itself deep inside. Rough breathing was coming out as she saw the green monstrosity appear above her again as good as new. Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. She found herself letting out gory laughs as the poison permeated through her at this ridiculous sight. Even swallowing that jewel for its forbidden power did not do a single thing about this attacker that didn't even bother to show himself. She had many decisions in her life and never regretted any, but it seemed she stood on the wrong side this time. She wanted to at least see the person capable of taking her down like this. What sort of great person are you? Why do you stand with the princess of a small kingdom in the north? Her thoughts soon came back to the current situation as she saw the monstrous green beast in the skies. She was baffled at the ridiculous repetition of explosions that continued to wear down her now 8-meter large body. The incarnation was slowly fading away as the monstrosity continued to explode and reappear in the next instant. At least give me the honor of seeing the person who would take my life. She found the strength to speak as her body worked to push out the poison and try to maintain the incarnation at the same time. Silence was all she received as she found the same beast appearing from a huge runic circle once again. Bah, pathetic. Not even enough balls to show yourself. The large incarnation used this time to vault the huge sword it was holding into the air where the monstrosity had appeared. The beast curved the rushing blade without difficulty as it only slashed air, and looked below at the transparent figure, and the mercenary still floating in it. A wicked expression could be seen as its large mouth began transforming. The epic-ranked mercenary looked at this and realized her journey would be ending here today. Unexplainable terror rose out as this idea spread throughout her being. Her sight was occupied by the beast's head that had its jaws opened unnaturally as it belched out poisonous atrocities towards her. A green light covered the eyes of this mercenary. In a moment, this green light turned into darkness. I breathed out in relief as I prevented the crazy power-up from continuing in front of me. Did she really think I would give her the time to transform into an even more powerful version of herself before acting? The dark menacing light she swallowed before her failed transformation gave out an oppressive feeling, but I stopped whatever its purpose was meant to be. The power it let out was almost twice what I felt from the epic-ranked mercenary, and it had an evil feeling emanating. This appearance of this red light gave me a certain feeling of apprehension, and made me form some new assumptions that would be deadly if they were true. I had to move faster. During the many explosions that occurred from the plague bearer carrying out its killer suicide attacks, the remaining rank S mercenaries had fallen from the constant blasts of poisons and the targeting attacks of devastation. I would be blessed with another set of S-rank skills, as well as something even more wondrous from the body of the epic mercenary that was bubbling with pus currently. I sent a command and watched as the summoned plague bearer absorbed the poisonous fumes and liquids around us. I targeted the bodies of dead mercenaries as I started with the most powerful one first. The body glowed in a purple light when I neared it, a large skill book, an item, and multiple glistening cores appearing in my storage pouch right after. I was surprised as this was the first time that both an item and a skill book had come out from a singular enemy. The item was, Kingslayer, a sword worthy of killing the highest echelons. Has a constantly sharpening blade edge and weighs as much as a feather. It was a glistening golden sword that was the same size as myself. It was such an exquisite sword that I couldn't help but grab and swing it a few times. I shook myself out of this new feeling as I looked at the skill book next. Corrupted Sword Saint's Incarnation, the body and memories of a genius sword saint descend for as long as mana is provided. Requires caster to equip a sword to activate. When active, plus 300% physical damage, plus 300% speed, plus 200% defense, plus Dark Slayer sword style. I looked at the numbers shown on the skill description in shock at this new type of skill. It wasn't my usual type of skill that I learned, but I wanted to try it out so damn badly. I couldn't hold my excitement as I watched the particles of the epic ranked skill book fade into my body. Now, what surprises will you bring? Chapter 94, Ambition and a Demon King. Adelaide. I've been feeling a rare semblance of peace these past few days. If I could put it into words, it would go like this. You had a constantly sharpening blade hanging above your neck, and it could drop down any minute. This blade was so sharp and deadly that it built up a fear of the approaching death and continued to fill you with anxiety and dread. You then spend the next few years just constantly trying to avoid that blade, but it still hangs over you. Then one day, out of nowhere, you find a person that would lift this blade off your back, and make sure it never approaches you again. The blade hanging and waiting to strike down on me was lifted by Sir Osmond. The stress and anxiety I had been feeling all this time, gone. Even now, I don't think this esteemed person knows just how much influence he has over me. I couldn't even begin to recount the amazing feats he continued to do. I expected his power to be very high for the unique skill to confirm that he would be the one to prevent the coming calamity, but I didn't know to what extent. An adventurer taking down a rank A dungeon by himself was rare, but not mind-bending. Doing the same thing for rank S dungeons. That was a whole other level. Putting his battle power aside, something even more magical was his power that allowed him to turn a barren land fertile and cause the almost instantaneous growth and ripening of plants. This was the thing that completely cemented my trust in him and made him all the more special. I was able to put this dukedom's leader completely under my influence with the sudden abundance of foods that I provided. And now, I was waiting beside the carriage as he went to face a deadly epic-ranked powerhouse with a smile. I patiently waited as I held full trust in him, and soon saw a gold light fly in from the distance. This was one of the secrets I held, the ability to see his light whenever he was near due to my unique skill. He seemed to have an even more amazing skill that allowed him to become completely hidden to anyone near him along with the addition of the purposefully made veiled suit. But my skill always reacted when he was near. I smiled at his expected successful return and opened the doors to the wide carriage, overlooking the long line of wagons behind us as I gave the signal to prepare to move out. The esteemed sir silently got in the ride, with me going in last and closing the door, multiple barriers encircling the carriage soon after. He had the same calm face as he reappeared in front of my eyes, with a hint of worry as he seemed to be lost in thought. The significance of the event that just occurred seemed to be minor in his eyes, but it was something tremendous. Epic-ranked powerhouses were a nation's deterrents, and he had just defeated one. He had successfully taken down those that wished us harm, and the effects would be large. I would be using this event to my advantage and seek an audience with Father as soon as we get back to the kingdom. He seemed to have made up his mind after a while and spoke. You asked me before what I wanted. Yes. What exactly did someone like this want? I had an inkling but wanted to hear it from him first. If it was what I had in mind, I would wholly give it to you. He looked at me seriously as the golden light on his body shined even more. If I told you that I wanted to take this whole world into the palm of my hands, what would you say? I could feel my heartbeat increasing when he said this. It was better than my wildest dreams. I replied as I could feel a smile slowly form on my face. For someone with your power, it would only be natural. Did he finally decide on his ambitions? For him to prevent the coming calamities, he had to lead us through them. My peace-loving father would not be able to do it. My scheming older brother would fail even more. My unique skill told me this was the person to stick to in order to pass through the coming times. If not just me, but the entire world that attaches itself to him, then naturally the whole continent will find itself with less anxiety just like me. I trusted my skill that much. My mind had long ago been made up as I rose in the wide carriage, and bowed towards this man once again. The cold voice that I wished had more emotion rang out. My heart was pounding as the words left my mouth. I formally greet and show respect to esteemed sir. As I have said before, whatever you need, I will provide. For the prosperity of myself and many more that are suffering, I will follow the direction you lead us to. Somewhere in the frozen lands, a demon king was surrounded by scantily clad figures in a compound that seemed recently erected. Ranked 56, he was Demon King Gremory. 2 horns could be seen growing on the sides of his temple, with a face that seems to be a better fit if it were placed on a woman. He was the holder of the unique skill, Primal Conjurer, which allowed him to call upon 2 powerful primal spirits of the same level as himself. His presence alone was the equivalent of 3 beings of the same rank, and he was terribly powerful. He was not fond of the cold, and yet he was the one assigned to the weak kingdom in the north. He was currently moving one of the demon legions towards this place slowly, as the cold and the mountains surrounding this kingdom were the only things slowing their destruction. That didn't stop him from sending a few forces ahead to do what demons do best, sowing discord. Of course, someone had taken the bait. They had been hesitant at first but soon came to willingness after realizing the number of forces the demons had on their side, as well as other factors in the mix. Since that time, they had slowly moved forward, taking over a few counties and duchies, their advance not slowing down. Yet, something out of his expectations had occurred a few hours ago. One of the few power jewels he had procured had been used, only for its user to die a few seconds later. The protector he had sent forward to placate one of his pieces had fallen. This meant some problems had occurred. For them to be forced to use the power jewel and still die meant they had come across a powerful enemy. He was already waiting for his messengers to return after establishing a line of communication, but the event made him begin taking his mission seriously. Losing a power jewel, as well as its user, was a very big loss, and he did not enjoy taking losses. He called forth his lieutenants as he gave the order for the Demon Legion to start moving once more, increasing their speed towards the Lone Kingdom in the north. Chapter 95, The Feeling of an Epic Skill. We arrived back to the Frozen Kingdom after half a day. The ride back in the carriage was interesting, to say the least, as the princess continued to exceed my expectations of just how much trust she placed on me because of her unique skill. She said she would do anything, and I believed her. With such a person in place, the issues dealing with the kingdom would be taken care of with ease. The procession of carriages and wagons went inside as citizens welcomed back their ice princess with vigor. I talked with Adelaide about the events after this, and she was confident that nothing even remotely dangerous would happen now that she set foot back here. Even the person scheming in the back would be crippled for a while after they lost such a big piece. She would be meeting the king after I left, a powerhouse that I was interested in seeing sometime soon. But I was itching to test out my new skills on powerful opponents, so after escorting the princess to the snowy peak and seeing all the guards surrounding the manor, I flew out and made my way over to the Sky Peak nest. It was time for me to have fun with that epic beast I ran away from more than a week back. My speed with flight continued to increase as I learned and activated more support skills, but I was using it for its function of keeping me in the air as I used Regal Archer's Eyes and Instant Transfer in conjunction to disappear and appear a few miles away. Using flight at its maximum speed would get me across the same distance, but not as fast as the instantaneous movement. I thought back to the other rank S skills I received from the dead mercenaries earlier today as I flashed towards the beast's nest. The ones that I didn't see myself actively using but I still learned nonetheless were Ricocheting Shield, Bear's Fighting Style, and Archer's Gamble. The more useful ones were 2 support skills, Lion's Heart, and Speedster, that increased my speed and damage even further. The remaining 4 were 2 offensive skills and 2 standard ones that I liked. The offensive ones were Smoldering Sword Strike and Earthen Spears, with the ones I called standard being Thought Acceleration, the speed of your thought processing is raised significantly, and Crisis Avoidance, a few extra seconds are given to you as you sense incoming danger. The last 2 skills were great, especially Thought Acceleration, that seemed like one of the best rank S skills I've received so far. I knew it wasn't all powerful, as the person who had it previously fell under my attacks, but it was still a great supplement. Many decisions and thoughts could be made rapidly in a short time span with this skill, allowing me to assess many things quickly before moving forward. I soon arrived near the towering Sky Peak nest and looked to the prowling beasts below. The goal today was to fully enjoy the usage of the new epic skill that I gained. With the excitement that I couldn't contain, I landed on the floating landmass, equipped the epic ranked Kingslayer sword, and cast Corrupted Sword Saint's Incarnation. A powerful beast was slumbering not too far from the outer fringes of the Skypeak nest. Ever since it felt the frequent killings of its brethren a few days ago, it had remained in the periphery of the nest waiting for those cowards that only dared to bully those weaker than them. Days had passed with no intrusion as it thought about heading back inland where the concentration of essence was much denser. It looked like it wouldn't leave in disappointment as its red eyes opened because of the new vibrations it could feel on the earth. An expression of glee appeared on its ferocious body as it rose up to be larger than 6 meters, its disproportionate limbs flinging around its sides. It went forward to see if it was the same intruder that ran away from it last time. It slowly inched forward so as to not scare the coward away again, and came to a surprising sight of a larger figure swinging around a dark red sword at extreme speeds. The figure was more than 7 meters large, with a face that had a dark red horn pointing to the skies and a body fully covered in armor. It let out ripples of power as the sword that should have been heavy in his hands moved around like a feather, smashing into the surrounding beings and causing them to explode in a mass of flesh and gore. The epic beast watching this was angered as it let out a howl and went forward at full speed to clash with this intruder. As if he knew it was coming, a sword met its outstretched claws as a thundering voice came out from the large swordsman. "Haha, you're finally here again. Let's go." The battle started off rapidly. As the two figures clashed, Enfeeble was casted right away as the snowy beast felt its power weaken. The beast that was proud of the speed and defenses it had trained all these years found its strikes being met with the sword every time, its claws feeling pain and cracks after every clash. The being in front of it seemed to be letting out purely physical attacks, with shockwaves exploding after every point of contact. The large figure was moving gracefully with the sword, meeting every single attack the beast threw with extreme precision, so it casted its innate ability, Iceberg, to end the fight as soon as possible. A resounding horn that seemed to signal an arrival could be heard as a tremendous landmass filled with a deadly collection of ice elements appeared above them. The iceberg was more than 30 meters long and covered the entirety of their sight as the beast wrapped its large body around the large swordsman and held him down. A tremendous impact that shook the entire Skypeak nest occurred as the iceberg smashed into the ground. "Ha ha." A laugh could be heard as the beast felt the body it was holding down slip away the moment before its attack hit, making it furious. He clawed out of the jagged spears of ice from the fallen iceberg and found the figure mockingly laughing above it, safe and sound. The 8-meter-long incarnation remained suspended in the air, defying the laws of gravity as the body became more and more solid as the red light spread throughout the skies before deadly words could be heard from it. "All right, that's enough playing around for now." The beast's body was shining as it prepared to go all out against the intruder, and it seemed like its opponent was doing the same. A green runic circle appeared as another powerful presence came out of it, and multiple cracks that let out deadly power of flames and lightning formed in the skies. Neither was backing down as a brand new iceberg appeared high in the skies. The corrupted incarnation looked up to the falling landmass and pointed its large blade up, the body becoming enveloped in red light as the Dark Slayer sword style was activated. While a dark red light spread out in the skies above, a menacing green was spreading throughout the ground as the plague bearer triggered Defiler onto the surrounding bodies of beasts. The bodies unnaturally began rising as they turned a deadly shade of green, all turning into furious runs towards the epic beast. The humongous incarnation shining in a red light jumped from the ground, leaving behind a crater as it rotated in a spectacular dance, spinning rapidly in the air as the figure smashed into the falling iceberg. Chunks of solid ice flew out as the large iceberg was clearly cut in half, its two portions falling on the ground below where a battle continued with a monstrosity belching out poisonous breaths towards the epic beast. It tried maneuvering from the snaking lines of flames and lightning as well as the poisonous beast and was becoming slowly overwhelmed. It howled defiantly as it looked up to see its attack sliced apart, and could only see the figure of the large swordsman rushing towards it, the sword in hand already pointing towards its chest. The impact of the large body smashing into the ground resounded, as the pained howl of a beast rang out. The red sword had pierced all the way through to the back of his chest, going even further to pierce into the ground. Strength began leaving its body as it could feel deadly power from the sword ravaging all his being. It didn't help at all that the poisonous beast was commanding the bodies of its dead brethren to continue exploding and cause more virulent poison to pierce into its hardened skin armor and leave its deadly attacks on it too. How? It struggled at the sword that nailed it to the ground and tried to move out, but it was unsuccessful. The struggles gradually became less and less as ragged breaths came out. It watched the large figure of the solid swordsman with the horn rising from his head continue to pull its fists up and smash them into its body. The tremendous strength of the strikes was purely physical damage that was causing searing pain wherever they landed. The combination of a giant figure with a sword, roiling snakes of flames and lightning, as well as a poisonous monstrosity slowly dwindled the life force of the epic ranked beast until it could no longer move. Silence prevailed as the body of Noah surrounded by the Sword Saint's incarnation looked further into the Skypeak nest. Multiple powerful auras in no way less than the beast he just took down had become active at the center of the nest and were making their way here. The large incarnation could be seen devilishly smiling as it reached out to the body of the dead beast, and then flashed away into nothingness. 3 tremendously powerful auras arrived not too long after, but the only thing that met them was a poisonous battlefield with the mangled body of their brethren. Chapter 96, The King in the North. King Rourke Belmont. The powerful figure that led the Frozen Kingdom into prosperity. Or so many people thought. Rourke was overlooking the lands beneath him as he stood in the highest castle of the King's Crown Peak. He thought of the memory of his dear wife as his aged eyes moved with longing. "Annalise, do you know how much I want to be with you right now? So many things are happening, and I don't know how to pass through them. Where is your wisdom when I need it the most?" A sigh could be heard as the powerful bearded man stretched. He was getting old, but still had the same power of legendary rank. The thing that caused him the most stress was overseeing every single department to make sure things continued to go smoothly in the kingdom. But resources continued to dwindle with every passing day as the war raged on. What tired him even more were the soldiers he was taking away from their families, with many of them never able to see their loved ones again. When does it all stop, Annalise? The Grandman seemed lost as he continued to gaze below. He thought about the only person that seemed to be lifting some of the weight and helping with the stabilization of the kingdom. It was at this moment that he heard the sound of footsteps that were very familiar. Speak of the devil. The father smiled as he turned around and found his daughter entering the terrace. He looked fondly at this girl that didn't always show emotion on her face, but he knew how much she cared. Your trip was a success. Relatively, father. Although not without extreme complications. Rourke's face changed as he heard this. She was back here safe and sound with no commotion being caused. What could have happened? His face became cloudy as he asked. What went wrong? On the way back here, there was an ambush waiting for me that consisted of an epic ranked powerhouse and a collection of rank S. Here is a memory stone that was able to capture the faces of these ambushers. King Rourke's face had become dark as he caught the memory stone that could record and replay a scene when a certain amount of mana was put in. A shadow guard that was lucky enough not to be noticed took this at the risk of their lives. Can you recognize the people on there? Her voice seemed to be getting colder and colder as she spoke, bordering on the line of disrespect that nobody should cross with their father. But King Rourke was sullen as he saw the recording of a woman under the command of a special someone. He looked at the blank face of his daughter and was glad she was safe and sound as he asked, "How did you make it out? And, what happened to the attackers? If I told you a prince in shining armor appeared to save the life of the princess and kill those that wished her harm, would you believe me?" The exchange between father and daughter stalled after this, with the daughter proceeding forward. "When I was 11 years old, I came to you and told you that I didn't feel comfortable with how my own brother stared at me. You brushed it off as the ramblings of a child and told me to be more approachable." Adelaide walked as she stood near her father, overlooking the buildings below them as she continued. "When I was 15 years old, I began hiring even more guards to escort me after I was almost kidnapped. You allowed this and gave me more power as you didn't want that to ever happen again. I told you who the mastermind that orchestrated this whole act was, yet you did not believe me." Her gaze turned from the buildings back to her father, the same voice ringing out. "The years after that, I continued to protect myself and rarely left the kingdom, and here we are today. I am telling you once again. My own older brother, your son, orchestrated all of this to get his hands on me. I wonder what you will choose to do now, father." Silence pervaded the area as those that stood at the peak echelons of the Frozen Kingdom stood next to each other. A sense of anger and betrayal could be felt from the icy face of Adelaide as she laid out her grievances to someone who should have been her biggest protector. King Rourke was looking down in sadness, his eyes not being able to meet the person next to him. "He is my son." The words were difficult to start, but he began anyway. "My firstborn son, and I thought he would change in time. I promised him the kingdom in the hopes of it. I also did my best to give you everything you wanted." He gave a tired look to his daughter as he said this. Under the veil of a thriving kingdom, the house that leads it is fractured with stupidity and unneeded conflicts. "When was the last time you went to see your younger brother?" Adelaide turned away after hearing this question. She recalled the face of someone she had hoped would stand with her at one point. "He was the biggest loss I have ever taken. Someone that I thought would be worth helping, and he too let me down. A horrible son, a calculating daughter, and another son that could never choose what he wanted to be." A difficult decision seemed to have been made in the mind of the king, as he raised his chest up and commanded with a powerful voice. "Very well, convene a grand assembly." The tone was powerful, one that could not be questioned. The girl by his side bowed after she heard this. "Yes, father." A commotion was occurring in the 4 floating peaks as the relevant people got word that a grand assembly was convening in a few days. Nobles panicked as they began preparing the moment they received notice, fearfully questioning what had prompted such an abrupt call for an assembly. In a large manor at the center of Summit Peak, an extravagant prince was fuming with a face full of anger. He had made a bet and lost terribly. He thought the chance was too sweet to pass up, that his opponent would never make such a mistake like this in the first place. But it was actually a trap. She had played him. "Ha ha, ha ha ha." Rueful laughs came out as his head was raised up furiously. Who exactly did you whore yourself out to? Which powerful helper did you find for yourself, little lamb?" He wondered about the defeat he had faced as his face regained its calm, and he pondered. A setback was a setback. He would get over it. What he did from now would define how his plans continue to unfold. He could feel the communication medallion he received from a few special beings that had been ringing for a while. He moved around the room as he shifted from moods of pondering to rage. The area was filled with anger and malice as the men paced back and forth. He felt as if a knife was closing in on his neck, and he did not know where it was coming from. She and everyone else in this kingdom had no idea of the things he was doing to keep them safe. They didn't understand now, but they would all come to be grateful in the future. As for this knife pressing down, let's see just how sharp you are. Chapter 97, A Storm in the Making. I was still relishing the excitement of moving in an 8-meter-tall body as I floated a few miles away from Skypeak Nest. The 3 powerful presences were most likely some of the powerful epic ranked beasts that almost always stayed in the center of the nest. I was told that a possible reason the beasts continued to stay in the nest was due to the deterrent of the powerful individual that was the king of the Frozen Kingdom. The common knowledge currently was that only after more epic ranked beasts were born in the nest or the momentous rise of one of a higher ranked beast occurred would they grow courageous enough to lead their packs out of the nest again. Even though I was pretty confident of coming out in one piece even while taking on all 3 beasts, I would still over-prepare if I can. I looked through the loot from taking down the disproportionately sized white-furred beast. I found epic ranked cores to start absorbing as well as 2 skill books. One of the skill books was the spectacular iceberg that the beast was casting. It manifested a freezing and nearly solid mass of ice that was more than 30 meters. Such a skill was already tremendously powerful in the hands of the beast, but to me who could cast it multiple times. I couldn't wait to use this as soon as possible as I looked towards the next skill. It was Absolute Zero. The heat near you is sapped away as ice elements reinforce your body and attacks. When active, all attacks carry the freezing touch effect. Plus 100% ice element resistance. I had a wide grin as I viewed the 2 skill books disappear into particles of light. With even more additions of epic skills, I wanted to badly go back and have a go at the 3 new epic beasts that popped out, but there were still too many unknowns. I would find out more about just how many beasts of high rank were in each nest before finding myself surrounded. I had already taken down one of them, they wouldn't make it that easy for me to continue taking down more. Another point was that I received the first epic skill that I could activate at all times and would continue to grow stronger as time passed, or so I thought. The moment I activated Absolute Zero, the surroundings of 5 meters became deathly cold with ice being condensed all around visible to the naked eye. Soon enough, a storm of ice elements could be seen rotating around me as just the outward effects of this skill were this powerful. I stopped myself from rushing back into the nest and went back to the frozen kingdom. I had to find out the new developments that occurred, as well as prepare for big moves soon. I deactivated Corrupted Sword Saint's incarnation, and Absolute Zero, as I neared the kingdom, and looked at the grim looks of guards that had vastly increased on the large fortress wall as well as the closed doors. Things seemed to be moving along as I passed the fortress wall and thought about the first epic skill I received. The Corrupted Inn. The skill name made me think quite a while as I replayed the scene of the mercenary swallowing that menacing red jewel, but I would solve the mystery in due time. My figure covertly passed through many buildings below, passing by the moving humans and beastmen as I went towards Snowy Peak. Even the epic-ranked beastman standing guard at the entrance of Snowy Peak was not able to catch a glimpse of my aura with the many covert skills I had active. It didn't take too long until I came across the huge manor at the center of the floating landmass and I found the princess giving out commands to a few shadow guards. I smiled at the fact that even with many skills that made it so that an epic individual wouldn't notice me, she was still able to see me the moment I came in through the use of her unique skill. This made me look forward to when I met the individuals who held such skills and they stood against me. The shadow guards were quickly sent away with my appearance, and I got the chance to hear about the developments after she went to meet with the king. One of the major takeaways was how King Rourke finally seemed to be acting against his crappy son after all this time. Being given clear proof didn't allow him to use the excuse of fatherly love anymore, and he had to bring to account everything else. The other takeaway was the grand assembly that would be convened in a soon. The princess had an inkling of what things would be mentioned as she talked about her aging father, and the toll the war was taking on him. My mind was filled with curiosity as I thought of this man who was a rank above anything I have met so far. Legendary. That was the rank that many of the top powers had in this large continent. The type of strength that they held made me extremely hopeful and excited to reach it myself. The only issue that presented itself was the demon kings that were running rampant across the continent of the beast world currently. Their powers were most likely legendary, or even worse, along with their strength being boosted by their unique and sometimes ultimate skills for those that are of higher rank. I was looking forward to possibly matching their strength with my continued stacking of many skills that have worked well to allow me to defeat people of the next rank so far. Would it be the same when they are of the next rank and also holding powerful categories of skills and magic? This brought us to the other takeaway today. A demon legion that was slowly making its way towards the kingdom was now advancing at full force. This was why fear was in the air, with the battalions of the kingdom being put on standby, soon set to be sent to the defensive positions across the cold mountains to hold back the advancing demons. I had to continue to move faster with this new information, and amass as many epic skills as I could before the clash. I thought about how I might not be the most powerful figure taking the role in this fight as the king himself would be moving, but only time would tell. My blessing of nearly endless energy to work with made it so I could skip ranks, but I didn't know how wide the gaps were as I continued to rise higher and higher. So, while people are preparing for war by convening assemblies and troops, I would prepare by obtaining more loot from epic beasts. The talks and discussions about possible ways everything could go continued as I found myself roasting a few types of meat to enjoy at the same time. The day finished like this, fairly fun and eventful. The skills combined today were Guardian's Light plus Healing Light A plus Paladin's Blessing. Infernal Purge plus Arc Lightning A plus Pursuing Infernal Lightning. Vitality, 375. Strength, 388. Skills, F, E, D, C, B, A, Flight, 100, Instant Transfer, 100, Area Expansion, 22, Pain Resistance, 100, Recorder, 100, Language Comprehension, 100, Lion's Roar, 23, Water Barrier, 100, Pierce, 100, Executor's Speed, 100, Sense Heat Source, 100, Silent Communication, 55, Regal Archer's Eyes, 66, Cook, 33. A+, Arctic Zone, 100, Relegator Spear, 23, Immutable Regeneration, 100, Abstruse Cover, 23, Barrier of Illusion, 23, Paladin's Blessing, 1, Pursuing Infernal Lightning, 1. S. Protection of the Wounded, 100, Flash, 18, Aura of Belligerence, 31, Enfeeble, 22, Phoenix Arrow, 1, Shield Slam, 1, Obfuscation, 45, Rune of Defense, 11, Dragon Scales, 11, Budding Farmer, 8, Ricocheting Shield, 1, Bear's Fighting Style, 1, Archer's Gamble, 1, Lion's Heart, 8, Speedster, 8, Smoldering Sword Strike Dash, Earthen Spears, 1, Thought Acceleration, 8, Crisis Avoidance 8. S+, Saints Return 69, Devastation 51, Plague Bearer 65. Epic, Corrupted Sword Saints Incarnation 8, Iceberg 1, Absolute 0-3. Equipment, 3x B Ring of Storage, A Ring of Storage, S Storage Pouch, S Veiled Suit, S Legion Armor, S Viridian Boots, Epic Kingslayer. Chapter 98, A Line of Communication. Calm had returned to Aeneas's face as he sat down on a luxurious couch and took out the medal that had been blinking all this time. He had a sufficient period to think and prepare before having this very dangerous conversation. Mana flowed into the medal and it shone briefly, a strong voice coming out not too long after. Hearing this voice, Aeneas's eyes turned into thin slits as the next words rolled out of him calmly. I underestimated someone I thought I had full information of. None of the plans we previously discussed have been disrupted. Your underestimation was the cause of the death of an epic-ranked powerhouse. Slight anger could be felt in the voice, causing a similar reaction to the listening Aeneas. Is it my fault that you sent me such a weak powerhouse? You boasted that as long as she wasn't besieged by multiple epic individuals, she would be a pillar I could rely on. TSK. She was a powerful mercenary, and even used a treasure I provided her before she died. She should have been at her most powerful when she fell, so I need to know which enemy you made that has so many individuals who likely besieged her to take her life. At these words, Aeneas stalled as a dangerous light shone in his eyes. The enemy is not one you have to worry about. You just have to keep your side of the bargain. I do not want any deaths for the common people in this kingdom, and my father, as well as my siblings, will be left untouched. Yes. He had struck a deal with the devil for the preservation of his home. Months back, he had received a memory stone that showed terrifying things. Multiple demon legions under the commands of powerful demon kings that had powerful and unknown magic. The mythical beast kingdoms were the ones receiving the brunt of the attention of these demon kings as they held many powerhouses. But what about the small kingdom in the north? The safe haven that housed humans without persecution only had a single legendary individual in the lead. How could they stand against a force that took down the strongest draconic kingdom in the span of a few months? Under such immense strength, would it not be better to swallow their pride and just wipe their chins? His father knew they would fall as time passed, yet he did nothing. He fought a losing war, with soldiers continuing to die as time passed. He was a staunch man who considered honor and honesty, and they would all die because of it. Honor. Would such a thing give them the sudden strength to withstand a rampaging demon king or the many horrors that will come before it? This was why he both hated and loved his father. He was a powerful man that created a beautiful place for all people to live in, but he was a good man. Good men never win. It is not good men that conquer kingdoms and build legacies. It is merciless people that wage war and kill millions before they etch their name for the dynasties to come. With them in the rule, history is theirs to write. The genocides they caused to obtain the lands and their resources. Erased and forgotten. The natives they conquered to enslave them to work under them for hundreds of years. Just backward people who needed to be led to the prospering direction. This was how history always went. History was written by the victors, and it did not matter how cruel they were as long as they obtained victory and made the world what they wanted. That was why he shook hands with the devil. To preserve the lives of his family and the many people that would face death at the hands of these demons. He would not be one of the droves of good men that valiantly die upholding some stupid beliefs. He would not watch as the kingdom his father has created these past decades goes up in flames. Even if a few people had to die to achieve his goals, history won't remember that. During all this, if he can also get his hands on someone he's wanted all this time, well, that was a thought for later. The voice of the stern demon king rang out once more. The terms we agreed on will certainly be adhered to. You just need to make sure that you continue administering the poison so that unexpected casualties do not occur. At the mention of this, a difficult expression showed on the crown prince's face. Feelings of shame and sadness could be seen on his face as he thought about his actions. He was weakening his own father. This was something he found hard to do in the beginning, but as he continued to hear about the demons' continuing victories as they tore down more defenses of the beast kingdoms, he affirmed his beliefs. I will apologize to you later, but at least we will both live to see another few decades after this. He fought back against the feelings of shame and weakness as he replied to the waiting demon king with a strong voice. I will keep my end of the deal, period. When will your forces be arriving? A few seconds of silence passed before a reply came, a week at most, a few days at least. The Crown Prince nodded as he confirmed this, rising up from his seat and preparing for the oncoming assembly as he cut off the communication metal. Demon King Gremory had a wicked smile on his face as he finished conversing with the pitiful prince. This was what he loved to do the most. A gleeful moan escaped him as he was lost in his own fantasy. Yes, they had strong forces that would easily take over this small kingdom in the north. His power was equivalent to 3 legendary individuals because of his unique skill. Primal Conjurer would be more than enough to take down the kingdom's forces, and yet he still made plans to lessen his work even more. He created a play by showing a prince of this kingdom the deadly power that was coming for them, and making them fold into weakening their own forces on the promise that they would all not be killed or enslaved, leaving him to rule in the end. The memory stone the prince received was tampered with long ago by a powerful demon king who was a master of illusions and emotions. While the prince thought he was just watching the scenes of powerful demon legions, his mental defenses were torn down as he became completely susceptible to the communications after that. A measly prince that was ranked S, how hard was it to put one under your influence? All that he did after was place a guard to watch him, but this guard had unexpectedly fallen. There was still a question that many people would have asked this demon king who went through all of this trouble when he had the power to easily take down the target. Was any of this necessary? The answer was, no. Gremory gleefully thought of the faces he would see at the end of this play. The encroached prince could only believe in a promise as they would face destruction anyways, and the lives of his people depended on it. Gremory couldn't wait to see their faces at the end of all of this. He imagined the face of the king. Would he be saddened and depressed by his son's betrayal after the poison in his body is activated and he finds his power reducing? Would the prince be filled with despair when he finds all the promises made being broken? Even better, what expression would he have when he sees his family humiliated? Ah! The Demon King had to cool himself down as he was getting too heated thinking about the conclusion of his play. The only thing he had to keep in mind was the possible disruption from an enemy that the prince chose not to mention. After that, he could just sit back and watch the drama he created to play out. No, he didn't have to do any of it. No, it would not affect the eventual end result. Yet, he did it anyway. Why? Because it was fun. Chapter 99, A Tremendous Opportunity 1. I kept in mind the grand assembly that would be taking place sometime later today as I made plans to go back to the Skypeak nest. The full information I received let me know that the last time a legendary beast arose in the nest and led an insurrection was decades ago when the kingdom was in its early beginnings. It took the strength of the powerful king along with the help of the epic battalion commanders to quell the beast's insurrection and slay the most powerful one, pushing the beasts back onto their floating landmass. The only beasts currently propagating the dungeons were epic ranked, their numbers most likely not that high. The other 2 nests that were located further away from the kingdom were between frozen mountains that had a similar level of beasts, but were worried less about because of their locations. Occasional checks were still made to be sure that no powerful beasts were rising and consolidating forces. Since I had already taken down one of the powerful beasts in this nearby nest, it would be easier to take down more of them, so this would continue to be my target. I would get as many epic skills as I could before all hell broke loose. As for the assembly that I would most likely be missing, I could make better use of my time getting stronger than listening in. I'll know all about what was discussed when I got back anyways. Amassing more strength before the battle fully starts was crucial. Now, my full focus was placed on how to utilize the epic ranked skills I had to efficiently and safely hunt down the beasts that I could sense yesterday. I had already absorbed the epic cores that the beast dropped, giving me a significant boost in my attributes. The skills I liked the most currently were Corrupted Sword Saint's Incarnation and Absolute Zero. This was simply because their combination was killer. My body received a huge buff and became exceedingly huge after calling down the Incarnation, and I couldn't even begin to explain the thrill of moving around in it. As for why the skill had the corrupted tag in front of it, this was likely due to the powerful jewel the mercenary absorbed before she was about to transform. I was not at all hesitant to use the skill when I saw the red light and long horn pointing out from the head, as strength was strength, no matter which forms it came in. Now, with the addition of Absolute Zero, a piercing layer of ice elements danced on the surface of the large body, with even more of them collected on the edge of the outstretched long blade. Iceberg was another killer skill with a tremendous amount of damage, and would work best to clear large droves of enemies. With this in mind, I neared the Skypeak nest with full concentration. The death of even a single epic beast should have put all the other ones on the island on the edge. Sure enough, crisis avoidance showed me that there were multiple powerful figures waiting to strike not too far inland of the nest. Well, the threat was not showing to be too high, just that it would take a significant amount of work. I could feel a smile forming on my face with this thought. This little bit of work was nothing to grab more epic skills. Before even landing on the floating nest, the poisonous plague bearer was summoned, and corrupted sword saint's incarnation was cast as my body began to be enveloped all around. I could feel the tremendous boost of power rushing in as the incarnation fully formed, making me enjoy this feeling just a tad bit too much. Absolute Zero was cast next as the air around me began forming cold crystals and my body gained a white layer on top of the red one. Hexagonal columns of icy white crystals spread all around me, snaking their way to the outstretched sword as well. A storm of ice elements then formed around me as the skill fully formed. My figure was striking as I floated grandly in the air. I was fully prepared and began the fight by sending my summon over. The instant it landed on the nest and attracted the attention of a few beasts, the dangerous auras I had been feeling all this time moved. The three bosses that appeared varied in shape. The one standing at the forefront was a 6-meter-tall emperor penguin. It had sleek black feathers on its head and back with a white yellowish belly that shone in the light. A ferocious expression was on its face as it looked towards the plague bearer, and then to my figure hidden in the skies. To the right of the emperor penguin was a large white wolf of exactly the same size. It seemed like an Arctic wolf, with its dangerously glowing yellow eyes and bared sharp teeth. To the left of these two was something even larger than them, a nearly 10-meter-tall beast that seemed very similar to a walrus. It had powerful tusks pointing down from its mouth with an extremely ugly face that was looking at me angrily. Among all of these three, the fat walrus seemed to be letting out the most dangerous vibes. I felt the extended epic sword in my hands as I breathed out dense cold air, and my figure blurred down towards the beast. I tried to keep my excitement in check as I found myself fighting against beings as powerful as these in equal standing. I didn't forget where I came from, and just how weak I was just a few weeks ago. From the dilapidated apartment in Outer Bank X, to the quick rise from rank F and above. There had been many changes and progress, and they all brought me here today. In a completely different world where beings of all powers were present, and I was closing in on those same levels. My reminiscing came to a stop as the blade on my hand struck the thick skin of the dark walrus. Like it met a layer of fat, the sword sank in just a bit, the freezing touch effect from Absolute Zero activating and causing a blooming flower of ice to bloom from the struck location, but its damage was reduced with the tough body of the beast that had the cold as its home. The walrus retaliated with a quick swing of its hairless flippers that condensed cold spears as they smacked into my large body. Even with Flash still activated and my large body maneuvering in the air, the speed was too fast to evade. The impact sent me to the side, where the large white wolf was waiting with its jaws spread wide open. Terrible energy was being collected in its mouth as a blue beam shot out towards me. Instant transfer was quickly activated as I faded away and appeared in the air, looking to the three beasts below. The emperor penguin that should have been kept busy with the plague bearer had formed a hazy gray light on its flippers and smacked them into the body of my summon, and I watched with a surprised expression as the plague bearer disappeared from sight, the connection I had with it informing me it was now a few miles into the nest. Saint's return was already healing the damage my large figure received from the walrus and the blue beam of destructive energy that barely grazed me as I cast Summon Plague Bearer to call back the summon when the emperor penguin on the ground shouted with a stern expression and disappeared from my sight. An alarm rang out as I felt Flash automatically activate to move my body out of harm's way as the large penguin appeared in the air. A hazy gray light was already covering its entire flipper as my body couldn't avoid it in time. The light just barely grazed me, but it was more than enough as I felt my body disappear, and it wasn't due to instant transfer this time. When I reappeared again, I found myself in an extremely large and dark environment with barely any light. Ancient frozen and broken structures were all around me, but that wasn't the point that gave me the biggest surprise. The biggest surprise was in this large environment I was transferred into with that attack from the Emperor Penguin. I was not alone. Multiple auras that were in no way less powerful than ones I had just been fighting honed in at my position. Chapter 100, a tremendous opportunity too. My mind moved rapidly as I counted the auras I could feel in the surroundings. My eyes shifted with regal archer's eyes, active as I tried to look into every nook and cranny of the dangerous locations. More than 12 powerful auras were in the large clearing, their bodies emitting stupid levels of power as they began to circle around me. I calmed my breathing at this unexpected and possibly perilous situation as my large incarnation grasped the long blade tighter, my skills ready to move at the slightest movement. Instant transfer could be used to move me to another location I could see, but the entire area was enclosed with no exits in sight. There were dense foliage and frozen surfaces all around as I could make out the varying sizes of beasts circling me. Their menacing eyes honed in as I felt movement once more. This time I watched the beasts I had been fighting with appearing one after another. The extremely fat walrus materialized first, with the Arctic wolf after, and finally, the emperor penguin that had the skill that allowed for all of this to happen. The air was palpitating with roiling essence as I prepared to fight for my life and find a chance to slip through this encirclement. The penguin looked towards me with its head raised disdainfully when a clear voice suddenly rang out in the surroundings. "You are a peculiarity." My eyes searched to see where the voice was coming from as my thoughts rapidly moved, but I could not find the source of the voice. "When you first appeared on this land, you were very weak and surrounded by others just like you. Yet, every time you returned after that you had grown significantly stronger, strong enough to even take out one of the contenders here. What exactly are you?" The voice was sonorous and strong, being seemingly feminine. I didn't reply and only continued to keep my focus at the many surrounding beasts. If I saw the slightest signs, I would summon the plague bearer and turn this entire area into a land of poison and try to make an escape for now. I didn't know what other powerful skills these beasts had in their arsenal, the skill that teleported me here making me extremely cautious. The voice rang out once again. "Oh well, it doesn't really matter. You taking down one of the contenders with your own power qualifies you for the trial currently taking place." At these words, my tension slightly calmed as I wondered just exactly what I had gotten into. I probingly asked. "A trial of what?" The beasts around me reigned in their wild auras as a disdainful voice came from the emperor penguin, this time. "You humans do not know of the secrets and intricacies of the special locations of the beast world. These spiritual lands you call nests and routinely come to bully those weaker than you are trial grounds meant to give birth to the toughest beasts." What? My mind absorbed this brand new information as I continued to listen. I was finally able to find the source of the first voice as it rang out once again, this time from a transparent red figure materializing in the air. "Yes, this is one of the spiritual lands where the most powerful beasts appear from. I underwent the strenuous task of upgrading this Tier 1 spiritual land into Tier 2 by using quite a bit of treasures for the possibility of creating another powerhouse in this era of war with the demons." The transparent figure had a fiery red color with the most exaggerated curves, taking the appearance of a human. She didn't seem to let out any aura of power, but she gave off the feeling of extreme danger. I continued to listen as I watched her move closer, her figure becoming extremely clear with every passing second. I have found no success so far, with talented individuals not being born in these past few decades, and that did not change even with the coming of demons. Yet you, dear human, you hold promise. The red figure floated in front of me with an air of elegance, and I could barely make out its exquisite facial features that seemed to be screaming nobility. Her next words became increasingly stern and cold as, "Crisis avoidance, sent me the loudest signals for the first time ever. Especially seeing this ability of yours that seems to stem from a source similar to the abyss magic of demons. I'm going to need you to explain very clearly how you came about this, or the next few minutes will be your last. Oh, and if you say any words other than the truth, I will know right away." My body that was enclosed in the large figure of the corrupted sword saint could feel the piercing gaze that broke past the outer cover and came to land on me. The corrupted tag of this skill that was most likely due to the jewel that woman ingested was actually going to give me trouble now. I calmed myself down and carefully thought things through. The words left my mouth slowly as thought acceleration worked at full speed to put everything into account. I gained this skill after defeating and ingesting the essence of a mercenary that was intending to harm the princess of the frozen kingdom I was escorting. The only thing I could note that might have any relation to demons was a jewel that the mercenary ingested during the fight. I myself have no ties with demons and am working against them. An eerie silence pervaded after my words rang out, both the beasts and the figure of the red woman not saying a thing. The next moment though, I was surprised to hear the stern voice speak out with a tinge of excitement. Haha, no lies in your words. Wow. A human was actually blessed with a Devourer class unique skill. Good. This explains your fast progress and power. Alright, this might not be a wasted trip after all. Rumbling began to occur around us as the transparent red woman raised her hands. I watched with rapt attention while repeating the words she said and wrapping my head around them. Behind us, an area of a few miles was lit up as the uneven frozen ground was made visible. A powerful force was compressing the earth as the jagged rocks evened out and the miles around us became flat surfaces. The clear voice that was now tinged with excitement rang out once again. I have a kingdom to focus on, so we will make this quick. An opportunity lies in front of you. In this spiritual land, you can undergo the trial of supremacy. If you are talented enough, rewards you cannot even imagine will be yours. I tried to keep my breathing under control as I passed this ordeal, and it seemed like my life was not under a threat for the time being. My thoughts moved rapidly as I asked. This trial that is normally meant for beasts, what rewards can you gain from it? Oh. Well, for starters, this Tier 2 spiritual land will guarantee the champion of the trial of supremacy a safe advancement to the legendary rank. Chapter 101, The Grand Assembly. A busy sight could be seen across the 4 peaks of the Frozen Kingdom as nobilities moved around rapidly, convening towards the huge hall at the center of King's Crown for a grand assembly. Many were apprehensive as they could see the signs of the full preparation of an all-out war, with battalions of mercenaries and adventurers being grouped with soldiers ready to move out. The throngs of humans and beastmen usually packing the streets below the 4 peaks were oddly silent as the air seemed to become stifling and oppressive. The demons that everyone was talking about were arriving. How many of them would be able to survive through this? The king's voice would address the entire kingdom. Magical devices that passed the sound waves from the floating king's crown all the way to the smallest niches of the frozen kingdom would get to hear the words of their ruler. The soldier, the mercenaries, adventurers, and the common people would all be getting addressed. In the large hall of King's Crown, Rourke was majestically sitting down on an extravagant white chair. Besides him were smaller but way less extravagant seats where 2 princes and a princess were sitting. They were the only ones sitting in the hall, as the rest of the nobles and powerful figures were standing upright on the left and right sides, leaving a clear path in the middle. There were golden stairs leading down from where the ruler of the kingdom was sitting, where many guards could be seen spread out. Among these guards were 8 battalion commanders that let out the powerful aura of epic rank, standing on either side of the king with their weapons ready to be drawn at an instant. King Rourke looked at these collections of people and recalled the reports he continued to receive about the advancement of the Demon Legion as well their defense line that continued to be pushed back. His powerful voice rang out in the large hall, and also throughout the kingdom. The first thing I will discuss is the issue of succession, where the ministers of affairs will note down my words to be inviolable from this moment on. Surprised looks were passed between the people at the mention of the succession of leadership. Wasn't it already decided that Crown Prince Aeneas would be taking the crown after his father retired? King Rourke looked towards his oldest son, and well as his daughter before he continued speaking. Strike out the name of Aeneas Belmont as the next ruler of the Frozen Kingdom. Silence. Shock. Dumbfoundedness. The ministers scrambled to pull out an old document as the nobles moved around in shock. Nobles looked towards the face of Crown Prince Aeneas, who had a calm look despite the huge bombshell that directly involved him. The question on their minds was, what had occurred with the prince to cause this, and how was he not fazed by it currently? My son has failed to show the proper judgment of a future ruler these past few years, and has lost his right because of it. The one to succeed me in the event of my retirement, or death, shall be Adelaide Belmont. The nobles that did not think they could be more surprised received another shock, as one successor was named right after another was taken down. The king would not let them revel in their shock for long as one name was taken down by the ministers and another added in, where he continued speaking. Battalion commanders. Swear fealty to the future ruler of the Frozen Kingdom. His powerful voice was addressed to the epic individuals that held the military power of the kingdom. They had risen together with the king, and were extremely loyal with bonds being closer to that of brothers. The 8 epic individuals present nodded with impassive faces as they kneeled towards the icy face of Princess Adelaide. Wild power flew out as the battalion commander spoke imposingly. We greet the future queen. The scene would be etched down in history as the magnificent and powerful individuals swore their fealty to the future ruler. Power was everything in this world. Even if the legendary Rourke Belmont were to disappear from the face of this world tomorrow, as long as these epic battalion commanders were behind the new ruler, they would face no opposition. The face of Adelaide remained as icy as ever as she nodded, while the face of the one formerly known as Crown Prince still retained its calmness, forcing many people to wonder what was holding the face of this prince together. As for their younger brother who sat beside them, he was the only one showing emotions of shock among the four royalties present in the seats as he looked back and forth between his family members. With that matter being settled, we will move on to the next. The strong voice of the king rang out once again. The voice commanded the attention of all people as waves of legendary power emanated outwards, almost bringing the weaker individuals in the hall to their knees. In the coming days, we will be fighting for the livelihood of our kingdom. We are a peaceful kingdom, with no wars waged over the last decades. We want to continue developing and live in happiness, living behind all the misery that many humans faced. This world is rich with life, but we are only a minor part of it. Now, a force threatens to destroy all that we have built. Somber faces were apparent all around as the speech of the king continued. The shock of the change in succession was slowly put in the back of their minds as their attentions were brought back to the imminent threat they faced. We will fight to make sure that the misery they are trying to bring to our kingdom never reaches the fortress walls. The hate and war that these demons bring, we will shut it out. The strength of his voice seemed to be getting stronger as he continued, leading people and leaving them in a trance as they listened. My people. Soldiers, mercenaries, and adventurers. I promise you now that we will fight with all our power to ensure victory against the demons. Our strength lies in our resiliency, our unity, and our humanity. The buzzing of power could be felt as the powerful individuals in the large assembly hall and the common people listening throughout the kingdom felt their spirits and power being raised. Defenders of the frozen kingdom. The demons who despise you, want to enslave you, and take all of the work you have built over the years. Do not give in to them. You are the last bastion of humanity in this world of beasts. It is not an option for you to be taken down. So fight. Fight for the liberation of our people. Fight for the free land that we have created. Fight for humanity. Woohoo! The spirits and vigor of all the people listening rose to an all-time high as the king's speech finished. The king gave the command, and battalion commanders began moving out with their soldiers, mercenaries, and adventurers as they prepared for the coming clash against the demons. Chapter 102, Trial of Supremacy I. It seemed much of the knowledge that humans had of the floating land masses they called nests were in the wrong. The land masses were called spiritual lands by the knowledgeable ranks of beasts, with the dense essence that continued to birth monsters being a constant trial of power. It was a brutal trial where those that were defeated were used as the fuel for the victors to continue rising. After a significant time period has passed where higher-ranking beasts appear, the trial of supremacy will take place. This trial differed depending on what tier the spiritual land was, with Tier 1 blessed lands having trials most fit for those just entering the epic level. Only those at that level or lower could possibly participate in the trial, with anybody above it being qualified. The trial for a Tier 2 spiritual land was even more rigorous, where similar levels of power as Tier 1 were required, but the trials were much harder. I haven't yet found out the specifics for Tier 3 spiritual lands, but they were most likely a battlefield of legendary individuals. The current Skypeak nest I was in was a newly upgraded Tier 2 spiritual land, with 15 powerful epic beasts meeting the requirements to participate in the trial. Ever since the upgrade though, even though the chances of success had increased, it had become much harder and none of the beasts had been successful. This was where I came in. The transparent figure that I still do not know the name of had been monitoring the spiritual land she had upgraded, waiting for the rise of a legendary beast to bolster the defenses against demons. The ones who had opted to take the trial could not make it past the second stage. When I took down the white-furred beast who was a participant of the trial, it granted me the right to take his seat. The time after that, they just waited for me to come back, before the Emperor Penguin acted to transport me to this location. This was deep underground, at the center of the spiritual land. It was a wide expanse of frozen land that stretched out for miles and enclosed all around. I looked towards the evened-out surface around us, and then at the epic beasts in the surroundings. I then asked the transparent red figure still floating in the skies. What is the first stage of the trial? The first stage is to simply defeat an opponent of the same level during the trial. The trials after that will have increased levels of difficulty. If you agree to take on the first stage and onward, you are staking your life and you cannot back out. Even if you are defeated, you will have to remain and continue trying for years to come as your power grows. If it happens that you die, well, that's that. My thoughts quickly moved at this new information and I replied before long, bringing the cold blade in my hands close to me as I spoke. Haha, I like that confidence. All the beasts here have tried and failed to pass the second level. It is simply too rare for a being with a powerful unique skill to be born, so I have high hopes on you making my work here a success. At the wave of her hands, another rumbling ensued around us as a large golden door rose from the ground. This door will transfer you to the pocket in space where the trial will take place. I looked to the golden door, and then to the menacing beasts that were giving me contemptuous looks all around. This was especially so for the cold emperor penguin that had its head raised high and looking down arrogantly. Its eyes turned into cold slits as its voice rang out beside my ear. A human has never before qualified for this trial, and there won't be one that passes it. Pray that among your opponents, you do not meet me. The beasts backed away at the motioning of the transparent figure that I turned to and asked. What might be the identity of the one I've been speaking to all this time? The figure in the air stalled a bit as an elegant smile bloomed. My identity? You'll be worthy of finding out if you pass the trial successfully. Good luck, human. The transparent red figure remained still in the air as I looked towards the golden door and moved forward. She held no aura, but I could still feel bells ringing in my head whenever she made a threat earlier. But this trial, I was looking forward to the surprise it would bring once I've cleared it successfully. Guaranteed advancement to the legendary rank. Haha, let's see what gifts you will be putting on my lap. I moved without hesitation and placed my large incarnation's hand on the golden door, my figure disappearing soon after. The transparent woman floating in the skies looked at the disappearing human that was transferred to a different space as her lips perked into a smile. She only had a small amount of her consciousness sent to these frozen lands to observe the invading demons as well as bolster the strength of the beings here. She thought it would be a pity if the small kingdom that the humans had created was wiped away so easily, so she was magnanimous enough to try and provide them reinforcements through the trials of supremacy. Who knew that the humans would shoot themselves in the foot and continue to reduce the number of beasts in the nearby spiritual lands that could have participated in the trials over these last decades, making her task of finding a talented one that could pass the trial extremely hard. By spending some of her treasures, she successfully elevated the tier of this spiritual land as well as the other two that have yet to find an owner in these northern lands. She was able to watch the production of a few powerful epic beasts in these three lands, but they still were not powerful enough. She was about to give up and see if any of the forces would have a powerful hero to spare amidst this war to send them to the north. That was her thought process until this human made his appearance. From a weakling to someone of significant strength, this very quick process was observed by her personally whenever he landed on the spiritual land. The fact that the world had blessed this human with a unique Dever-class ability made him very special. She hadn't seen a minor species favored with such a talent in the hundreds of years she has lived. If it appeared within the ranks of the mythical beast clans, that would be in the norm and she wouldn't bat an eye. But this was a human, so how would he fare against this trial normally meant for the most powerful of beasts? What made him all the more interesting was the fact that his mind was not encroached and consumed after he absorbed the essence of a being that had already consumed one of the demon's horrendous products of abyss magic, the power jewel. Her fair face turned stern as she recalled the terrible power the demons continued to show as the war continued. She would give them no leeway and completely decimate their forces as time passed. Not another inch of the beast world will they continue to lay a claim to. All of those invaders had to die. Chapter 103, Trial of Supremacy 2. I was transported into an environment of extreme heat as I found myself in the air, surrounded by molten flowing earth below me. The air was extremely stifling as gaseous vapors were released continuously, making this seem like the closest decision of hell that I had come across. I was still comfortably enclosed in the corrupted Sword Saint's incarnation, as I floated in the air looking for the opponent of the first stage of this trial. A blinding light shined in the air as a large winged creature spanning more than 10 meters appeared. This was one of the more terrifying-looking creatures that I had seen among the beasts that were encircling me. It was something out of a human's wildest nightmare, a winged spider. For large wings proudly erupted from its back as more than 10 legs powerfully wiggled back and forth. Its ferocious face released a piercing scream as poisonous saliva spluttered all around. I began by summoning the Plague Bearer and activating Saint's Return, watching both the monstrosity of a beast come to being as well as a golden phantom appearing behind me releasing buffs and continuous heals. The spider moved first, releasing a spray of white from below its abdomen that formed into multiple long and sticky threads. The summon held out as its wide wings flapped towards the enemy. My 8-meter-tall incarnation vanished from the spot and appeared in the air above the spider, the long blade tinged with icy coldness from absolute zero, striking down. The transparent red figure was observing the human and the origin of the beast that had been transferred into the first stage of the trial through a circular mirror that played the battle at high speeds. The rest of the powerful beasts were obediently sitting behind the woman like well-behaved children as they also looked on. The battle was not going in the favor of the winged spider, as it was besieged by powerful physical attacks from one side, and a poisonous beast belching out poison on the other. It had been retaliating this entire time with its many sharp legs and poison, as well as a destructive skill that formed multiple 5-meter-long bone spears to hone in on their target. The spears were all struck down by a swing of a sword or smashed into the body of the incarnation, causing damage that was seen to be healing rapidly after. Only a few minutes passed as they watched, and they observed the sharp legs of the spider being cut up as it also lost one of its wings. In the fiery environment that the two of them were in, a storm of cold was constantly spinning around the large figure of the human. With a stroke of his long blade, layers of ice would be left on the spider's body as the battle was drawing to a close. Its body continued to slow down and eventually, the long blade pierced it from its abdomen as it let out a long screech, dying from the strike that spread out destructive cold elements all over its body. The woman looked at all this carefully as her eyes shined with colorful lights. This human gives no regard to the usage of energy and constantly erupts with destructive attacks that take down his enemy. But, what is your strategy when you move on to the next stage? If you do not conserve your energy, how will you proceed from now on? She was curious about this human that continued to bring her surprises. Someone of her stature would not normally pay attention to an up-and-coming epic individual or watch them this closely, but she just had a hunch that this human could grow up to be a powerful piece. Her choice to send this consciousness to these frozen lands was only a whim, with the excuse of it being a loss if the lands and their inhabitants were given over to demons. The thought just passed through her mind, so she did it. Now it seemed like her hunch had brought her something unbelievable to play with once again. Wild energies revolved as a beast was transported back to their surroundings. It was the winged spider that was now severely weakened, with its origin severely damaged from the death that just occurred in the trial ground. The trial ground acted similarly to a dungeon that only appeared when someone was challenging for ownership of a spiritual land. The opponents that were contending for the same thing would have their origins sent to fight the other challenger. In the event of their death, their origins would be severely weakened, and if it repeated again in a short time span, they would face true death. The trial for this spiritual land was fairly straightforward as many were, just a test of strength. A few minutes passed before the woman motioned forward as 3 new beasts neared the golden door obediently and they disappeared. She had been directing the trial of this land ever since she caused its upgrade, as it would normally be automated by the spiritual land itself. Not many people could do the actions she was doing, as they would have had to pay a large price that wasn't worth the rewards of a Tier 2 spiritual land. Even after they did this, they couldn't obtain the spiritual land for themselves as the trial for ownership was strictly set with its own requirements. This was why the other 2 spiritual lands in the north still had no owners, even if all the powerhouses of the beast world knew about them. The beasts that were naturally born in these lands would constantly fight to see if they can obtain ownership themselves. Figures from mythical kingdoms usually sent their promising up-and-coming powerhouses of epic or legendary rank to see if they were qualified enough at the same level to pass the trials of some of the spiritual lands spread across the beast world. They weren't things that could just be snatched away if you had enough power, you also had to meet the base requirements they set. Someone of her caliber would only be able to compete for a naturally formed spiritual land of a much higher tier. But with her power, something like this small upgrade was manageable. Now, she was curious how the human would face 3 beasts besieging him from all sides after he just finished a battle with one. The environment in the crystal mirror in front of her changed as the challenger and his opponents appeared in a grassland environment. Greenery was spread all around as the figures of the newly transported beasts became clear. The ones to face him in the second stage of this trial that many of these beasts had previously failed in were the fat walrus, an extremely well-built polar bear, and a sharp-toothed naked Malarat. The beasts circled the figure of the human and his summon menacingly as they recalled how he had taken care of the winged spider. They had watched how he fought, but would it be of any use against this human? The woman watched interestingly as the scene began to play out. Would this human really be able to pass the trial of a spiritual land for the first time in history? Their species had always been weak, and would never stand out as the most powerful at any stage. There have been instances in history where they came across trials of spiritual lands, but none had survived to tell the tale. The treasures and wonders of spiritual lands were only ever enjoyed by beasts, as it was where many of them first came to consciousness and fought with all their strength, creating powerful legends of beasts over the years who created their own kingdoms. It would be interesting to see how the first human to own a spiritual land would build it. But all of that was fantasy unless this one did the impossible. So, how would you face beasts that normally have tougher bodies and more mana than the normal human of the same level? The battle began with the three beasts circling and throwing attacks on all sides while staying a distance from the human. The naked Malarat was throwing out deadly water spears that rotated at high speeds, while the polar bear threw out attacks that detached its sharp claws towards the human. Loud clangs could be heard as the human knocked off these attacks with a swing of his sword, freezing the water spears and extending claws while defending from the only beast that was fighting it out with him at close distance, the walrus. The poisonous summon was seen belching out a venomous breath that disrupted the tempo the beasts had created as the battle raged on. It was a deadly stage that even the most powerful beasts born in the spiritual land had not been able to pass, as they were eventually drained of energy while facing so many opponents. Would this human hold even more surprises? Maybe the Devourer class unique skill he held would allow him to continue getting stronger with every defeat of his enemies, but would they give him the time to absorb and ingest the essence he devoured? The woman's thoughts were interrupted as the scene rapidly changed in the mirror. Tens of minutes had passed as the three beasts found their tempo and pushed the human back. They all suffered varying degrees of injuries as their bodies were filled with bloody and frozen gashes, but they were still standing. The change that had occurred rapidly shifted the state of the battle, as an extremely large iceberg was rapidly falling from the skies towards the beasts, with what seemed like a rain of bone spears targeted at one of the beasts with the goal of taking its life. On top of all of this, multiple rifts had opened in the skies as destructive lightning and flames sn.a.k.e.d out towards the beasts. All of these attacks had a tinge of icy blue unstable energy surrounding them as they all honed in on their targets. The figure of the woman was surprised at this sight. The other two attacks aside, it was the spears of bones she had seen not too long ago used by a beast that surprised her. The human's unique skill was able to absorb the essence of and replicate the core skills of his enemies this quickly. Chapter 104, Movement of Forces. The surprise from the transparent figure did not last long, as she focused on the impact of the sudden change in the battle that would have grand consequences. The iceberg, filled with extremely hard and jagged surfaces, smashed down into the grassland, heavily damaging the beasts. The bone spears that were aimed at the naked Malarat had completely skewered the body of the beast as the scene cleared. It let out horrible screeches as the pain registered itself, and a cold blade was all that it met as the incarnation of the human flashed at its position and took its life. The remaining two beasts came out of the changed land that was now filled with cold glaciers as they hauled maddeningly at the human, resuming their attacks with increased vigor. The beasts and the woman watching the clear mirror showed different reactions at this development, as the arrogant Emperor Penguin had a cold light shining in its eyes as it watched the battle continue. The woman was more surprised at the fact that the human was able to replicate the skill of the winged spider this quickly after defeating it not too long ago. She had watched as the collection of essence moved from the body of the dead spider in the trial and moved towards the human as it quickly disappeared in his body. She took this as his Devourer class unique skill, where normally a significant amount of time would be required before the core essence of a being would be absorbed and the intricacies of its skills would reveal itself. Yet, this human had done this entire process while continuing to battle. Her interest in this human grew more and more as she watched the ensuing fight. Two forces were moving closer and closer to one another, with a battle becoming more and more imminent as time passed. The legendary King Rourke Belmont had begun moving his forces to be stationed between the snowy mountains of Vallon County and Shadow Dukedom, where the Legion of Demons was bound to pass as they neared the Frozen Kingdom. The battalion commanders of epic rank had taken up multiple defensive positions as they waited for the arrival of their enemies on the cold battlefield. Back in the Frozen Kingdom, the recently initiated royal guard that was formerly called Captain Reiner was on Cloud 9 as he circled the manor. of the former Princess Adelaide that was now the Crown Princess. He had never thought in his wildest dreams as a mercenary that he would come to guard such a noble person. Since the word of the king, the guards surrounding the snowy peak vastly increased as much of the forces of the kingdom were moved out to meet the coming enemies. Reiner could see the veiled face of the princess on the terrace of the manor that seemed to be staring at a direction outside the kingdom. He wondered, what thoughts would the princess be deeply thinking right now? Would it be of her family that was setting out to battle, or the people she would be in charge of in the future? The royal guard was wildly imagining many things that could have been passing through the mind of his revered princess, but he could never imagine that all of his guesses were completely off. Adelaide was repeating the last message that had come across the communication medallion that was connected to another person miles from here. The last message she received informed her that something unexpected had occurred, but it was something good that would boost their power against the demons even further. The Sir mentioned that he would try to finish it in as little time as possible, and then come to reinforce the battalions of the Frozen Kingdom against the demons. She had never once lost confidence in him, his actions continuing to show just how expansive his strength was. She even wondered if he was just over-preparing for the coming fight. The many things that had occurred were all due to the chance meeting they had some weeks back. Since then, a dangerous threat had been taken care of and she was given an even higher position. She smiled in wonder at her unique skill and the men that made it possible. Everything she gained would all be given to him, as she wouldn't have any of it without him. He was the person that had saved her from certain doom. Even now, the battle that many people were despairing at, she was not too worried about it. She didn't worry about the fate of her father, nor of her younger brother that was acting as a commander. She could care even less for the worm of an older brother that was taken along as well. Her gray and murky fate had slowly been changing over the past days, and so would the fate of the kingdom. She was even thinking further ahead past this battle as she sent commands to her people to start preparing a few things that would be instituted and used after the end of this battle. Her unwavering trust in one person was something impossible to find unless someone was uniquely in her position. Rourke looked to his first son that was riding on a horse beside him with a calm expression. He knew his son very well, and forced himself not to show any affection after the reprimanding actions he took. Stripping him of his right to rule was more than enough for now. You will follow me closely and learn how I command the forces. Your position in the future will be a battalion commander as soon as we get the resources to increase your rank. There was a brief silence as the king's voice rang out in Aeneas's ears before his reply came. The eyes of King Rourke turned into slits as he carefully looked at his son that seemed to have lost all emotions. Take this opportunity to learn and leave your mistakes behind. All I am doing is for the good of us all. This, you will understand in the future. The conversation finished as the king kicked his horse and moved forward, checking on the movement of his forces. Prince Aeneas followed close behind, a barely discernible whisper leaving his lips. I'll be doing what is best for all of us too, father. The human army moved to their positions as the demon legion continued to pass through the cold mountains. At the forefront were red beasts that carried many figures of demons. The 5-meter beasts had thick black fur and seemed like bulls. These were the demon ox that were commonly used as the mode of transportation for demons. Droves of them stepped on the icy ground as a low thrumming hum could be heard from the mouths of demons. Goom. Some were riding on the demon ox, those of lower tiers were walking on the icy ground with an impassive expression, and others were high in the sky bracing the cold winds with no problem. Other beasts such as large, Komodo dragons, and mephitic turtles, were dangerously carrying even more demons as they moved forward. With every step they took, the thrumming hum rang out again, scaring any nearby beasts and leaving behind an imposing air as the army advanced. The average height of these demons was 2 meters, with some exceptional ones slightly taller and bulkier. Most had fair faces with variations of horns pointing out from their heads. Their bodies were covered in dense red armor as they carried heavy weapons or unstable staffs in their hands. Among their forces, bulky orc commanders and goblin kings could be seen, with a variety of other powerful species standing by their side. Demon King Gremory was seated on an exquisite chair atop an even larger reptilian beast as he enjoyed being fed delicacies. The closer he neared the lands of the Frozen Kingdom, the more excited he became. He had to relieve his hunger multiple times because of it. He really was too excited as he looked forward to the show about to play. A malevolent smile appeared on his face as he thought of faces these humans would make as this play reached its peak. Haha, this battle couldn't arrive soon enough. Chapter 105, making history. Powerful figures were watching the ending of a perilous battle with rapt attention. In the scene being shown on the wide glass mirror at the depths of one of the spiritual lands in the north, a large walrus was seen rolling with its last breath. In the destroyed grassland, the bodies of a naked malarat and polar bear could be seen alongside poisonous puddles of pus and molten ground. The thick skin of the walrus was finally pierced, as even with its resistance to the cold, frozen gashes were present all over its body as it vehemently moved even to its last essence. An excessively large incarnation holding a sword was shooting down like a star, the blade aiming true and bringing an end to the second stage of the trial of supremacy. The weakened bodies of the three beasts that were participating in the trial flashed out soon after as they breathed heavily, still recalling the feeling of the cold blade, poisonous breaths, powerful falling icebergs, and chasing lines of thunder and lightning. This was not to even mention the feeling of despair as they watched their enemy constantly heal from the wounds they inflicted as if it was nothing. Their origins were severely weakened as a part of themselves was taken with their deaths. This was something they could not control, and had to act as the defenders the moment they chose to contend for the seat of the champion. The transparent woman overlooking this particular trial was looking closely at the dissipating incarnation as the human grandly appeared in the trial space. His face looked somewhat weary, and yet seemed excited at the same time. She smiled at this sight and sent out a command. The final stage will start in an hour. You, and you. Her hands pointed to multiple figures of the beasts that were watching the matches so far as they rose up somberly. If this human were to really pass the trial of supremacy, the consequences for them would be huge. They would not allow this to happen. I was holding down my ever-so-increasing excitement as the fight between three epic beasts finally finished. I had gained two more epic skills that were in no way less powerful than the ones I continued to receive from this floating land that was actually a spiritual land. The beasts this time dropped a skill or an item each on top of the cores, making me assume the area I was transferred in was similar to a dungeon, as the repetition of getting two skill books or items from epic individuals did not repeat itself. This would be fine though, as there should be a ton of surprises I don't currently know, and would find out as soon as the next stage is finished. No new contenders or a change of scenery occurred, as it seemed like I would be given a breather. I've been making sure to hold back and not show all of my cards, as I wasn't sure if the powerful woman controlling things or the beasts could observe everything in here. Corrupted Sword Saint's incarnation was turned off as I observed the new skills and items while absorbing the epic cores to max my attributes. From these last three beasts, as well as the first, winged spider, I faced, I was able to gain two items and skills on top of a few cores. Bone Spears, your knowledge of death is increased as the bones of the dead form at your command. Soul Burn effect is applied to those struck. Bear Emperor's Fur, the luminous fur of the Bear Emperor surrounds you and grants you protection. Plus 300% defense. All body covering is applied. The items were even more exquisite. Rat King's Mask has the effect of completely concealing your aura and changing your face. Primitic Guardian, forged from the extremely tough skin of a mammal, it never breaks from attacks of the same level. My excitement couldn't be kept down because of these new spectacular skills and items. I patiently waited for the final stage to arrive, as I was expectant of how many beasts I would face before passing this trial. Something like this could only be passed by the toughest beasts that dominated the epic stage with their defense and offense, and I was bulldozing my way through because I had just that and even more. I would be careful not to show too much to this powerful figure that attributed my quick rise of power to a unique skill. Even more of my attention was placed on this idea of a spiritual land. If the least of the rewards was something that helped beasts advance to the next rank, what other rewards were there? I didn't wait too long, as a bit over an hour later, the scenery around me changed once again. This time, a snowstorm was active all around as I appeared atop a frozen mountain. I looked forward to the next opponents as I activated my old and new epic skills together for the first time. The incarnation of the Corrupted Sword Saint descended as my body fully gained control of the massive 8-meter figure. Bear Emperor's Fur was cast next, the incarnation undergoing a change once again. This time, sleek white fur sprouted out, fully covering the entirety of the large body, even the horn on top of the head seeming like a furry white bump. The fur glistened in the light as Absolute Zero was also activated, increasing the glorious white sheen even more. I equipped the Prismatic Guardian shield and watched as it expanded to 5 meters, becoming the same size as the blade I held. I looked like a glowing white-furred beast as my large figure towered in the snowy surroundings while holding a long blade and a large shield. The environment even further improved the roiling storm of destructive ice elements caused by Absolute Zero to go wild. I was fully ready as 5 figures flashed into the frozen mountains nearby. The Emperor Penguin was at the forefront as it looked at me with extreme caution, its eyes that normally shone with arrogance fully alert. The other 4 were the Arctic Wolf, a white mamba that was larger than 10 meters with the most vicious yellow eyes I've come across, a snow leopard with glistening white fur, and a dangerous wood frog that shone multiple bright colors of light. The fight began rapidly, with the beasts not even getting near me and separating far from each other, circling me on the frozen mountain peak. The Emperor Penguin, at the lead, had his body shining in a dense silver light as its large flippers shone menacingly, its voice ringing out. I won't be the cause for the incident of the first human owning a spiritual land. Prepare yourself, as we will be going all out. The cold voice was heard clearly from this sleek beast as the moment it finished, its large figure disappeared. I smiled at the encirclement of beasts as I felt all the skills wrapped around me. The large blade in my right hand glistened as I also disappeared through instant transfer, my first target being the poisonous wood frog. Chapter 106, Making History 2. Enfeeble was the first skill that landed on the poisonous wood frog, unexpectedly slowing it down and causing it to lag, allowing the swing of my sword to pierce into its body and leave a gash. Each swing of my sword carried with it an S-rank skill I didn't think I would be using, Smoldering Sword Strike, that added another layer of damage to the already destructive sword. I flashed away in an instant as attacks from the other 4 beasts landed in the location I was just in, crisis avoidance, working in full force, letting me know where they were all coming from. Instant transfer was used repeatedly as I flashed to the Arctic Wolf next, stopping the deadly ice beam it was about to shoot out once again. I used another skill I never thought I would have the chance to use to smash into the face of the wolf with the full force of my boosted physical damage by using the rank S shield slam I received and never used a while back. The strike reverberated out as the wolf's mouth lost a few teeth and became bloody. Corrupted Sword Saint's Incarnation, S physical damage and speed boosts were nothing to laugh at. I was watching the entire battlefield with constantly shifting, regal archer's eyes, as I saw attacks honing in my location again. This time the Emperor Penguin flashed right above me, letting out a deadly strike with its wide flippers. The other 3 beasts neared the location to land their attacks as I smiled and transferred away once more. Their attacks only met air, but not for long, as a humongous iceberg smashed into the location that I just left. The impact caused the beasts to become disoriented and lose their momentum as jagged glacial spears pierced onto some of them, and they were about to rise when the shadow of the 30-meter iceberg appeared again. Raya. A screech came out of the Emperor Penguin, as a hazy silver light emanated outward from his body and covered the nearby beasts, transporting them far away in an instant. The iceberg smashed down to one unlucky white mamba that wasn't close enough to the penguin. Without letting them have any time to recoup, the large white snake only felt pressure as above the broken glacial chunks, a poisonous breath barreled down towards it from the mouth of the plague bearer. The battle was fast-paced as I acted to be sure that no time was given while I flashed around all over the snowy plain. Thought acceleration was churning at full capacity as my white-furred figure flashed at the poisoned and injured white mamba, and the blade layered with destructive ice elements pierced its disoriented head from top to bottom. Squelch. A horrid sound came out as the blade jaggedly tore apart the head of the beast, the freezing touch spreading throughout the muscle and brain matter, finishing it instantly. I pulled out the large blade and stood upright, looking at the 4 remaining beasts at a distance. A dense essence of light had already flown in my storage pouch. That was one down. My next target was the snow leopard that had been shooting what seemed to be a combination of wind and ice blades to every point I appeared. They appeared as jagged crescent blades that exploded on impact. I instantly flashed to its location as my sword deflected the icy blades that appeared right in front of it. The plague bearer was getting ripped apart as it held off the 3 other beasts behind me, soon exploding in a shower of poison that showered everything nearby. It was fully summoned again in the next second as I continued to slash even faster at the leopard in front of me. All of its evading was for naught as the storm of destructive ice elements slowed it down, with every strike that landed wounding it even more. When it seemed to be making its last-ditch attempt and a green light surrounded it, Enfeeble was cast and the momentary delay would be all I needed. Bone spears was casted as more than 10 extremely large spears letting out pulsating dark energy rush towards the beast. Multiple rifts had also appeared behind it as flames and lightning pierced it from the back, with my sword coming down from the front. A whining sound was the only thing that was then heard as the second beast fell, essence filling up my storage pouch once again. The Emperor Penguin appeared a moment later as its flippers struck out again, the deadly light collected on it being able to slightly injure my large body that was layered with a ton of skills. I observed the other two beasts to be tangling with my plague bearer, so I simply sent another iceberg their way to keep them busy. Both my summon and beasts were smashed down, with the summon exploding right after to just increase the pain before it reappeared brand new in a few seconds. My frozen sword met the strikes of the penguin as we moved around at high speed. Each strike was deadly enough to shave off the surrounding landscape and leave behind restructured frozen landscapes as the penguin disappeared and reappeared multiple times around me. Any strikes of his that landed would quickly be closed up by the constantly active Saint's Return. The battle continued like this as the two other remaining beasts, the Arctic Wolf and Wood Frog, blasted out of the frozen glaciers. The sight that met them only caused them to despair as the plague bearer was right on top preparing another poisonous breath, while near them were the two bodies of dead epic beasts that were moving again, their eyes blank and bodies a deadly shade of green. The Emperor Penguin screamed again as it looked at this losing battle and the strikes that were not very effective, its entire body shining a silver light that formed into the shape of a blooming flower which exploded between us. The impact occurred around the same time as the moving corpses of the first two killed beasts wrapped themselves around the Arctic Wolf and Wood Frog, the explosion of the epic beasts taking the already injured ones to their deaths. The snowy battlefield was silent as the Emperor Penguin appeared above the skies where the poisonous explosion occurred. It was the only one left. Various injuries SN.A.K.E.D across its body as my large incarnation floated in the skies towards it. My incarnation that was filled with fur and looked like some sort of ferocious beast was leaving behind a trail of cold air as it moved. There was no place for the Emperor Penguin to go to as it looked to my coming figure unwillingly. Its body glowed with that silvery light as it dashed towards me at full speed. The destructive storm of ice around me raged as I unequipped the shield and held the long blade with both of my hands. The Dark Slayer sword style that came with the incarnation was active as I held the blade in a beautiful drawing stance. The poisonous summon appeared beside me as well as multiple rifts opening up behind me. The spears of bones filled with malevolent energies also appeared in mass, fully prepared for the silvery figure of the rushing Emperor Penguin. It was but an instant, but the impact let out a blinding light all around. Boom. Chapter 107, Something Phenomenal. Silence pervaded the surroundings as calm returned. The battle of 1 versus 5 came to a stop with the death of the Emperor Penguin. Wild energies flew about as rumblings ensued, golden light beginning to manifest in front of me as something began forming. Besides this golden light, I began feeling a connection forming between me and something that I didn't yet understand. When the connection was on the process of being established, an extravagant amount of information was squeezed into my mind as a scene similar to when I cleared a dungeon for the first time in this world repeated itself. The dense amount of information was quickly transformed into something legible, becoming a skill that appeared in my panel soon after. The skill read, Spiritual Land Management. Too many things were happening all at once as the connection I felt intensified, the essence around me that was flaring up gradually settling itself down. When everything finished, I found myself breathing hard as I realized the identity of the connection. I could feel a pulse of something spectacular resonating with me. This was the spiritual land. My shock only continued to increase as the golden light that was shining in front of me finished forming into an ancient-looking golden stone. It had a few crevices and cracks, but it floated imposingly in the air. This was the largest core I had ever seen, and my heart rate increased as I confirmed its identity. Aged Legendary Core. I wasted no time as I quickly grabbed onto this huge core, watching the blinding light flow into my storage pouch and transform into a golden skill book, and a few smaller cores. Besides these cores and golden skill book, there were a few other skill books and items that I received from the deaths of the 5 beasts. I was planning on taking a look at them right then and there when I received a signal that I would be getting transported from this trial space in the next few seconds. The scene changed again as I appeared back into the flat frozen landscape where the transparent woman and the epic beasts were in. I observed the golden door I had previously touched to start the trial gradually fade away, as snowy white plants began to sprout out of our surroundings, the landscape changing yet again. The only difference this time is that I knew why it was happening. A sonorous voice rang out right then and there. Ha ha. The first human to ever own a spiritual land has appeared through my hands. Good. Her words confirmed the things happening were real as I thought to the connection I felt between myself and this floating landmass. It seemed like I had a tremendous amount of influence on everything on here, making me entirely shaken and surprised. I looked towards the many epic beasts in the surroundings, the emperor penguin, and others appearing once again, although their faces were ashen and showing extreme weakness. The trial space really was something similar to a dungeon, with our origins being the ones sent in. So these beasts did not face true death when they died there. I smiled at this as many thoughts sprung around in my head. The beasts, seeing my gaze towards them, slumped down to their knees unwillingly as they bowed, their dense voices rushing out. We greet the spiritual land master. I had a bright smile on my face as I continued to wrap my head around this fantastic situation. I placed my attention to the figure of the woman and said, "Thank you for all the help. It was all you really. You passed the trial that many of the beasts in this generation couldn't and showed how you excelled for people of the same stage. I'm curious to see how you will fare when you fully step into the legendary rank. As for this spiritual land, it is very complex and should take you a few weeks to get a handle on how to properly manage it. I'll tell you now that if you use it correctly, the benefits you will have will be boundless." The figure of the woman was gradually fading as her words rang out. If you successfully pass the battle with the Demon King moving in the north, head towards the mythical Phoenix Kingdom. We could use a powerhouse of that level against the war with the demon forces there. As soon as her words finished, her figure popped away into nothingness, but not before I heard one last thing. "Oh, and treat these beasts kindly. They are one of the keys to upgrading your spiritual land." Her presence was fully gone as I looked around the changing surroundings where the colorful white grass had spread all around as light began to illuminate the center of the spiritual land we were in. I was excited to check the skills I gained from the death of the epic beasts and the legendary core, but the skill that took most of my attention after the figure that never told me their identity disappeared was the skill about managing the spiritual land. I looked for the skill that seemed to hold the most surprises this time, as a large panel appeared right when I focused on it. Spiritual Land Management. Frozen Plateau, 2. Beasts, FXXX, EXXX, D, 19, 430, C, 6943, B, 2876, A, 341, S, 68, Epic, 15. Plants, Whitefall Trees. Available for planting, Snow Vine, Sacred Rye. Features, Size Regulation, Unlocked, Movement, Unlocked, Anchor, Unlocked, Boost Surroundings, Locked, Architecture, Locked, Frozen Barrier, Locked, Offensive Maneuvers, Locked, at hashtag, Email Protected, %, Locked, Time Dilation, Locked, Email Protected, hashtag $, Locked. Upgrade, Conditions Not Met. At %, hashtag $. This, I didn't even know where to begin as I looked through this skill. It was actually classified as a unique skill, but that wasn't the biggest surprise. I was looking through all the functions below the skill that seemed too amazing to even fathom. I confirmed the name of this Tier 2 spiritual land to be the Frozen Plateau, and the things I saw below it made my heart go wild. A multitude of beasts were shown in large numbers, as well as many other functions I would have to spend some time to get used to. The powerful woman that just left had mentioned that managing the spiritual land would be a strenuous task, but as I looked towards the things I could do with this newly gained unique skill, the possibilities and things I had yet to learn about endlessly opened up in front of me. But, they would have to wait as I had to hurry to a battlefield that would decide the fate of the Frozen Kingdom. A stream of consciousness was rapidly tearing through the skies, returning to its main body thousands of miles away. It pierced through the clouds and neared a fantastical floating land that seemed like a paradise. The stream of consciousness was quickly absorbed into the main body of an enormous individual that floated in an expanse of red clouds. A magnificent golden beak shone dangerously as the yellow eyes of the beast flew open. Long and slender fiery wings were stretched out right powerfully as the beast rose. The body seemed to wreath with sparkling golden flames as a majestic, imperial phoenix made its appearance. It looked to the north where something interesting had just occurred before its attention soon moved away to other matters. It had done all that was needed, and now everything was left to their own devices. The large body disappeared in a blink as it dove down from the paradisiacal floating spiritual land towards another much larger floating landmass below it, where exquisite architecture became visible to the naked eye. The mind of the powerful, imperial phoenix, was now occupied with the messages of the movements of multiple demon legions in the surroundings of the mythical phoenix kingdom. The only thought that now passed in this hegemony's mind was a holder of an ultimate skill of the 7 deadly sins in the lead. Let's see how you will fare against my never-ending flames. Time continued to move, with many pieces moving with it. Multiple hegemonies were fighting their own wars that stretched across the lands. The radiance of their battles, tragic struggles, and bountiful victories continued as something none of them expected was rising in the dark. Chapter 108, Sigil of Hegemony. I forcefully turned my attention from the newly appeared unique skill and looked through the loot of the recent battle, especially the reward of clearing the trial that also granted me ownership of a spiritual land. The first thing looked at were the epic skills and items that dropped at the last stage of the trial, adding to my collection 3 new skills and 2 items. The items were a resplendent armor called Unshattered Charity, and exquisitely inlaid boots called Tiger Eyes Roots. The skills were even more spectacular. Teleport, space begins opening up to your control. Can set up 3 teleport points, 0/3. Can teleport yourself or others to any visible location or previously set up teleport point. This skill came from the source of the Emperor Penguin, and it was a skill that I knew would be my all-time favorite from how I had been moving around so much. The other 2 were just as amazing. Life Steal, your health is restored based on a portion of the damage dealt to your enemies. Arctic Breath, chilled bodies are left in the wake of the icy breath that freezes all that it touches. All of the newly gained epic skills were so fantastic looking that I could not wait to test them in the field. Especially, Teleport, and Arctic Breath, it looked like I would have a tremendous amount of fun with these 2. Next up was one of the main treasures of this whole event, the huge core that broke down into a legendary skill book and a few cores. I looked through the description of the skill, and it left me dumbfounded. Sigil of Hegemony, a highly protective sigil establishes itself as far as 30 meters around you, empowering you and your allies while hindering your foes for 30 seconds. Another 30 seconds are required before the runic forces can be activated again. Absorbs half of all damage dealt while active. Plus 200% casting and attack speed. Plus 200% damage to enemies in sigil. Plus 200% speed. Minus 50% enemy elemental resistances. Minus 50% enemy speed. I reread the skill description a couple of times as I learned the skill in stupefaction. This was a legendary skill that provided heavy damage boosts, absorbed more than half of all dealt damage, and even acted to weaken the enemy at the same time. It was such a killer skill that it made me want to test it on the weakened beast still kneeling in front of me. The only thing that was a slight downside seemed to be that it couldn't be kept active all the time. After the pleasant shock from the skill passed, I looked through the connection with the spiritual land and how I would move from now on. There was a dense amount of information for me to sort through just to understand a percentage of everything to do with this treasure, but one of the few things I could make out was the obedience that the beasts in here would show to the master who gained control of the spirit land they were born in. Everything else would require me to spend a significant amount of time to sort through, so I pulled up the unique skill, Spiritual Land Management, instead as I prepared to move back towards the Frozen Kingdom. It showed all the large numbers of beasts currently on the spiritual land that was called the Frozen Plateau, as well the tall white trees I continued to observe on the surface of this land. I honed in on the section of Features. Size. Regulation, unlocked, the size of the spiritual land can change as long as a large cost is paid. Movement, unlocked, defy common laws and allow for the movement of the spiritual land to your desired location. Anchor, unlocked, the spiritual land will hold firm wherever you decide to put it. The 3 features that were currently unlocked were crazy enough, and I couldn't wait to see how I could unlock the next ones after that. I looked at the kneeling epic beasts as my figure equipped all the new epic items on my body. The used to be arrogant Emperor Penguin was still kneeling unwillingly on the forefront as I asked, "How much power can you all currently exhibit? For the ones that participated in the trial, we have less than half of our power remaining. We will need at least a few weeks before we can return to our peak." The Emperor Penguin took the lead, answering with a heavy voice as he kept his sleek shining beak down. I looked at the large numbers of beasts that showed up on the panel of the spiritual land management, as many ideas passed through me. If I so chose, it looks like I have gained a constant supply of skills that I can select from. The other side was that I had gained a powerful force of many beasts that I could grow and cultivate. More epic beasts could continue to be born in this spiritual land, as well as possibilities of upgrading the current beasts to legendary rank or even further beyond in the future once I learn more about the tiers of spiritual lands and how to upgrade them. My figure disappeared from the underground space where the strongest beasts were in as I appeared in the skies of the outside world, with the frozen plateau floating grandly below me. The many grand, white fall trees were visible all around as the lower-ranking beasts on the land looked up to my figure in the skies. A whoa! Sounds of many beasts rang out as they felt the new owner of the spiritual land appear in the air. I looked at the grand sight of the glimmering snowy land beneath me as I concentrated and used size regulation for the first time. The floating landmass trembled as a blue light spread out to cover it, and I watched as it visibly shrank down from its large size and became smaller and smaller. I could feel a tremendous amount of essence multiple times than what I usually use to cast epic skills constantly going towards the activated feature of size regulation. The reserves of energy that continued to condense towards the center continued to be used for the maintenance and growth of the spiritual land, with me providing the required mana to use the features listed under the unique skill to affect it. I recalled the powerful woman's words about how complex a task of taking care of a spiritual land would be and smiled while I watched the continued shrinking of the land below me through a feature of the skill, spiritual land management. It looks like I might have just found another crazy skill that in no way fits the norms. While watching it shrink, I also activated the function of movement and watched as the land continued to shrink until it eventually fit in the palm of my hands. The spiritual land that was larger than an entire city fit in the palm of my hand. I continued to be astounded by the fantastical things I never would have thought to be possible. What else would this amazing beast world have in store for me? Chapter 109, Unexpected Combination. After being amazed at the small floating landmass that I held in my hands, I used the third function that was also unlocked. Anchor was used as I sent a command again, spending an exorbitant amount of mana and watched as the spiritual land attached itself to the right side of my epic armor. I moved around in the skies and watched as no movements or issues occurred. To the spiritual land. I even went as far as using teleport for the first time, watching as a silvery light quickly spread all around me, my figure disappearing and appearing a few miles away right after. Still, no problems had occurred. I laughed at this amazing sight as I carried the shrunken spiritual land with me towards the frozen kingdom while testing out teleport. The forces of the kingdom should have already moved out, and I didn't know if they had clashed with the Demon Legion or not. I flashed across the frozen plains at high speed until the heavily armed fortress walls of the kingdoms appeared in front of me. Not too long after, I arrived on the snowy peak with my usual covert skills activated, as well as the Rat King's mask that provided another function of hiding my aura and figure. There were significantly more guards on the snowy peak as mostly humans and a few beastmen moved around. I found the princess on the terrace of the same manner, and she somehow also found out that I had arrived as her veiled face turned towards the skies I was at. I could feel the smile from the veil as the princess went towards closed doors with me following close behind. The updates I heard when she began talking to me privately were huge, to say the least. The discussion was occurring as I also took the time to finish absorbing the epic cores and start on the legendary ones that I recently gained. The forces of the Frozen Kingdom would be clashing sometime soon if they hadn't already, and I had to move fast to join them before too many casualties occurred. The other thing that caused me to be pleasantly surprised was the fact that this princess was now the future queen. A slight smile came to my face as I thought of the implications of this. I didn't want to spend too much time here while others could be battling this instant, so after knowing about the location of the forces being CLU.S.tiered between Valen County and Shadow Dukedom, I ended the discussion early while enjoying the icy look on Adelaide's face that seemed to portray calmness, but I could see worry at the same time. I couldn't help but reach out towards the delicate face and pushed aside the blue hair, bringing the crystal face fully into my view. "Don't worry, I'll be sure to bring your family back safe and sound." The girl seemed dazed as my hand brushed past her face, and I flashed away with teleport towards the direction of the battle. I already set the Frozen Kingdom as one of the 3 teleport points I could come back to no matter how far I was. My direction was the battlefield as I prepared myself for the oncoming clash against demons. I looked through my constantly changing attribute panel at this time and was met with an unexpected surprise. Vitality, 410. Strength, 418. Skills, F, E, D, C, B, A. Flight, 100. Instant transfer, 100. Pain resistance, 100. Recorder, 100. Language comprehension, 100. Lion's roar, 23. Water barrier, 100. Pierce, 100. Executor's speed, 100. Sense heat source, 100. Silent communication, 75. Regal archer's eyes, 100. Cook, 38. A+: Arctic zone, 100. Relegator spear, 23. Immutable regeneration, 100. Abstruse cover, 100. Barrier of illusion, 100. Paladin's blessing, 11. Pursuing infernal lightning, 1. Protection of the wounded, 100. Flash, 79. Aura of belligerence, 88. Enfeeble, 89. Phoenix arrow, 1. Shield slam, 8. Obfuscation, 88. Rune of defense, 88. Dragon scales, 88. Budding farmer, 8. Ricocheting shield, 1. Bear's fighting style, 1. Archer's gamble, 1. Lion's heart, 76. Speedster, 76. Smoldering sword strike, 25. Earthen spears, 1. Thought acceleration, 76. Crisis avoidance, 76. S+: Saint's return, 100. Devastation, 95. Plague bearer, 100. Epic, corrupted sword saint's incarnation, 38. Iceberg, 25. Absolute 0-35. Bone spears, 9. Bear emperor's fur, 14. Life steal, 1. Teleport, 5. Arctic breath, 1. Legendary, sigil of hegemony, 1. Unique, spiritual land management. Equipment, 3x B ring of storage, A ring of storage, S storage pouch, S veiled suit, Epic Kingslayer, Epic Rat King's mask, Epic Prismatic Guardian, Epic Unshattered Charity, Epic Tiger Eyes Roots. Skills that I had been actively using so frequently and a few that were always activated had long reached the required proficiency for combination. Abstruse cover and Barrier of Illusion were quickly combined to give the rank S. Illusory cover. The biggest surprise that occurred next was me putting the seemingly incompatible skills of Summon Plague Bearer and Saint's Return that should have been polar opposites, and yet the skill combination shone a blinding blue light, an unexpected product coming out right after. Summon Holy Blight, a being that should not exist. Releases an aura that surrounds itself and the summoner, providing constant healing while releasing destructive and poisonous plagues on its foes. Among its tools are Noxious Breath, Zombie Master, and Two-Faced. The skill made me stop my constant teleportations towards the direction of Valen County and Shadow Dukedom as I gave it an even closer look. I couldn't help but summon the beast right away to see just how insane it had become now that it was epic. A malachite runic circle twice as big as it was previously came to life, this time colors of gold were inlaid with the abundant green. The formation of this new summon was grand, as when the light died down, an even larger monstrosity that now neared 10 meters came to be. It now seemed like a humongous green humanoid with runic tattoos of gold all over its body. The wings on its back were now bright gold, filled with thick muscles that dangerously flapped in the air. Woohoo! It let out a deadly shockwave as it was released for the first time since its upgrade. The waves of power it released were much higher than even the Emperor Penguin at its peak. I didn't think my excitement could increase even more, but I was curious about its additional skill besides the ones that had a name change but still held similar functions with many more additions. I sent the command for it to use Two-Faced, and watched as an amazing sight opened up before me. The nearly 10-meter-tall green-gold monstrosity shrank down to 2 meters with a blinding light, and the result was as if I was looking in a mirror. A figure with long black hair and golden wings of light that held a face that was 99% similar to mine made its appearance. My face, or really its face, seemed to hold the most compassionate gaze as the whole body was letting out a sheen of golden light. This was the poisonous abomination. Ha ha. I laughed at the unexpected usage of the Two-Faced skill that this upgraded Holy Blight could use, and rushed towards where the battle was occurring with even more vigor as many ways to use my new skills played out in front of my eyes. As I continued to teleport across the frozen plains, I found that I was self-reflecting on the things I was currently doing. I began this journey because I felt weak and cowardly, and I wanted to change that. I moved with even more conviction when I received the information on the enemies that had caused all of the death and destruction that took away the lives of my family and many more people. Now, even though all of those reasons were still what carried me forward, I also found myself looking forward to even more of these fantastic things I continue to experience. The ability to cast the amazing skills that I continue to gain, magical environments like spiritual lands which held their own secrets for me to unravel, the foods and cultures I come across, and the many people I met along the way. Even with the goal of getting back against my enemies, I also enjoyed and looked forward to experiencing all of these great things while I moved along in this journey. I was just touching the rank that was legendary at this point in time. Which rank would I reach months or years from now? There were too many things for me to look forward to and unravel, and I couldn't wait. Chapter 110, The Ilu.S. Trias King, Rourke Belmont. Sometime before, in the cold mountains between the Vallon County and Shadow Dukedom, lines of soldiers, adventurers, and mercenaries were filling up a wide path between two large mountains. This path was the only way to pass through to even get near the counties and dukedoms surrounding the Frozen Kingdom, unless you wanted to trek through the dangerous mountains. Horses and other magical beasts were standing on the side of humans, patiently watching for the forces of demons to arrive. King Rourke was in an enclosed tent talking with a few battalion commanders when a blaring horn rang out through. Everyone inside the tent stood up imposingly as they looked at each other, knowing the battle was about to begin. King Rourke took the lead as his body began thrumming with wild energy, heading to the front lines and instilling a sense of power to any people he passed. A few miles away from them, large groups of beasts could be seen as a terrifying sound also began to echo. The sounds of their heavy steps were not the first thing that reached them, but the extremely clear droning sound that continued to come out every few seconds. Goom. The defenders of the Frozen Kingdom were fully battle-ready as they saw their enemies come to full view, hearing one last droning sound before everything came to a standstill. The forces of the Demon Legion had stopped. They stood cleanly in their lines, multiple different ranks of see-throughs mixed in together. Large reptilian beasts and demon ox could be seen carrying many of the demons that had more power. A few mephitic turtles stood imposingly as epic demon commanders could be seen on top of their hard shells that were fastened with luxurious seats. There were multiple demon commanders, many of them holding dangerously red glowing weapons. The largest beast on the Demon Legion side was a Komodo dragon, nearing 10 meters. On its back could be seen an expertly made tent where a gorgeous figure was now coming out of. Demon King Gremory, of the 56th rank, had made his appearance. He had a sly smile on his face as he pushed the scantily clad figures of succubi back into the tent on top of the beast as he stepped outside. His appearance was met with horror as he released a pressure that seemed to press down on the wills of all those standing against him. Demon King's Haki was fully activated as Gremory made his debut. He had an imposing air that made him seem like the most powerful in the world, the waves of legendary power making themselves extremely clear. Fear. As these two forces stared at one another, not a single force moved. Only the cold winds of winter that ravaged the mountains could be heard whistling by. King Rourke Belmont was at the forefront of the forces as his body began to burn up and began to expand. He released a blast of light that passed through the snowy fields and offset some of the terror released from the Demon King. His vigorous voice rang out right after. "My people. Hut." The soldiers, adventurers, and mercenaries lined up behind him shouted strongly as they smashed their feet or weapons into the ground, making for an imposing air. A battle that decides our fate is here. The impact of their weapons or feet hitting the ground was getting stronger as the whole mountain range trembled when it occurred. Fight for your lives. Fight for honor. For the families back home. For humanity. Woohoo. The forces were screaming and moving at full speed as they felt their bodies strengthen to unbelievable degrees, reaching levels of power they had never crossed before. This was one of the skills of the great King Rourke Belmont. Ilu.S. Trias ruler, majesty is in your blood. Your words carry great momentum to all the subjects that are fortunate enough to hear them. Applied effects are clear mind, strengthened will, and boost power. Unique skill, Ilu.S. Trias ruler. One of the main factors that allowed Rourke Belmont to rise through the ranks and obtain the loyalty of many powerful human forces, eventually uniting them under his rule. The addition of his capable wife, Annalise, had made it possible to preserve the human kingdom for the last century. His body had finally finished expanding, and he stood closest to the Demon Legion as they saw the ruler they would be clashing with today. Rourke's body stood more than 5 meters tall. A thin layer of stretched armor tightly hugged his body as it shone a golden light. He seemed like the personification of a man made of gold as multiple protrusions of his steeled muscles imposingly stood out. No weapons were in his hands as his fists shone dangerously, seemingly more dangerous than any sharpened blade. This was the legendary skill that all those who stood against him feared. Goldman, overcome the limits of your body as it is strengthened to its utmost potential. Plus 300% physical damage, plus 300% speed, plus 300% armor, plus 300% healing effects. The elusive power of gold follows all of your attacks. His gold figure let out swirls of wild power as his eyes found their target, and he disappeared from his location. The battle had begun. The scene was too fast to catch, but the Trias King has already reached the center of the Demon Legion, his fist directly clashing against the legendary Demon King Gremory. The Demon King had a wicked smile on his face as his palm met the glistening gold punch. The entire tent behind him was ripped to shreds as a gold force traveled all around the area. The weak succubi that were still in the tent atop the beast found their bodies becoming shredded as they turned into messy pulps of blood and gore. Demon King Gremory looked at the gold human in front of him with a curious smile, not caring the least about the deaths of all the playthings he brought with him. The demon commanders on their own beasts saw this clash, but they had full confidence in their leader and focused their rush to meet the battalion commanders of the human forces. Clashes began to occur between the two armies as all sorts of elemental attacks roiled out. Arcs of lightning could be seen in one location while huge waves of water smashed down and drowned the demon forces. Walls of earth constantly rose and fell as bubbling magma burned soldiers and adventurers. At the center of the Demon Legion, Gremory pulled his palm that had stopped the much larger fist back as he stretched his body, treating what was about to come as a light exercise. This was arrogance of an extreme degree. This was arrogance born out of trust in one's own dominating strength. The body of the Demon King lost its upper layer of clothing as his red chest and abdominal muscles made themselves prominent. The horn shooting from his head shone in a dangerous red light as he laughed. The king in the north. Entertain me with all your best, for I have been truly bored so far. The Trias King was not one to be told what to do, as even before the words finished, the tight golden body moved dangerously and a ferocious axe kick smashed into the head of the Demon King. Chapter 111, Pain. Blasts of gold and red could be seen appearing in and out of the huge battlefield as the strongest powers of legendary rank clashed against one another. The king of the Frozen Kingdom looked like a sculpted figure of gold as he displayed a graceful fighting style that used his skill, Goldman, to the fullest. A vigorous fighting style was being used as all sorts of punches and kicks were thrown out heavily, blasting into the body of the Demon King. Rourke was dishing out purely physical attacks with extreme speeds that the smiling Gremory had to bring all his attention to blocking the strikes with his fair palms. Their figures clashed once again as Rourke looked at the battlefield around him. The epic commanders were furiously clashing against their counterparts while trying their best to protect their regiments, but many deaths were occurring. The Komodo dragons would throw out blazing flames as an area of attack that burnt tens of soldiers, while the mephitic turtles were throwing out poisonous beams of light that decimated the human forces. Oh! Rourke let out a roar as his body moved faster, keeping an eye on the Demon King as his figure quickly went to reinforce a struggling battalion commander. The commander was being overwhelmed by two epic ogres that were using their powerful maces to corner him. If he didn't get help soon, he would only face death. Rourke saw that the Demon King stood still at the position he left him in as he neared the battalion commander, glad he could save at least one of his friends in this battle. He just missed the imperceptible smile on the Demon King's face. The two ogres were near his attack range as he prepared to intercept them, when a drastic change occurred as he felt a large impact. Seemingly out of nowhere, even with his eyes still kept on the Demon King behind him, something of similar strength had smashed into him and pushed him back. His golden figure looked up in shock as he was met with a beast shining in blue color. It had the striking head of a lion, a pulsating red venomous tail, and wide outstretched wings. He could hear the laughs of the Demon King as he confirmed the identity of a legendary ranked beast in front of him, his face changing all color. This was a primal beast called upon from Demon King Gremory's unique skill, Primal Conjurer. The blue manticore roared furiously as another one exactly the same size as it with terrifying power also appeared. A Demon King in the back, two legendary beasts in the front. The king was cornered. Ooh! A battle cry escaped his lips as his body flared up even more, pushing Goldman to its fullest as he disappeared from the location and began to fight the two beasts. The battalion commander he had wanted to save. Only a pile of flesh remained as the two ogres finished him off. Pain. Weakness. That was all Rourke felt. He looked around the battlefield at the many dying soldiers, mercenaries, and adventurers. All they left behind were dying screams. Blasts of gold continued to clash with the two legendary beasts. Rourke was actually moving speedily in the air and avoiding the sharp stingers the blue manticores were waving back and forth. The Demon King had a red cloud supporting him as he rose in the air, his voice ringing out. Haha, you actually had the strength to hold out against the attacks of two primal beasts. Good, good. Look around you though, look to your people that are dying by the thousands. Gremory's mocking voice rang out as the king kept his focus on trying to tear down the defenses of the legendary beasts before their owner decided to participate too, but the words shook him as he observed the despairing state of the battle. His epic commanders were being pushed back, some of them dead. His two sons were far in the back commanding the forces and preventing more deaths, but nothing was changing the state of the battle. He didn't want this. He couldn't watch this. His body raged as essence was used up without reservation, his stature becoming even bigger and the gold energy inlaid in his attacks became all the more destructive. He could do it. He would take down these beasts first, and then he would save. GUH. An unexpected situation had occurred where Rourke was about to go all out, when he felt a searing pain spread throughout his body. The momentary lapse gave an opening as one of the stingers of the blue manticore struck his arm. His golden figure smashed into the ground as he rolled out and breathed heavily. He didn't understand what had just happened as the searing pain he felt in his body became even more intense. What was happening at such a crucial juncture? The floating Gremory in the air was laughing wickedly as he neared the position of the fallen king. Do you feel pain spreading throughout your whole body? You can't as easily move your essence. His voice rang out in a mocking tone towards Rourke. There were dead bodies of demons and humans on the position they were at as Gremory looked down at the golden man who was glaring at him ferociously. What the hell did you do? I'm sure my defenses were not broken through. Gremory looked at this valiant figure as the wicked smile on his face became even bigger. Oh, but that is where you are wrong, little human. Your defenses were broken through long ago, haha. Rourke tried to move his strength as he listened to the demon's mocking tone, but all he felt was more pain. His face turned ashen as he realized he couldn't put in any more power. He still did not understand, and could only watch in rage as the two primal beasts and Gremory came close and surrounded him. Yes. That's the expression I wanted to see. The king of a kingdom kneeling on the floor in despair, not even knowing what happened. Are you not curious, little human? The stingers of the two manticores acted like flexible joints as they wrapped around Rourke's golden arms and raised him up. His right arm that was stung before had turned a deadly shade of purple as it pulsed horribly. The forces of the Frozen Kingdom had noticed this development and were trying to break through the ranks of demons to get to this position, but the many large beasts, goblins, ogres, and orcs gave them no respite. The princes in the far back of the defense line had horrible looks, as the older one pulled out a communication medallion hurriedly. Gremory was about to continue berating the king in his mocking tone so he could see more of the despair in his eyes when he felt the buzzing of the medallion. His face warped even more as his twisted mind worked and he took the medallion out, looking at the raised figure of Rourke in front of him. Now yes, I could just easily kill you now and do the same for your forces, and then go on to enslave your people. Before that though, why don't we listen to something interesting? He neared Rourke with the medallion on hand as he placed some mana into it, the message sent across coming out. Hey! You promised me my father's life, what are you doing? The voice seemed desperate, but was easily recognizable. Rourke's face drained of all color as he heard this message and painfully turned his head over to where his two sons were being protected while commanding the soldiers. He felt the searing pain in his body that did not allow him to do anything as he heard the voice of his son coming out from the medallion of the demon. He wanted it to be a lie, an illusion from the magic of this demon, but his sharp eyes could see his desperate son in the distance holding a red medallion. This fucking fool. What had he done? Ugh. The pain in his body increased as the poison from the stung arm continued to spread, with the two manticores to his left and right twisting their grips even faster. Gremory seemed to have a flushed red face as he looked at the changing emotions on the king as well as the desperate voice that continued to come from the medallion. His mocking voice came out as he brought his palm to cover his flushed face. Ah, I understand your plight. You gave your best and fought with all that you had, only for everything to fall apart as you realized a betrayal had taken place. The golden figure of Rourke was raised up as Gremory looked at him. You may be asking yourself now, is this it? Is this really how everything I have built up crumbles down? Ah. Gremory seemed to be in euphoria as he looked around at the bloody battlefield and the despairing faces as his face became malicious. I'm here to tell you yes. All that you have built will crumble down, and nobody can do anything Abu dash. What the fuck? Chapter 112, Debut. In the snowy lands between two mountains filled with death, a drastic change occurred. In the skies above the two fighting armies, a fair man dressed in white robes had appeared. Wings of feathery golden color were outspread behind him as he mercifully looked down to the despairing soldiers of the frozen kingdom. But this wasn't the figure that gave people the most shock. It was the appearance of something much grander that made the epic commanders on both sides of the army stop in shock. Nearing 10 meters tall, a large beast had instantaneously appeared and knocked away the powerful demon king. The two primal beasts that had their long stingers wrapped around a golden man found empty air as a silvery light passed and the men disappeared from their grasps. The beast held a powerful longsword as a storm of destructive cold elements swirled around him. A glorious blue sigil was spreading out from him as its power shook the people to their hearts. Glorious white fur covered him from top to bottom as a shining white horn at the center of its head pointed to the skies. The figure looked around powerfully as the demons reacted in a frenzy, Gremory recovering from the attack without a wound as the air cleared. What the fuck? He was surprised at the sudden intrusion that had stopped his fun as he looked towards the new participant. He found the large beast that let out somewhat threatening levels of power, and he was confused. Had one of the mythical kingdoms sent a powerhouse to protect the frozen kingdom? Gremory's face hardened as he thought of this and carefully observed this figure that could knock him away at a speed where he did not notice him. The beast seemed more interested in the mephitic turtles and droves of demons in the ranks of the demon legion, as a nostalgic expression actually came onto its face. A silvery light occurred and the beast disappeared, showing itself once again high in the skies. The primal spirits that Gremory had summoned were already on his tail as they observed the beast in the skies pointing his cold blade downwards. Vumum. A droning sound could be heard as the sky darkened. Like the veil of the night had appeared, the dark snowy lands found themselves even darker as humongous glacial lands appeared in the skies. Iceberg had been cast multiple times. The extremely tough glacial land masses droned down towards the many forces of demons as complete fear and trepidation covered their faces. Gremory looked at this extremely unbelievable area of attack ability that would cause a tremendous amount of damage to the demon legion if not stopped. His body glowed red as he appeared on the lands beneath where the icebergs would fall. Blazing hell flames. Like the blooming of a flower, densely packed red flames sprouted out with the Demon King as the origin, going to envelope the glacial landmasses in the surroundings. Only a portion of them covered the numerous falling glaciers. A devastating impact occurred as thousands of casualties occurred for the Demon Legion. White steam spread out with the impact of extremely hot flames and frozen glaciers, obscuring the sight of many. Gremory recalled his two primal spirits as his eyes pierced the veil of smoke to find the figure of the newcomer. The other arrival that was floating in the skies with golden wings on his back pointed their hands down as a rain of golden light landed on the injured and fighting soldiers, mercenaries, and adventurers of the Frozen Kingdom. The light invigorated and healed those it touched as they began to fight back with increased vigor. On the places where the most death was occurring, where the epic commanders between the two forces were battling, new intruders also appeared. Multiple epic beasts had fallen down from the darkening skies, heavily landing on the ground and causing a stop to the battle as the commanders got a chance to see if it was friend or foe. A sleek, emperor penguin could be seen at the forefront, the yellow-white and black texture of its skin extremely clear in the snowy lands. A terrifyingly long snake that was the white mamba, and many more epic beasts landed on the ground and quickly targeted the demon commanders. Oh! The battle seemed to be taking a completely different turn as unknown reinforcements arrived and eased the hard battle that would have resulted in a massacre of the kingdom's forces. Things did not seem to be done though, as movements could also be felt from the dead bodies that spread across the battlefield. A cloud of green had permeated the ground from an unknown location that quickly entered the bodies of the fallen humans, beastmen, and demons. Everywhere the smoke passed, the bodies began trembling, before they rose up in a terrifying fashion. The skin of these moving corpses was blistering green as their blank eyes moved and landed on the forces of the demon legion. The defiled corpses moved unnaturally and with extreme speed and precision as they threw themselves on the bodies of demons. Some clawed or bit their opponents, spreading to them virulent poison and plagues that made their bodies shake and begin foaming before they died painfully, and then rose up with even more terrifying force a few seconds after. Others threw themselves in the midst of packs of the reptilian beasts and mephitic turtles, before their bodies exploded in a gore of poisonous green, causing even more mayhem. A large turtle that was shooting out poisonous beams of light had at one point been swarmed by the terrifying, defiled corpses, and not given a single second of rest as they continued sticking to its body and bursting open to release the noxious poison and plague. The turtles that had poison as their element found themselves feeling pain and their hard shells dissolving in the face of these attacks, giving them an unrecognized sense of terror. Eerie scenes like this began spreading throughout the battlefield, causing many to take a step back and ask, just who the hell were these newcomers that just appeared? Gremory was looking towards the large creature that carried a dangerous sword in the skies as his mind worked to identify it at high speeds. It didn't match any of the information he had on the beasts from the mythical kingdom, so he didn't know where this reinforcement came from. He looked at the two legendary primal beasts beside him as he breathed out cold air, adopting his usual twisted demeanor once again. It did not matter who this disruptor was, he would take them down regardless. Their body did not show the power of legendary rank, yet the strike earlier had been able to cause him significant damage. But there was only one of him. How would he fare against a demon king and his two primal spirits? Chapter 113, Malevolent. There were too many unknowns with this new intruder, so Gremory activated multiple skills as he focused on the beast. Sweet Talker and Unveiler were activated as his magnetic voice rang out. Now who might our new friend be? Not even a second was given for his words to finish as the primal spirits felt a threat and pushed themselves in front of their master to stop a frighteningly cold sword. The destructive cold energies wrecked the area as the white-furred beast was pushed back. Gremory was now full of anger as this newcomer showed such blatant disrespect. You fumbling beast, you don't even have basic manners. Gremory was fully enraged as a beautiful play had been ruined. He had set it up for so long, and now it was all up in flames because of some beast. The faces of despair had already begun appearing, and he wanted to bring the father and son close to one another and watch what they would say. Would the father show hatred and disappointment to the son he loved for the downfall of their kingdom? Would the son be apologetic as he realized he had been tricked into poisoning his own father for nothing? All of these things he wanted to see, but now they were all gone. Things can never go the way I want. As he watched the other newcomers, especially the men with golden wings that was healing countless beings from the kingdom's forces as if it was nothing, he knew he had to finish off this beast quickly. As he was thinking, the beast was already clashing with one of the primal spirits. He was actually holding his own against a legendary spirit as the storm of ice elements caused freezing cold to accumulate on the body of the blue manticore, while its stinger parried the freezing blade. You think one puny beast can stand against a demon king? The enraged Gremory sent the command for the other primal spirit to join the fight as he placed his hand on his left chest. Since you ruined such a perfect play, I'll use you for my entertainment and see if I can observe those same faces of despair. Multiple runic circles had appeared on Gremory's chest as he saw the white beast gradually be pushed back against the force of two legendary beasts. It seemed that just the primal beasts would be enough to take the white-furred sword-wielding beast down, but he still wanted to make this newcomer despair some more. The hand on his chest sunk in as he felt his own beating heart, and a guttural scream came out from his mouth as one of the demon's unique abilities, Abyss Magic, was used. Limit, break. Boom. A pillar of red shining light shot through the skies and then blindingly spread throughout the surroundings. When this light died down, the beings fighting could see that high in the skies, the Demon King had transformed. Gorgeous black wings erupted from his back as two powerful horns extended from both sides of his head. A slithering long tail erupted behind him as his body also continued to expand, quickly becoming more than 5 meters. His body let out crazy levels of power as the red light died down. A stifling pressure was pressing down on everyone in the surroundings as if the whole world was falling on them. This was the pressure from Demon King's Haki. The terrible power shown above made many people afraid, but the nearly 10-meter-tall sword-wielding beast looked at this scene, as his eyes seemed to shine a dangerous light. The sigil of hegemony, He had cast as soon as he arrived had already run out and he was waiting to cast it again, yet his defenses were still firm as he pushed off the enemies in the skies. The primal spirits that were constantly damaging his bare emperor's hide and smashing into the sword saint incarnation were not able to notice the dangerous light that shone in his eyes as the men hidden at the center of the large incarnation looked longingly to the demon king, as if he wanted to consume the entire demon whole. Noah had finally met the demons that were the true culprits behind much of the destruction that occurred in his homeworld. The first thing he did after recognizing the mephitic turtles he had fought before in the Blessed Empire was to send numerous icebergs their way. The next thing after that was him sending a command to the 15 epic beasts at the central area of the frozen plateau spiritual land, and then releasing them to the outside world. Many of them were still weakened with their origins eaten up, but they were still epic beasts holding powerful strength. They were the easiest to send commands to with their high ranks, so only these 15 beasts were let out of the spiritual land. They would help to reinforce the frozen kingdom's forces against the demons while the holy blight that had taken the appearance of a graceful holy saint through the use of two-faced worked to heal and covertly caused even more chaos in the battlefield through the use of zombie master. Seeing the ferocious green zombies running below him rampantly gave way to many ideas and possibilities. After attacking the demon king with extreme speed, two summoned beasts began pursuing him in the skies. The blue manticores he continued to clash against were genuine legendary beasts, every single one of their strikes with the deadly stingers pushing him back and dealing heavy damage that he quickly worked to heal. The connection with summon holy blight was extremely strong, and he continued to receive constant heals and buffs as his large incarnation became damaged. When Sigil of Hegemony became inactive, he wanted to test how he fared against genuine legendary with the usage of his epic skills, but it seemed just that alone was not enough to bridge the gap. He was ready to activate the legendary skill as soon as the cooldown ended and start fighting back with heavy attacks once more when the situation changed, and the Demon King underwent a rapid transformation. The creature to appear at the end of it was a ferocious winged demon that nearly reached his incarnation's size. The thick red arms of the demons were raised high as pulsating pillars of flames appeared on his palms roaring to the skies. A malevolent smile came on the demon's face as a powerful voice rang out. "I'm gonna skin you alive and use your fur as a fucking rag." Chapter 114, Demon King Gremory Calmness. I tried to bring my mind to an exceptionally peaceful place and calm my emotions as I looked at the transformed Demon King in the skies. Hellish red flames erupted beautifully from his hands and rose into the skies, putting a different contrast on the lands that were filled with white snow. The temperature was visibly rising in the surroundings as the wide pillars of flames in his hands continued to dance in the air. My body was surrounded by a layer of skills, with bare emperor's hide, fully covering and spreading throughout the corrupted sword saint's incarnation, giving me an appearance of a ferocious beast. The swirling storm of destructive cold elements around me from the activated absolute zero went to further cement this look of a beast that came from the depths of frozen lands. It didn't matter what the demon thought my identity was as long as I took him down. The one thing I was extremely looking forward to was the possibilities of amazing skills from such a strong figure. I looked at the Demon King and the beasts he commanded as I realized I would be fighting against 3 legendary ranked opponents. If I still had only epic skills, the results of this battle would be disastrous to think about. I was now just waiting to once more initiate the spectacular skill I received as one of the prizes for clearing the trial of supremacy for the spiritual land as I moved across the skies. Sigil of Hegemony. A highly protective sigil establishes itself as far as 30 meters around you, empowering you and your allies while hindering your foes for 30 seconds. Another 30 seconds are required before it can be activated again. Absorbs half of all damage dealt while active. Plus 200% casting and attack speed. Plus 200% damage to enemies in sigil. Plus 200% speed. Minus 50% enemy elemental resistances. Minus 50% enemy speed. The skill had the craziest buff and debuffs I had ever come across, but also had something I haven't had with many of the skills I used so far, a cooldown. The Demon King, followed by his 2 blue manticores, floated dangerously in the air as the hellish flames that were shooting to the skies aimed themselves towards me. I could feel my heart already pumping excitedly as teleport was cast, and I appeared behind the transformed demon. My long sword was already stretched out right as I cast Sigil of Hegemony. Wah! A beautiful sound as if something was long released from its confines erupted out as a blue circle began to spread with me in the center. Runic formations I could in no way understand were layered on top of this expanding circle, going to cover more than 10 meters around me quickly, and still expanding. The moment Sigil of Hegemony was cast, I felt the strength and speed of my body become multiple times greater, accelerating the speed of my cold sword even faster to the 3 targets in front of me. I could see the arrogant face of the Demon King undergo a change as a thin protective covering erupted in front of him. Demon King Gremory. The sword beast in front of me continued to bring more and more surprises as it teleported behind me and used the same spectacular skill. A sigil of unknown origin spread out. The moment it passed through me I felt my defenses and speed weakening significantly. I had battled for hundreds of years, and never thought I would be faced with something new after all this time. My bloodthirst began rising as the beast that I thought would die easily could actually put up a fight. The beast's cold sword met the protective layer of blood barrier, and actually broke through it, my 2 primal spirits using their stingers to stop it from piercing into my body. As I felt the chill of the blade near me, I found myself smiling towards this beast. You actually have the strength to back you up, good. Now, let's see how you fare against my attacks. Even though my defenses and speed were reduced, it didn't mean I couldn't dish out my killer attacks. Rending Flames was cast as claws of dense flames went to strike on the body of the white-furred beast. I looked forward to the scalding reaction, but I watched as more than half of the skill's power disappeared the moment it neared the body of the beast. The other half quickly dissipated from the thick fur surrounding it. Haha, now what sort of skill is this? I was a collector of many things unique and weird, and this beast with his constantly changing skills would be a great addition to that collection. Now, let's see how many more attacks you can withstand. An intense fight was occurring in the skies above the 2 fighting forces as a demon king with 2 primal spirits battled a powerful beast swinging a deadly sword. Bone spears with deathly cold energy could be seen exploding in the skies, as the sword clad in unstable ice elements clashed with the tough stingers of the 2 spirits. In the fights below, an Emperor Penguin was looking at the beautiful sigil that had spread more than 30 meters in the air longingly. This was the stage it wanted to reach, the stage to be considered truly powerful. Its longing was replaced with ferociousness as the focus came back to the huge ogre commander it was trading blows with, while gazing at the fight above every now and then. Many scenes like this were playing out in the snowy lands between 2 mountains as newly appearing beasts reinforced the Frozen Kingdom's forces. Someone that was putting in even more contribution was the white-robed man shining in gold that continued to send down lights that healed any that were injured. Many of the soldiers and mercenaries were sending reverent and thankful looks towards this saint, but they could have never imagined that this same saint was the one causing the most mayhem in the battlefield with the use of Zombie Master. Bodies that should have remained dead across the snowy fields were constantly rising and spreading dangerous poisonous fumes. Many of them remained in the ranks of the Demon Legion's forces where they fought against them until they exploded into clouds of poison. It was a terrifying sight where the numbers of green moving corpses were not decreasing over time as they constantly exploded, but were actually increasing as more and more corpses were created. This created a tough fight for those in the Demon Legion as they found themselves increasingly cornered with more and more defiled corpses moving against them. Chapter 115, Demon King Gremory 2. A game of cat and mouse was currently happening in the skies between 2 snowy mountain peaks in the northern continent of the beast world. Who the cat or the mouse was could not be clearly identified at this time, as the roles seemed to change over time. More than 30 minutes had passed since this chase began. It was 2 ferocious-looking beings flying through the skies, a silvery light appearing every now and then as one teleported a few miles away, only for the one chasing to catch up a few seconds later. The reason this chase was occurring was because a powerful sigil that was spread for more than 30 meters had caused a tremendous amount of damage for a winged demon and his primal spirits, and that sigil had disappeared after 30 seconds. This scene repeated itself multiple times in the past half hour. The disappearance of the sigil drastically reduced the power the white-furred incarnation was releasing, causing the current scene. The Demon King that had caught up to the white-furred incarnation that was Noah struck out with his strong arms as hellish red flames erupted out. 2 primal spirits were not far behind as poisonous stingers appeared from behind looking for an opening on their target. Schluck. One of the stingers from the blue manticores was able to pierce through, leaving a large gash on the shoulder of the incarnation which quickly closed up. This rate of healing so rapidly from an attack of a legendary beast could not be explained normally, as many skills came into play to cause it. First and foremost was life steal. Every single attack from Noah had the trait of absorbing health based on a portion of the damage dealt. The ferocious ice storm that continued to surround him, the cold blade that continued to smash into the bodies of the primal spirits and the Demon King, even the attacks made by the summon that was called forth by him, all of these were his attacks, and he gained a portion of health from the damage they dealt. The battlefield was also largely populated by green defiled corpses at this instant that were ferociously decimating the Demon Legion. Just those attacks alone made it so that Life Steal was constantly working to heal and regenerate any damage. This wasn't to mention the constant buffs and heals that came directly from the Holy Blight. As Noah waited for the cooldown of the powerful legendary skill to finish, he rapidly moved across the skies, taking many hits that could rupture apart the corrupted Sword Saint's incarnation, that was even protected by Bear Emperor's fur. The only thing that kept it apart were the constant heals that covered up all the damage in the blink of an eye. Amidst teleporting, deathly spears made of bones would appear and rush towards the chasing Demon King, who was knocking them away with a swing of his arms that released hellish flames. The injuries on his body continued to accumulate, but he seemed to disregard them completely. A wicked smile was on his face as the red-winged demon spoke. "You do not seem to be familiar with Demon Kings, so let me enlighten you." An expanse of red sprouted out as the outline of a large spear formed out of hellish flames. The spear chased Noah's figure and exploded vigorously. "First, we hold massive reserves of mana. Whatever game you think you are playing by running around like this, the longer it goes, the more you guarantee your death. No being has ever competed and won against the mana pool of a Demon King." Gremory's words seemed to be hitting air as Noah's beast incarnation came out of the explosion safe and sound. An expression of excitement appeared on the incarnation's large face as a powerful runic sigil was activated yet again. The manticores surrounding the Demon King returned to his side as they guarded menacingly, watching out for the figure of Noah that had begun moving at extreme speeds once again with the activation of Sigil of Hegemony. Second, our bodies were born from the primeval essence of the demon world, granting us extreme resistance to all forms of damage. Surprisingly, this skill of yours can momentarily cause a drop in my defenses, which makes you a very interesting little beast to study. Vroom. A sound as if the arrival of the most terrible disaster appeared as Noah finally showed himself, appearing on an opening between the Demon King that was surrounded by two legendary primal spirits as his incarnation's mouth opened unnaturally and a destructive breath roiled out. Arctic breath was cast for the first time. Pa. 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 Sounds as if popcorn was being popped rang out as the freezing breath surrounded the Demon King and his summons. But this was a Demon King. One of the ranked beings that was especially born from a large world. Despondency of spirit. A powerful yell came from the Demon King as one of the spirits covered in ice exploded out, forming into a thin line of light that attached itself to Noah's figure. A resounding explosion rang out as the figure of the white-furred incarnation shot towards the ground like a ballistic missile. 1/3 of the incarnation's body could be seen decimated, as even with the absorption of half of all damage from the now active Sigil of Hegemony, could not stop the devastating damage from an explosion of a primal spirit. Noah's body was roughly breathing inside as the impact had spread across all the way to him, the epic items and layers of lower skills he had on reducing the rest of the damage as he suffered minimally. Only a few seconds were left to the recently casted Sigil of Hegemony, as his incarnation fully healed and he teleported to the skies. The voice of the arrogant and injured Demon King rang out once again. Lastly, our unique skills, our FUCKING unique. A burst of raucous laughter rang out as a new primal spirit formed as good as new, the dangerously shining poisonous stinger and ferocious power of legendary rank that just exploded coming back as good as new. Demon King Gremory stood grandly in the air, surrounded by two blue manticores, letting out overwhelming power as his laugh resounded. Yet the curious thing that could not be explained remained: why was he so nonchalant about his heavy injuries? Gremory came out of his stupor as he felt the movement of essence roiling above him, giving an interesting smile as to what the puny beast was doing now. Up above, multiple sizable icebergs had appeared once more, along with tens of 5-meter large bone spears pulsating dangerously, and an Arctic breath that roiled out while Sigil of Hegemony was still active. The horned incarnation that covered Noah's body stood firm in the air with a blade in hand as his voice rang out for the first time. "You talk too much." Chapter 116, Catastrophic Consequences. Attacks that were reinforced by a legendary skill exploded in the skies above the snowy mountains, painting a devastating scene of power. When the skies cleared, the winged Demon King and his primal spirits had sustained significant injuries. A deep gash lay on his chest as the muscles wiggled around eerily to heal themselves, but the deathly energy from the bone spears vastly reduced the speed of healing. A significant amount of time had passed since the battle began, and the Demon King was finally becoming worn out. I looked at this scene as I moved faster to end this fight that had been going on for far too long. I had a few more seconds before I could cast Sigil of Hegemony again. My mind moved quickly as I sent a command, and the Golden Saint that had been going around healing injured forces from the Frozen Kingdom silently disappeared. In a few seconds, something entirely new appeared in the air above me as a wicked form of a 10-meter-tall green-gold abomination stood by me. I ignored the primal spirits around the Demon King and focused only on him, now joined by my upgraded epic summon. The Demon King that was being besieged from all sides was actually laughing, even when injuries continued to accumulate on his body as I threw more bone spears and struck down with my freezing sword. You exceeded my expectations, I'll give you that. I continued to ignore his words as I focused on counting down the seconds until a specific skill could be cast. I would try my best to end it on this next one. A grayed out skill became blue again as I cast it right away and watched the runic sigil spread out all around me. My incarnation and summon received tremendous boosts while the enemies we were facing reduced in speed and defense. I wanted to use the next 30 seconds to the fullest as Arctic breath was already leaving my mouth and bone spears were thrown out again and again. The skills that were only of epic rank showed extreme effectiveness when boosted by Sigil of Hegemony, and it looked like the defenses of the Demon King were finally wearing down after he was hit for so long. The summoned Holy Blight entering the fray caused the battle to be even more balanced as Noxious Breath was also continuously released onto the enemies. I kept the primal spirits at bay as I watched my summon use its large body to smash the Demon King into the ground. Whatever attacks were thrown at the Holy Blight, they quickly healed as even more virulent poison was released from him. The Demon King neared his end. The one surprising thing was his nonchalant expression as his body continued to be poisoned and injured. Even when the Holy Blight, with its huge stature, exploded its body while clutching onto the Demon King and causing a tremendous amount of damage, he continued to laugh. This is definitely interesting. To be defeated by a beast I have never heard about, I'll have to thoroughly investigate this in the future. I continued to rain attacks on the body that had turned a deathly shade of green-red as the fight went on and replied to the dying demon. You still think you're coming out of this alive? A wicked smile was on his face as he looked at me once more, the hellish flames he usually released from his palms fizzling out as his primal spirits were kept at bay. The two summons of his were hard to kill, and caused heavy explosions when they died, only to appear a few seconds later. They were trying to break through the encirclement of my incarnation and summon, but we defended and absorbed their attacks, healing from them quickly while trying to end the life of this powerful opponent quickly. His twisted face spoke yet again. Here's the last thing about Demon Kings that I can tell you now, you gained the right to learn that much. Demon Kings never really die. Haha. Even if you kill me here and now, I will be resurrected by the demon world in a few months. That is a right that is rare across many worlds, only given especially to the ranked rulers of the demon world. Now, when that happens, you better hope you're not in the same location, or the demon legions I will bring with me next time, haha. The demon was maddeningly raving as I threw down more bone spears, being one of the skills that dealt a lot of damage as he couldn't heal from them easily. As for his claims, let's put them to the test. My large body glowed magnificently as another Sigil of Hegemony spread out, and I used the boost of speed and power to bypass the barriers the Demon King had set up around his body, my cold blade piercing through his chest. The primal spirits behind me trying to claw their way past the Holy Blight that continued to explode and push them away screamed out as they exploded too. The cold blade that passed through the chest of the Demon King vibrated as the destructive cold element spread out with it as the center. The Demon King still had the same mocking expression on his face as he could feel the freezing feeling spread across his chest and completely overlap his heart. I'll see you in a few months, puny bios dash. Arg. A painful wail rang out to the Demon King about to die as a red light exploded outwards, his face adopting a despairing expression as something seemed to have gone wholly wrong for him. What are why dash? One last scream erupted out as the red light exploded outwards even more, giving me a surprise as the red light exploded to become gold bundles of books, items, cores, and something else I had never seen before. I breathed out heavily as I looked at this scene that had never occurred before. The essence of the beasts I defeated usually gets pulled into one of my storage items where I would find the loot there. This time, an explosion of loot had occurred outside as the demon completely perished. The primal spirits that exploded before him were also nowhere to be found. We had moved away from the battlefield for quite a distance as we fought and flew, and I found myself near a peak of a snowy mountain as the yells and screams of the battle a few miles away continued. I sent the changed holy blight that was now adopting my face with his saintly aura caused by Two-Faced towards the battle to continue saving more lives as everything wrapped up, and I looked towards the explosion of loot in front of me. What kinds of rewards would fall out from a demon king? Chapter 117, Catastrophic Consequences. 2. While the battle was concluding in the snowy mountains between a demon legion and the forces of the Frozen Kingdom, a world-shocking notice passed through the minds of every demon king in existence. Whether they were the highest-ranked demon lords carrying out conquest in large worlds, or the demon kings currently invading the beast world, a singular message passed through their minds. Something that rarely occurred and has not come to pass in the last hundreds of years, had now taken place. A demon king had faced true death. Shock. Disbelief. Apprehension. Lines of communication that went across the worlds were sent out as the demon kings looked for answers. Who had died? Which world were they in? And the most important thing, which powerhouse had they offended that they faced true death? To understand the shock of these demon kings, one would have to first know just how hard it was to actually kill one. For the demon kings invading the beast world, over the course of the months more than 3 demon kings had fallen. But neither of them faced true death. Every time a demon king was killed, their origin, no matter how injured, would be sent back to the demon world. The origin would act as a seedling and absorb the primeval essence of the demon world to eventually be born again after a long period of time passed. This was one of the core reasons why the demon world was able to wage war and dominate many other worlds. Their main forces seemed inexhaustible as time passed. It was a world that continued to rise through the ranks, and almost neared the upper echelons of prime worlds. Their strength was also their only weakness, where the 72 demon kings and the upper-ranked demon lords were very careful when they waged war across worlds. Many things would be considered. What level was the world they were invading? Were there any beings there that could truly threaten their lives? This was the crucial question that was always looked at first before any demon kings or demon lords descended onto other worlds. Over the past hundreds of years, a complete list of worlds not to get in conflict with had all been meant from past events where a demon king had faced true death. Worlds that focused on and were proficient in soul systems were left alone. Worlds where inhabitants increased their strength by unlocking the secrets of the universal laws were left alone. Only recently growing worlds that had not yet established their place in the universe were targeted. This allowed the demon world to roam free and rampant, and prevent the true deaths of their strongest forces. From the time when their conquest began until now, only 2 demon kings had faced true death. Now, there was a third. There used to be 72 rulers of the demon world in total, and now only 69 remained. Where had the demon king fallen? Which grand world had one of them stepped into that caused such a huge incident? Communications were sent back and forth across worlds as the rulers of the demon world confirmed their positions. In a matter of a few minutes, all of the remaining 69 checked in. The only one that was missing was rank 56, Demon King Gremory. Even more shock came from the realization of this, because Gremory was in a world that was neither weak nor powerful, but it definitely did not have powerhouses or such powerful systems of strength that would allow for its inhabitants to cause a demon king to face true death. The demon kings currently in the beast world were the ones that felt even more apprehension because they knew the situation of Gremory very well. He was a powerful demon king of legendary rank, with many skills at his disposal. He was the one in charge of occupying the kingdom in the northern lands of the beast world where the weakest kingdom resided. Yet, he had actually faced true death there. Communications continued as the demon kings and higher-ranked demon lords quickly moved the information around. An impossibly cold voice rang out through the channel of communication that was established across worlds. This was one of the highest-ranked rulers of the demon world, someone ranked in the top 10 speaking. The ones remaining in the beast world, focus your forces in the region where this incident occurred. A few more demon kings that are in nearby worlds will come to reinforce you soon enough. Move carefully. This could be a serious threat that is just now budding in this world, or something entirely different. Information is key. find out everything behind this incident first. Then we will see how to move forward. A momentary silence passed as another demon lord of high rank chimed in. Once the information is known, strengthen the attacks on all the forces in that world and take over everything as soon as possible. Treat this threat with extreme caution. More words were passed around as the demon kings grasped the situation of the beast world and planned. A terrible threat had possibly appeared that could shake the core foundations of the demon world. It had to be nipped as soon as possible. A demon lord that had remained silent through all of this also had their voice ring out, making a few of the high-ranked rulers surprised. The one that talked was a demon lord that kept to themselves in a dominated world where they alone ruled. This ruler caused many of the lower-ranked demon kings to feel fear from the cruelty of their actions and power. Well, I doubt someone of my rank would be needed to crush this possible threat, but why don't I go down myself? There was complete silence in the communication channel as the first cold voice that gave out the orders replied. That won't be necessary. The beast world is not highly developed and still has strict universal laws protecting it from the descent of high-tiered beings. Even trying it would deplete treasures and essences we've collected over the past 1,000 years. It is not worth it. Humph, so be it. Don't regret this in the future. Aureas, you go and do reconnaissance where this incident occurred first. Your skills are a perfect fit for this. There was a period of silence as the rulers of the demon world felt the connection have one less being on the other end. This was a demon lord that caused fear to permeate through the bones of lower-ranked demon kings. It was a demon lord that took over a world and completely massacred its inhabitants just to build up an army. This was the Necromancer of Chaos, the one who gained the title of Destroyer. Rank 8 Demon Lord, Barbatos. Chapter 118, Rapid Changes. In the next week that followed certain events, movements could be seen across the beast world that made many powerful figures apprehensive. There were a variety of demon legions that were spreading out from the former Draconic Kingdom and waging war to the remaining 3 mythical kingdoms. Multiple demon kings were leading their forces against these powerful kingdoms that held powerhouses of legendary rank, and some mythical ranks at their forefront. These powerhouses found the forces of demons shifting around with extreme urgency these few days, causing them to tighten their own defenses and wonder what they were planning now. The demon kings had their own headaches as they had to soon move pieces towards the northern lands while keeping their positions and defending from the attacks of beasts. Another factor that became a problem to consider was that who would be the one to head out to the location where one of them faced a true death. None of the demon kings were cowards, but the reality that a being with the power to truly kill them existed gave them great feelings of apprehension. It was a feeling they were not used to before. Talks and arguments took place as specific demon kings were chosen to lead their legions towards the northern lands in the coming weeks. They would begin marching out the moment more information was gathered and their forces were reassembled as they returned even more firepower on the fronts where they were waging war against the mythical kingdoms. Demon King Aureas would be the one to head towards the northern lands first, her unique skill making her ideal for carrying out reconnaissance. Information would be key for them as they moved forward. Deep in the center of the taken-over Draconic Kingdom, the Sin of Lust, the 32nd ranked Demon King Asmodeus was calmly sitting on a throne of a grandiose castle. The throne was open to a large hall where lines of minotaurs, ogres, and enslaved dragons were present. Asmodeus had his eyes closed as he furiously used the ultimate skill that granted him glimpses of the future as he tried to predict the best possible ways to move from now on. On the face of his ultimate skill, who could possibly stand against him? Outside of the castle was a terrifying presence standing guard like a dutiful dog. The being standing guard was a humongous, bone dragon. Many people wouldn't recognize this figure if they tried, but those close could see glimpses of who the being used to be. Although he was now mostly bones, his power seemed to be just as domineering. This was the being that used to be the ruler of the Draconic Kingdom, now standing guard dutifully for the invaders that took his life and enslaved his people. The terror of demons had yet to truly reach the minds of the beings in the beast world, as they now began to move seriously. A few days had passed since the terrible battle between 2 snowy mountains that took the lives of thousands. At some point during the battle, the Trias King had disappeared from the clutches of the enemy in a silvery light and appeared behind the defense lines where his soldiers swarmed to protect him. He, along with many of the injured individuals fighting on the Frozen Kingdom's side, had all received healing from the saint that appeared in the skies during the battle. Thousands of lives had been saved through his hands, and yet, nobody knew where he was. As the powerful beast continued to clash with the Demon King some distance from the battlefield, the saint had disappeared from everyone's eyes. This wasn't the only one to disappear, as the epic beasts that reinforced the battalion commanders were also gone as soon as the battle was finished. The horrifying corpses that were moving in the battlefield to decimate the demon legion also rushed to the mountains soon after, leaving behind a field of blood and gore, but not a single corpse in sight. No matter if they were human, beast or demon, not a single corpse remained on the battlefield. This sort of power caused much apprehension and reverence on the forces of the Frozen Kingdom as many questions plagued their minds. What was the identity of the saint that saved so many lives? Where did the sword beast that clashed against the Demon King come from? There were many questions with no answers as the process of healing was taking place in the Frozen Kingdom. The Trias King was heavily injured in the battle, the result causing him to lose his right arm even after the constant healing lights fell from the saint. What many people didn't know was that the biggest loss he received from the battle was the loss of his first son. The older prince was jailed in a secret location under the orders of the king as soon as the battle finished. The trusted battalion commanders did not raise any questions as they did what they were told. The powerful king has lost a limb, and also lost much more, as the shock of stupidity and betrayal from his own blood made him despondent. Was he such a bad father that his own son would plot to take down everything they had built? No. There had to be something else. The king was searching and grasping for straws as time passed, trying to understand the sequence of events as much as possible. This was the terror of demon kings, where even though they had won the battle, it still felt like they lost something much more. A shattered family where a son acted against his own father, who else can enact such a scene? As problems were solved, new ones arose. The damage the demons had caused on the counties and dukedoms before they reached Valen County and Shadow Dukedom were plentiful, destroying many of the farms, warehouses, and homes of common people. There was also the death of thousands of the kingdom's elite forces, which caused a reduction of much of the workforce to clear dungeons for their resources and reduced adventurers of high skill that were required to cultivate the freezing lands of the Frozen Kingdom. Many people found money and food becoming tight as more and more refugees from surrounding counties and dukedoms rushed into the kingdom. People wanted protection from the onslaught of demons, and they wanted food that was quickly becoming scarce as the kingdom worked to provide during these times of war. If nothing changed, hundreds of thousands of people could die from the hunger and cold. Against all of these depressing events, it was the queen-elect that had been moving rapidly across the kingdom that made many nobles turn their eyes. Even before the huge battle between the demons had taken place, Princess Adelaide had begun commissioning for new plots of farms to be prepared and seeds to be sown. Many were wondering why the princess was doing this, as anything planted right now would take weeks if not months to cultivate and be ready for harvest. This was especially so for the lands in the frigid environment they were in. Many of the nobles were calling for the kingdom to reach out for help towards the mythical beast kingdoms they hadn't had many relations with. They pointed out the powerful beast that had come to their rescue as the sentiment that during these times of war, the beast kingdoms were becoming more accepting of working together with humans to survive against the invaders of their world. Uncertainty was in the air as the people in the kingdom were in a period of mourning these past few days, while also gaining hope from the powerful strength of the beings that saved them. The Trias King and many of the people of the Frozen Kingdom wondered. Where were they now? Chapter 119, Loot. I was in the center of the Frozen Plateau spiritual land as I looked over the bountiful things that had come out from the death of the Demon King. As soon as the red light faded and piles of loot were beside the large body of the Demon King, I transferred everything into the central area of the spiritual land so I could check them all out without interruptions. The battle had finished, with the holy blight I sent out being able to handle much of the cleanup. The few hours after that were spent with me looking over the rewards of the very long battle. There were a great many things that brought a lot of surprises, but first and foremost were the skills. Demon King's Haki, your strength displays itself outward, placing tremendous pressure on those you are facing. Memory Plunderer, dip into the abstract and plunder the memories of your enemies and certain objects. Primal Conjurer, 2 primal spirits of the same level are called to your side. Currently available spirits, Troll, Manticore, Dullahan. 2 brand new legendary skills and a unique dropped from a single Demon King. The unique skill aside, just the 2 legendary ones made me want to go hunting for more Demon Kings right away. 2 of them were very straightforward, but Memory Plunderer was one that made me do a double take as it was one of the skills that weren't the usual offensive or defensive, but something entirely different. Skills like these usually gave me the biggest surprises. Next up were new things that I hadn't come across before. Power Jewel, X2, a condensed form of powerful abyss magic. Can be used to increase the firepower of skills by corrupting them with this terrible magic. Ruler's Medal, 56, grants you the highest authority in the 56th region of the demon world. These two items made me ponder for quite a while as I observed them. The Ruler's Medal was a star-shaped medallion that was extremely heavy on my hands, and I found it shocking to come across something like this from defeating a single demon king. The Power Jewel was something I could more easily understand, as I had come across them before with the epic mercenary I fought. The corrupted tag on the Sword Saint incarnation finally clicked as I saw the description of the jewel. I opened my huge panel to see which skills would be great to boost in damage. If they could come close to the usefulness of Corrupted Sword Saint's incarnation, I would have much more power in my arsenal. I hadn't yet begun absorbing the cores I gained from the Demon King, so my attributes were still the same as of right now. Skills, F, E, D, C, B, A, Flight, 100, Instant Transfer, 100, Recorder, 100, Language Comprehension, 100, Lion's Roar, 23, Water Barrier, 100, Pierce, 100, Executor's Speed, 100, Sense Heat Source, 100, Silent Communication, 75, Regal Archer's Eyes, 100, Cook, 38. S. Protection of the Wounded, 100, Flash, 100, Aura of Belligerence, 100, Enfeeble, 100, Phoenix Arrow, 1, Shield Slam, 8, Obfuscation, 100, Rune of Defense, 100, Dragon Scales, 100, Budding Farmer, 8, Ricocheting Shield, 1, Bear's Fighting Style, 1, Archer's Gamble, 1, Lion's Heart, 100, Speedster, 100, Smoldering Sword Strike, 56, Earthen Spears, 1, Thought Acceleration, 100, Crisis Avoidance, 100. S+: Devastation, 100. Epic, Corrupted Sword Saint's Incarnation, 49, Iceberg, 38, Absolute 0-35, Bone Spears, 27, Bear Emperor's Fur, 28, Life Steal, 16, Teleport, 25, Arctic Breath, 16. Legendary, Sigil of Hegemony, 12, Demon King's Hockey, 1, Memory Plunderer, 1. Unique, Spiritual Land Management, Primal Conjurer. Equipment, 3 XP Ring of Storage, A Ring of Storage, S Storage Pouch, S Veiled Suit, Epic Kingslayer, Epic Rat. King's Mask, Epic Prismatic Guardian, Epic Unshattered Charity, Epic Tiger Eyes Roots. There were many skills that had reached 100 proficiency that were prime for combination, and that was the next thing I would be doing as soon as I learned about the new things I've obtained first. I placed a small amount of mana into the Power Jewel while looking at my panel, seeing 2 skills become grayed out and many more starting to shine bright red. Unique skills were grayed out, and it seemed the Power Jewel couldn't be applied to them. Every other skill was blinking red as if asking to be selected. I looked to my most powerful skills aside from unique and selected, Sigil of Hegemony. A flash of red occurred as the Power Jewel melted in my hands and flew into my body. I felt a rumbling of essence as I watched the flickering of the legendary skill until it soon changed. Corrupted Sigil of Hegemony, a highly protective sigil establishes itself as far as 30 meters around you, empowering you and your allies while hindering your foes for 30 seconds. Another 30 seconds are required before the runic forces can be activated again. Absorbs half of all damage dealt while active. Plus 300% casting and attack speed. Plus 300% damage to enemies in sigil. Plus 300% speed. Minus 75% enemy elemental resistances. Minus 75% enemy speed. Restrict movement is applied. The skill now had even more boosts to damage, speed, and much more. Something even more spectacular called Restrict Movement was also added on top of it. I quickly thought about the powerful enemies I continued to face as my power continued to grow like this. I had just boosted a legendary skill with the powerful jewel that the Demon King left behind. Its rank hadn't gone above, but its power was now even greater. With my constant use of the skills that increased their proficiency before I combined them, it meant my power would continue to get closer and closer to the next rank with all of these factors put into place. I left the other, Power Jewel, behind for now as I felt the movement of the Holy Blight and epic beasts near the snowy mountain where I finished off the Demon King. Rushing along with them were hordes of terrifying green corpses that moved erratically. I transferred all of the beasts and defiled corpses into the frozen plateau's spiritual land. There were many things for me to do, and I had to go through them slowly to make sure there were no mistakes. With the end of the battle outside, there should be a period of peace as everyone recovered from this battle, although I didn't know how long that peace would be. I knew that killing a demon king would have huge after effects, I just didn't know how extreme the retaliation would be. The Frozen Kingdom might even be faced with even more demon legions after this. I used spiritual land management, and saw the changes occurring as the defiled corpses were transferred in. The Emperor Penguin and other beasts were transferred on top of the spiritual land where the snowy, whitefall trees were abundant as they rested from the battle. The Holy Blight was like a sheepherder as it stood in the skies and commanded the defiled corpses to stand in neat rows in between the whitefall trees. The sight was terrifying as the count of the defiled corpses reached a few thousands. I remained underground in the center of the spiritual land below as these things continued above me, sending out a command to my summon and the epic beasts to just be on standby as I wanted to figure out my new skills and look a bit closer at the spiritual land and its functions before I head back to the Frozen Kingdom to see the aftermath of this battle. The first thing that had been itching in my mind was Memory Plunderer. The description mentioned that memories of enemies and certain objects could be read. I thought for a bit as I reached out to the remaining power jewel and activated the skill. A red light flashed, but nothing occurred. I didn't give up and reached out to the large body of the Demon King I kept with me as I activated Memory Plunderer once again. The same red light flashed, and it continued to become brighter. Chapter 120, Memories. It was as if a film was playing out, and yet I was in the film at the same time. I felt extremely nauseous as it continued to go at an extremely fast pace, putting a ton of information that wasn't mine in my head. The memories were many, but they were sparse. I felt a stinging pain in my head as the memories continued to play out, and the pain intensified until my sight turned black. I woke up feeling extremely groggy, not sure how much time had passed since I blacked out. For the first time in quite a while, I actually didn't feel well. My body was almost always surrounded by many support and defense skills, which on top of my strengthened body, made me feel in top shape all the time. Yet now, the nauseousness had not gone away as my head continued to thump. Memories that were not mine continued to play out as I adopted a somber expression as they were registering. My somber expression soon turned to apprehension, and that apprehension soon turned to fear. Fuck. Shit. Damn. I tried taking deep breaths to calm myself down. I was feeling deep emotions that the memories carried, and had to remind myself that they were not mine. The life of the 56th ranked Demon King Gremory had sparsely laid itself out in front of my eyes. Only bits of memories from the hundreds of years he had lived played out, seemingly to be the most important ones that held significance to remember. But over the course of hundreds of years, these sparse memories were a lot. It was the things contained in these memories that brought me apprehension that soon turned into fear. Memories of demon kings and demon lords. Of powerful beings and grand worlds. Of the carnage and mayhem that the demons carried out. Of secrets, many, many secrets that only someone in the position of Gremory's caliber had access to. Breathe. I had to breathe. There was a ton of information, and facing all of it for the first time threw me off. The skill, Memory Plunderer, was incredibly powerful, and it became even crazier when the memories were of someone like this. Not many beings in the universe had the chance to kill a demon king and also have a skill that allowed them to take away their memories. Gremory had used the skill on his defeated enemies to obtain and use an extravagant amount of information over the years. Much of this information was now passing through my head. A few minutes passed as I felt all the colorfully shining activated skills as the nauseousness died down and I felt like myself again. The fear I had been feeling slowly reduced as my expression became somber. The enemies I faced were truly powerful. I didn't even want to think of those that gained the title of Demon Lords as of right now, as my power in no way reached where they were at. Just the demon kings on the beast world currently were enough for me to worry about. Memories of different worlds were placed aside as my focus narrowed down to the most important things I had to keep in mind. I conned myself as I forced my memory to recall that it had barely been 2 months since I awakened. Barely 2 months, and I was already at the position I was at right now. It didn't matter how powerful my enemies were, if I continued growing at this rate, or became even faster with the gaining of new skills, I had nothing to worry about. I realized the period of peace I thought we would have might not even last 2 weeks as some memories clicked with recent events. The biggest thing on hand was the death of Gremory. The consequences from it were much grander than I thought. Recalling the expression and fear he felt before he died, I connected it to one of the mysterious powers of the demon world, the fact that its demon kings and demon lords were resurrected when they died. Power from the demon world recalled their origins the moment they were killed, and only time would be required before they return as good as new. Very few powers in the many worlds could cause the 72 rulers of the demon world to actually die, and it seemed like the system of power instituted from my world could do it as well. Damn. This was purely a conjunction from the new memories I held and the sudden change of reaction from Gremory, who was confident about the resurrection that would take place after. Those were his only thoughts I could grasp from the last few minutes of his life, everything closer to his death remaining a blank darkness. This conjecture was most likely true, which meant things were about to get very dangerous. Another ruler of the demon world had faced true death, and in the hands of someone unknown in a developing world in some corner of the universe. Thought acceleration was working to the fullest as I compiled everything from the memories that would have the most immediate impact. The first was the demon kings spread out in the Draconic Kingdom, as well as the ones targeting the surrounding mythical kingdoms. I was finally able to learn more about the beast world with the memories from Gremory, coming to understand the other 3 mythical kingdoms standing strongly right now. The demons had actually not made any more progress after the victory with the Draconic Kingdom, the other kingdoms having formed alliances as powerhouses were sent back and forth to stop the advancement of demons. Neither the demons nor the mythical kingdoms placed too much attention on the small frozen kingdom in the frigid north, leaving the brunt of the fights away from here. The advent of Gremory and the help from the transparent red figure that came to the northern lands to strengthen the forces here was only a cause and effect from the continuing war. But now that a demon king had died because of this recent battle, the north would become the center of attention. I continued to keep myself calm as I organized all my thoughts. The mythical Phoenix Kingdom in the west. The mythical White Tiger Kingdom in the east, and the mythical Tortoise Kingdom in the south. Small bits of information about the powerhouses there were in Gremory's memories, as well the demon kings they faced. I also got the information of the demon king that was put in charge of sending the enslaved forces of beasts to recently found small worlds. The name Belial floated in my head as I had found the direct culprit that sent down destruction to my homeworld. But all of this had to be put behind for now. The most pressing matter was the swift reaction these powerful rulers of the demon world would take towards something as monumental as the true death of someone in their ranks. I had to be completely prepared. The enemies I faced were truly terrifying to think about, but so was my speed of progression. My emotions were fully reined and under control as my mind was made up. It didn't matter if entire worlds were my enemies, I would move past them. As for something that could quickly raise my strength, well, there were many ways to go about it. With such an abundant amount of information in my head, I didn't even need to wait for my enemies to come to me. I knew many of their secrets that I am sure they would have no idea I would be able to get my hands on. Memories of the unique and ultimate skills of demon kings and demon lords passed through my mind as the next thing I looked to was the Frozen Plateau Spiritual Land. What were you really, and how can I best use you? Chapter 121, Spiritual Lands. Gremory himself had very little knowledge of these spiritual lands, as the demons classified them as the beast world's unique treasure that promoted the strength of its inhabitants. Some major worlds had exceptional unique treasures that made them powerful and stand out in the universe, one of the examples being the system of 72 rulers of the demon world that were near impossible to truly kill. The beast world had spiritual lands as its unique treasure, or so the demons thought. Spiritual lands were one of the things that stopped their advances into the mythical kingdoms from continuing as the powerhouses defended themselves with hordes of beasts as well as many other features from higher-tiered spiritual lands. The Frozen Plateau Spiritual Land I had obtained was currently still very small in size, hidden amongst piles of snow as the beasts, and thousands of defiled corpses were safely staying inside as if it was our own small world. I could feel my connection to the spiritual land and some of the intricacies involved in controlling it. Using the unique skill, Spiritual Land Management, made the very complex intricacies of the spiritual land very easy to handle, but I still didn't have enough information. Since Memory Plunderer worked on the body of the Demon King, I wanted to give a try to another object. Nothing occurred when I activated it with the Power Jewel, so let's see if this object that was a spiritual land would be any different. I prepared myself for another potentially headache-inducing experience after just coming out of the first one. I placed my hand on the clear ground of the frozen plateau as I felt the strong connection intensify, and I activated Memory Plunderer once again. A red light shined again, and became even brighter as the spiritual land became the first object that I could obtain memories from. This was a very abstract concept as I pondered on objects that could be considered to have memories. It was much hazier than the memories of the Demon King, and they came in small amounts as I saw some of the history of the frozen plateau. Many things about its formation, plants, beasts, and the continued condensing of essence that made a lot of fantastical things possible passed through my mind. Soon enough, the scene of the transparent red woman came out as I watched how she underwent the process of upgrading it from Tier 1 to Tier 2. My mind brightened up at this inflow of amazing information as I saw the possibilities of moving forward and how to use this treasure to give me the best returns. The ways of upgrading also made themselves somewhat clear, and it seemed the beasts born from spiritual lands were one of the requirements for upgrading to higher tiers. As the memories continued to come in and consolidate, I opened the Spiritual Land Management panel. Beasts, FXXX, EXXX, D23, 620, C, 8753, B, 4876, A, 411, S, 79, Epic, 19. The numbers of beasts had increased as the defiled corpses that the Holy Blight controlled were placed into the ranks of beasts, no matter if they used to be demon, beast, or human. After going through some of the memories, I started with the plants, as they were actually one of the important factors. Plants. Whitefall trees, fond of the cold nature, they leave behind a beauty that many creatures enjoy. Time until maturity, 5 months. Snow vine, plants that thrive in the cold. A collection of snow vines growing together is conducive for the growth of all ice attribute beings. The fruits they yield help cultivate the power of beasts born in the spiritual land. The effects are heavily reduced for anyone else. Time until maturity, 8 months. Sacred rye, a grain that very few get the chance to enjoy. Slightly strengthens the body, boosts mana sensitivity momentarily, and relieves negative effects. Time until maturity, 1 month. The plants that could be cultivated in spiritual lands were one of the main ways to raise the power of the beasts that were born from the condensing of essence in this land. Once the ranks of the beasts were raised, as well as another factor being met, the tier of the spiritual land would be upgraded and more functions would become available. I started off slowly and selected Snowvine first, as it was the one that directly boosted the beast's power. A spectacular scene played out after where fields of empty snowy lands on top of the spiritual land were presented in a blue holographic outline in front of me. I sent my command to the spiritual land while using the unique skill, Spiritual Land Management, and I was shown the amazing sight of tens of large seeds condensing in the air and shooting down into the snowy earth on the field I selected. A blue flash of light passed as everything returned to calmness, and on the section where plants were listed was a new change. Snowvine, time until maturity, 8 months. This fantastical and game-like sight made me sigh in amazement as I wanted to try out even more things. The first thing though would have to be the non-standard skill I gained from the rank S dungeon some time back though. I sent a command and my figure was transferred into the snowy field where the Snowvine were just planted. The seeds were spread out wide on a large acre of land as it seemed the plants would be similar in size to the Whitefall trees that populated the spiritual land currently. I looked at the clear field of land as I cast Budding Farmer on this frozen plateau for the first time. A blinding blue light flashed as essence condensed in the location and the skill finished, and I watched in wonder as the seeds that were just planted in the ground trembled before they sprung up. A tremendous amount of essence roiled about as all of this occurred. Saplings could be seen growing at a visible speed as the formation of beautiful collections of vines began to make themselves apparent. The vines were white in color, holding small pointy ends that shone dangerously in the light. Small blue fruits could be seen growing sparsely on the many vines that sprung up in the acre of snowy land. I checked the panel for the plants yet again. Snowvine, time until maturity, 4 months. I had to shake myself out of my stupor as I saw the period of maturation for the plants go from 8 months to 4 months. Now the question was, if I continued casting Budding Farmer, just how much further can I bring down that time? Budding Farmer was cast multiple times after that, where I found the skill to be taking an exorbitant amount of mana that even the legendary Sigil of Hegemony had less energy usage than the skill that propagated the growth of plants. This was my first time coming across a lower-ranking skill that took more energy than another skill 2 ranks above it. I visibly observed the continued growth of the snow vines in front of me as the blue fruits growing out sparsely shined more and more, becoming even larger. This process continued until I was presented with the sight of 5-meter-tall white vines with large blue fruits standing gloriously in the formerly blank snowy field. I checked the plants section yet again. Snow vine, time until maturity, 2 weeks. 2 weeks. From a period of 8 months that the fantastical plant needed, it was brought down all the way to 2 weeks. No matter how many more times I cast, budding farmer, on the now populated acre of land, I couldn't reduce this number anymore. It seemed some time still had to pass before such treasures could be ripened. Still, these were plants that could only be planted in this spiritual land, specifically for the purpose of raising the strength of the beasts in it. It was something that required a significant amount of time to mature, and yet I had brought it down to a period of 2 weeks. I looked forward to other surprises from these peculiar skills like budding farmer and spiritual land management, as my figure moved to try out even more things. Chapter 122, Spiritual Lands 2. The next thing to look at was the other plant I could cultivate currently. Sacred rye, a grain that very few get the chance to enjoy. Slightly strengthens the body, boosts mana sensitivity momentarily, and relieves negative effects. Time until maturity, 1 month. Seeing this plant reminded me of the project that Adelaide had begun with, and the fact that I still haven't gotten back to the Frozen Kingdom after the battle ended. I didn't know how much time had passed when I blacked out from the extensive hundreds of years of broken memories from the Demon King, so I had to move quickly and take care of the important things in the spiritual land before moving out. The plant, Sacred Rye, seemed like it could be enjoyed by the beasts born from the frozen plateau and others without discrimination, as it still provided the same benefits. There were many more plants that I would be able to work with once the tier of the spiritual land was raised, and their effects would no doubt be even crazier. I looked through the many regions of the spiritual land as I played with a blue hologram of it through the use of spiritual land management. There were still many empty snowy lands that could be cultivated as the beasts in the spiritual land could be moved around. Even the wide expanse of tall, white fall trees could be cleared out as they disappeared into particles of essence and drifted back into the frozen plateau. I was looking at multiple acres like this where I selected snow vine and sacred rye to be cultivated en masse. The fantastic formation of seeds that formed in the skies and then shot down like a bullet into the ground could never get old. The seeds for sacred rye were much smaller than the snow vine, with the required time for maturity also being lesser. I used budding farmer on all of these new acres of fields and watched the magical sights of the plants that quickly grew all around me. The sacred rye seemed mystical with its colors of blue and gold on the plants that grew around a meter. Similar to the snow vine, I could not continue to reduce the days for maturity completely, even though the maturity for the rye was significantly less. Sacred rye, time until maturity, 2 days. The time for maturity was significantly reduced from 1 month to 2 days for the sacred rye, still showing just how astonishing the capabilities of budding farmer were. The first time I used this skill in the outside world was when we visited the Shadow Dukedom. The plant there had taken a single cast of the skill to cause it to mature and ripen. The only limitation to appear were these extravagant plants in this spiritual land. The last thing I wanted to finish up before heading to the outside world was the absorption of the legendary cores the Demon King had dropped. There was a significant amount, showing just how thick the essence Gremory had collected over the years was. The process took me another hour as I felt the continued strengthening of my body. The attributes I had currently matched those of someone legitimately in the legendary rank. Even the support skills that were rank A and S did not make me feel as great as the increase in this power felt. The boosted vitality and strength made me feel like I had endless strength and could take on any hits. Although I always preferred to protect myself with even more defensive skills and barriers so that no hits even came near my body. Defense was the top priority for this life of mine that was connected to something huge. I looked around the spiritual land where I wanted to stay and do even more things, but I forced myself to go out and check the situation of the Frozen Kingdom first. I had to prepare for the movements that the demons would take after the true death of Gremory was registered and they began to move. I already had an idea of what would come as I continued to sift through the memories of the dead Demon King. The spiritual land would be of huge importance to me, not just with its magical features, plants, or beast, but because it provided a space where I could do whatever I wanted without prying eyes. This spiritual land effectively meant I had a place to spam my many destructive skills and do whatever I wanted without worrying about prying eyes from the outside world. I left my holy blight summoned as he waited dangerously in front of rows of green zombies in another section of the spiritual land. The zombies ranged from ferocious demons, all the way to valiant humans that had faced their death in the recent battle. This wasn't to mention the large disfigured bodies of a variety of Komodo dragons and mephitic turtles. The holy blight had gone out of its way to collect many interesting things. This wasn't to mention the many beasts that could be raised in this land, and the possibilities of me doing the cruel thing of taking their skills through instituting a dungeon-like scenario similar to the trial of supremacy that took place before I gained ownership. All of these functions were capable through the spiritual land, and I was looking forward to seeing how many more surprises there were after its tier rose from 2. The sleek Emperor Penguin was giving me a less unyielding look after the show of my power against the Demon King, its beak slightly lower than it was some time ago. I chuckled at the arrogance of this penguin as I looked favorably on the teleport skills that it provided for me. Its beak pointed even lower after it, and the many beasts that congregated around the spiritual lands felt the usage of large amounts of mana and then observed the fantastic growth of snow vine and sacred rye. Almost all of the epic beasts that were weakened and had some of their origin eaten up by me in the trial of supremacy CLU.S. tiered around the still maturing snow vines as they looked towards the white-blue fruits vibrantly growing amidst the sharp vines. Even though they could only CLU.S. turn and enjoy the vibrant air the plants gave, none of them would be able to enjoy the resplendent fruits without my permission. As most of the things seemed to be settled in the frozen plateau for now, I began to move out. I flashed out of the miniaturized spiritual land and took it in my palms, using anchor to stably attach it to myself. I looked around the few miles around me using regal archer's eyes, as the scenes of the deadly battle played themselves out. Soldiers could still be seen in the surroundings of the snowy mountains. My figure was hidden with the many covert skills that I had active, at this moment looking like my normal self and not the bestial figure of a huge beast carrying around a large sword. I gazed around the snowy mountains a bit longer and then used teleport, disappearing and then appearing in a grand room in the manor at the center of Snowy Peak. Chapter 123, A Hero's Return. Chapter 123, A Hero's Return. The Snowy Peak was much different than it used to be, as I could feel the presence of many powerful figures moving around. There were even more royal guards surrounding the large manor, many of them being rank S and a few rank as. My hidden figure walked around the manor, the guards passing by not being able to even spare me a glacé as I went towards a large hall in the manor where most people were condensed at. The hall was full of nobles and ministers that busily moved around. A sense of frustration was in the air as some could be seen sending accusatory and unsavory words to others, with a few having a sense of calm trying to bring everything down. The commoners will soon begin rioting if nothing is changed. Humph, they never were a thankful bunch. Tisk, stop with that attitude. You're still holed up in your castle with reserves of grain and food that could last you weeks. You would never understand the feeling of not knowing if you will have something to put in your belly the next day. Nobles could be seen trading words back and forth as the talks continued. What of the heroes that took down the Demon King? If we could just get in contact with them. Those powerful figures were most likely from one of the mythical kingdoms. Do you really think after doing all that they would still hang around to help your pompous ass? It seemed to be more arguments that anything effective actually being done, and frustration was in the air. At the center of all of this was a princess surrounded by even larger groups of nobles, as it looked they were pleading with her to do something. As I was walking in, the face of the princess that was impassive with a hint of tiredness lit up. She tried keeping her emotions under control as her clear voice rang out above everyone else in the room. Everyone, clear out for a moment. The voice was low, but resounded all around as it hushed the squabbling nobles who looked at her in a confused manner. When they saw she was being serious, the figures of people quickly scrambled out of the large hall, only taking a few minutes before the huge doors were closed. I felt multiple shadow guards silently appear behind the closed door as a barrier that prevented any prying eyes erected itself around the hall. I found the impassive face of the princess to be showing more emotions than usual as an expression of distress moved to relief when my figure became visible to her. You. The princess seemed to almost be huffing as she stopped talking and breathed in and out, calming herself down before she talked again. Esteemed sir, I am glad you're back safe and sound, but do you know how many days had passed without a word from you? I was. The girl seemed to have a trace of anxiousness as she spoke, and I tried to calm her down by replying with a smile. I had taken a look at the communication medallion on the way here and found some messages from her, so I expected this. Something big happened after I took down the pest aiming its fangs towards the kingdom. How many days have passed? She looked to be surprised as her expression fully calmed down as if she understood. She seemed to have become her old self as she said. As long as something occurred and there was a reason, then all is well. It has been more than 2 days since the kingdom's forces came back from the war against the demon forces. When you weren't with them nor answering through the communication medallion, even with the word that victory was ours, I couldn't help but worry. I looked at the girl that seemed to have gone through a flurry of emotions she would normally never go through and felt apologetic. Don't worry, it was my fault. I'll make sure to keep you up to date whenever something like this arises again. I'm curious to know the state of things at the moment though. Adelaide had fully calmed down as a slight happy expression came on her face, and I found her doing a curtsy once again. Let me first thank you for going out of your way to save my father and the people of this kingdom who have yet to know the hero that slew the Demon King. We owe you our lives. I scratched my nose at the sight of this beautiful girl bowing to me once again as brushed off the thanks and asked to fill me on the current state of affairs. I had to know if any movements were made, even though I was confident that my enemies would not move this fast. Besides the mourning that was taking place for all those that fell in the war, many were looking for the heroes that appeared to save the day. The gallant saint that rained down blessings which healed all wounds, the sword beast that pulled away the Demon King, and many others who disappeared just as quickly as they had appeared that day. The saint they were praising was an unholy poisonous abomination that was now standing guard over a small army of corpses in a spiritual land with the other beasts that also made their appearance. As for the large white-furred beast flinging around a cold blade while dishing out spectacular skills, maybe they would see it again soon enough. A small issue over the appearance of these heroes arose from the actions of the holy blight of raising all the corpses on the battlefield. Adventurers, mercenaries, and other soldiers had people they knew that fell in battle, and they couldn't even reclaim their corpses. This raised some negative sentiments amongst others, but it was quickly quelled down by the majority positive opinions of the heroes who had saved the kingdom. This issue made me think a bit about the actions I allowed the holy blight to take, as I wondered if I should have limited it just a bit. The other issue besides this was the fact that the kingdom was experiencing an inflow of many refugees from the surrounding lands as the perpetual winters of the north had become even harder to live in with the invasion of demons. Famine was on the horizon for many people if something wasn't done. At the mention of this, both the princess and I smiled. It seemed she had already made the plans, as we both recalled my actions that caused the instant maturity of the crops on an entire acre of land in an instant some time back. I've already put plans into progress to move forward. Whenever you are available and with your permission, I would love to start putting them into action. The girl had already had people clear out and cultivate many acres and fields of barren lands where produce would normally take quite a while to grow or not grow at all. Modes of transportation, farmers to harvest the products, and many more things that overlooked the entire process of farming and distributing the produce were all ready to be put into place. I gave Adelaide much-deserved recognition for setting everything up so quickly and planning things this early. I even had my own surprise of the sacred rye, that was an extremely fantastical plant that would be ready in just 2 days. No, things like this are the least I can do while you continue to fight for us. After some time, I will go have another talk with my father to see if I can achieve something earlier and be able to move many more pieces. He hasn't been the same since he returned. A slightly sad expression appeared on her face as she talked about her family. Even with the powerful heals from my holy blight, the king that I saved from the clutches of 2 blue manticores and a demon king was still heavily injured. The cause was of course the son that had fallen under the demon's grasp. I had the sparse memories of Gremory, so I knew a bit more about the story behind all of this. A betrayed father and a stupid son, how would this play out? Chapter 124, Adelaide's Ambitions. Chapter 124, Adelaide's Ambitions. I didn't have any pity for the older brother that colluded with Demon King though, as he was rotten long before he fell under the influence of the demon's illusory magic. He was now jailed, with nothing to his name as his fate hung in the air. Adelaide had a cold expression as she talked about him, seemingly not caring the least bit if he lived or died. There were too many incompetent people in positions of power. With the miracles you continue to bring out, there are countless possibilities of moving forward. Adelaide was becoming more and more straightforward as time passed, and she continued to talk about the huge project she wanted to undertake. Agriculture moves the world. No matter if it is powerful adventurers or the common people, food is the number one thing. They spend their days risking their lives or working odd jobs just to be able to have the next meal. Now, if we correctly play things with the esteemed sir in the lead, I. She seemed to be careful with the next words she wanted to say, as if she couldn't pull them back once they were out. I found Adelaide doing something surprising again as lifted her dress, her knees touching the ground as the future queen of the frozen kingdom bowed her head once again. I can promise to not just deliver you a kingdom, but create for you an empire. The words were calm and clear as they left the red lips of the princess. I looked towards this girl and continued to be surprised by her actions and plans. It wasn't bad to have someone like this helping me out. I quickly moved to pull her body up as I just had not gotten used to someone this grand-looking doing something as kneeling. All in due time, my princess. Let me show you something first before we move out to the fields you've prepared. The next thing I did after watching the light of ambition swirling in the eyes of this icy princess was to show her just how much bigger the possibilities were. Both of our figures flashed away as they appeared on the snowy earth of the frozen plateau's spiritual land. Adelaide was shocked as she looked around, her shock becoming even greater as she recognized the white fall trees that were unique to the Sky Peak nest that the frozen kingdom had come to know. This is. She marveled for a few minutes as she walked around the snowy fields, coming across the acres where I planted snow vine and sacred rye. The Sky Peak nest that floated quite a distance from the kingdom. I affirmed her thoughts as I went on to give some pieces of information about the spiritual lands that they called nests. About how the mythical kingdoms on the other parts of the continent fully utilized the blessings of the spiritual land to rise to where they were today and remain strong in the face of the demons. Dangerous words that I liked to hear came out of Adelaide's mouth as she looked around in stupefaction. With your ability and a treasure like this, the world really isn't far from being in your grasp. More and more emotions that I never observed before on the face of this icy princess were coming out as she continued to be surprised at the information about spiritual lands, the plants, and the beasts that now followed my commands. The things outside can still be carried out as planned, but my present to you is this sacred rye you see growing bountifully in these fields. It's leagues above any of the common plants you know, with capabilities of boosting mana sensitivity, strengthening the body, and removing negative effects. The more my words came out, the wider the cute mouth of hers continued to expand in shock as her hands passed through the white gold rye growing all around. She spent the next few minutes eccentrically looking through the fields until she neared the snow vines, too. Surrounding the nearby vines were the epic beasts congregating together as they longingly looked towards the white-blue fruits glistening off the snow vines. Adelaide went close to the powerful beasts with no fear. She trusted my words too much that she only interestingly observed the beasts I told her would follow my commands. She was still rank S, so it was surprising to see her watching collections of epic beasts so curiously as she checked on the grandiose growth of the snow vines, too. My commands were already sent to all the beasts in the frozen plateau about not harming a single hair on anyone that I brought in. The sleek Emperor Penguin, that still had a trace of arrogance in his bones, looked with interested eyes at Adelaide's intrusion. There was a lot of information for her to process as even grander ideas formed in her head about how to best use the sacred rye she just learned about. She was walking back and forth as she mumbled. Merchants and nobles would go crazy for something like this, if it is produced on a mass scale, can even start establishing trade routes with mythical kingdoms. So much to do. The girl was completely in her own head as we continued to explore the spiritual land. I was glad to have someone like her taking care of many things in the background, as my knowledge so far was still that of a dropout college student. The many memories I obtained from Gremory made me much more knowledgeable, letting me see many paths that I could take in the future as time passed. I would be falsely boasting if I said I knew anything about running a country, not to mention a kingdom or an empire. So while I experienced many things and learned more about the intricacies of power and worlds all around me, I would put some trust in this princess I found in the northern lands of the beast world. My strengths lay in the spectacular cheat that was my nearly endless mana, as well as all the powerful things I continued to obtain and use to elevated levels because of it. The spiritual lands were just one of the treasures that was unique to the beast world, and I still only had mine at Tier 2. There were many more tiers and mysteries for me to explore as time passed. There were also many other unique treasures in the many worlds out there, and I felt the excitement just thinking what sorts of mystical things they held. I was thinking too far ahead though, as I was still just a legendary ranked individual in a small corner of the beast world. I would progress rapidly but surely, and be sure to learn about even more secrets and mysteries of the fantastical things all around me. Because of the memories of Gremory, I could already see the path ahead. While I was about to prepare to solve some of the crisis of food plaguing the Frozen Kingdom, I was also looking a few days or weeks into the future where I saw a huge incident occurring. From the memories, I was now somewhat familiar with the mindsets of demon kings and demon lords. The demons would not sit still after a true death had just occurred, but they would also move carefully to try and understand why. So I didn't expect to be swarmed with hordes of demon kings just yet. The information I held told me that I would most likely be faced with another demon king a few days or weeks from now, and I already had an inkling to which one it might be. A dangerous smile formed on my face as I walked through the spiritual land with the princess while browsing through the memories of the identities of the rulers of the demon world and their unique and ultimate skills. Chapter 125, Cheat Farming. The tour of the spiritual land finished soon enough as the excitement of the princess was palpable, completely unlike her usual self. Our figures flashed back into the large hall of the manor as I used anchor to place the spiritual land onto my body once more. My figure became hidden as the princess had her veil cover her face. The barrier around the room disappeared a few seconds later as the large doors opened, many of the nobles that were waiting outside looking in with cramped faces. A significant amount of time had passed while they were kept waiting after all. Adelaide ignored all of this as a command left her mouth. Prepare the carriages, there are many things that need to be done. People moved around as various tasks were relegated. Workers and guards were quickly assembled all around as new commands continued to be given. I had my own task as I teleported out of the manor towards the locations of farmland Adelaide had mentioned to me beforehand. Not too far from the manor, there were large empty fields where many seeds had been sown. I could sense multiple guards around the perimeter of the farmland, with some shadow guards here and there. The first field I flew down to was a field that held white radishes, as I was able to observe the rapid growth of the plant after I cast Budding Farmer. An expanse of blinding essence was all that occurred before the guards in the surroundings saw a fantastical sight of instantaneous and bountiful growth of seeds they never expected to sprout in the cold, unfertile lands. I moved past the first field with quick speed as I flew around the snowy peak after this, following the lines of acres of farmland as I used Budding Farmer to repeatedly cause the growth and ripening of various fruits and vegetables. A hectic sight was taking place on the snowy peak where the princess had commanded for many workers and farmers to be assembled, along with a variety of storage and transport tools to be taken towards the lands they had sown seeds. The people had complete trust in their princess, but they couldn't help but wonder the logic of preparing to harvest goods that didn't even have a chance of sprouting in the barren lands. The progression of workers filled huge lines as they went forward to a particular spot on the snowy peak first. They found guards and other people that were there to see the flash of light some time back where they got the chance to watch the fantastical show of instant plant grown. Many had to rub their eyes as they looked at the vibrant field full of greenery and glistening fruits and vegetables. It is a blessing from above. We have not been forsaken. Many people were shocked to their core when they came across what used to be barren fields that were now glistening with vibrant growth. The actual farmers rushed to the fields in shock as they checked the produce, their hands trembling as they slowly brushed against the leaves and fruits of the plants. Such a thing is impossible. Yes, it was a realm of impossibility. Those knowledgeable understood how something like this could not just happen, and after the initial shock, they soon found themselves turning around to look at the person that sent the command for them to move out. She knew that this would be happening. The workers up front and the nobles that followed in the back were looking fearfully at Adelaide's cold figure as she nonchalantly began giving commands. Unlike the produce in the spiritual land, the normal plants in the outside world could reach optimum growth with a single cast of Budding Farmer. The fields in front of them were fully grown trees with fruits and vibrant produce that made the inhabitants of the north rub their eyes as they began to collect everything. Adelaide stood in the front lines as she conducted the movements of many people, spreading them out in this field, and then once things seemed to be moving, she moved the groups of people to the other fields where a similar miraculous growth had taken place. The next few hours of the day were spent spamming Budding Farmer as I moved across many fields in the snowy peak. The peak was as large as a city, and it made it seem small in my eyes, as I could move around so rapidly with my speed and teleport. While I was undertaking this role as a farmer for today, Many thoughts were passing through my head as the maxed thought acceleration worked at high speed to think of all the different possibilities that could play out in the coming days. After spending a significant amount of time thinking and going through all the skills and tools I had at my disposal, I found myself becoming calmer even after knowing the monstrous enemies that I faced. After finishing the many acres of fields in the snowy peak, I paced myself and called it a night as I wanted to finally sit down and get to combine my skills. I used the communication medallion to check with Adelaide, and it seemed like she would continue to be busy until late into the night while overseeing the proper storage and movements of all the produce that was magically brought to full growth. I grabbed a few white radishes and frozen apples for myself as I transferred into the miniaturized spiritual land and appeared deep underground. The beautiful small and snowy grass waved majestically all around me as I looked at the huge expanse of space that I was transferred into not too long ago to undergo a trial. I pulled up my panel as I enjoyed these feelings of safety, activating many skills that I couldn't keep active before because of my environment. I activated Corrupted Sword Saint's Incarnation, Absolute Zero, and many other skills that would cause a tremendous amount of damage to the surroundings just from being used. This was another way the Frozen Plateau spiritual land would be of benefit to me. I can spam my skills without worry and continue to rapidly increase my proficiency, and most likely even faster than before at that. I watched my body become elevated as the incarnation fully took shape. Bear Emperor's Fur was also activated as the incarnation became bestial, the long sword in its hands releasing a deadly blow as boosts from all skills were fully applied. It would be a rigorous period of training up skills for the time to come as I prepared for the oncoming powerful enemies. The legendary skills were also used, with Demon King's Hockey being able to be kept active at all times. When activated, I could see the grass around me trembling, but I didn't feel anything since I was the one casting it. I would have to wait and use it against new enemies to see just how powerful it was. Corrupted Sigil of Hegemony was also cast every now and then, as the blue runic circle that erupted out had layers of red after the usage of the Power Jewel. Primal Connor was another ecstatic addition to my skills as I tried it for the first time, even though I didn't need to use it as unique skills had no proficiency in front of them. I summoned the blue manticores I had seen the Demon King used and gave them some simple commands. They flashed through with extreme speed with their wide wings and sharp stingers for tails, looking ferociously in the surroundings. I summoned the Troll next, and watched the previous spirits disappear as a brown monstrous figure came to life. The trolls neared 8 meters, being summoned with powerful clubs in hand as they stood menacingly awaiting orders. Lastly was Dullahan, where the 2 summoned creatures were terrifying skeletal horses with an obsidian headless metal armor sitting atop it releasing green smoke. The smoke wrapped around the entire body of the Dullahan, as if it was the only thing holding the armored headless knight above tightly to the skeletal horse. I was marveling at the sight of these spectacular skills that I could now use. I was actually experiencing the amazing feeling where the stronger I grew, my speed of rising up did not seem to slow down but actually sped up. It was a crazy thing to think about. The only negative aspect out of all this was the fact that I would have very little sleep from now on. It wasn't crucial for someone of my caliber, but the refreshing feeling of a decent night's sleep could not be beaten. I stopped my grumbling and began combining the skills that had long since reached 100 proficiency while activating offensive skills I would normally not have a chance to spam outside of battles. Today's combined skills were Water Barrier plus Pain Resistance, A plus Water King's Skin. Rune of Defense plus Dragon Scales, S plus Draconic Armor. Lion's Heart plus Speedster, S plus Windborne. Aura of Belligerence plus Protection of the Wounded, S plus Aura of the Demented. Obfuscation plus Flash, S plus Hidden Endeavor. Vitality, 425. Strength, 429. Skills, F, E, D, C, B, A. Flight, 100. Instant Transfer, 100. Recorder, 100. Language Comprehension, 100. Lion's Roar, 23. Pierce, 100. Executor's Speed, 100. Sense Heat Source, 100. Silent Communication, 75. Regal Archer's Eyes, 100. Cook, 38. A+: Arctic Zone, 100. Relegator's Spear, 23. Immutable Regeneration, 100. Paladin's Blessing, 11. Pursuing Infernal Lightning, 1. Water King's Skin, 1. S. Enfeeble, 100. Phoenix Arrow, 1. Shield Slam, 8. Budding Farmer, 38. Ricocheting Shield 1, Bear's Fighting Style 1, Archer's Gamble 1, Smoldering Sword Strike 56, Earthen Spears 1, Thought Acceleration 100, Crisis Avoidance 100, Illusory Cover 33. S+: Devastation 100, Draconic Armor 1, Windborn 1, Aura of the Demented 1, Hidden Endeavor 1. Epic, Corrupted Sword Saints Incarnation 54, Iceberg 41, Absolute 0-39, Bone Spears 29, Bear Emperor's Fur 31, Life Steal 19, Teleport 28, Arctic Breath 16, Summon Holy Blight 23. Legendary, Sigil of Hegemony 14, Demon King's Hockey 1, Memory Plunderer 3. Equipment, 3x B Ring of Storage, A Ring of Storage, S Storage Pouch, S Veiled Suit, Epic Kingslayer, Epic Rat King's Mask, Epic Prismatic Guardian, Epic Unshattered Charity, Epic Tiger Eyes Roots. Chapter 126, A Demon in Disguise. News of a victorious battle had slowly disseminated from the lands in the north. Surprised sounds came from the knowledgeable people standing at the top ranks of mythical kingdoms as they looked for the connection between the battle and the recent movements of demons. They had taken a huge loss with the defeat of the Demon King that was advancing in the north, and it seemed worse enough that he didn't even come out alive. The surprising contenders of the battle that caused this change were placed on the spotlight as many tried to find who they were. An Imperial Phoenix was surrounded by resplendent red clouds on a high-tier spiritual land floating far in the skies as flames flared in and out of their nostrils. She listened to this news interestingly as she continued to observe the movements of demons that seemed to be acting much more prudently these past days. Just what exactly did you do to ruffle their feathers this much, human? This, Imperial Phoenix, was the only mythical beast among the three kingdoms who somewhat knew of the identity and sequence of events that occurred in the north, becoming even more curious of the human who became the first of his species to own a spiritual land. The fact that he was able to defeat a demon king and not even allow them to escape put them on a huge pedestal that even the mythical kingdoms had to respect. She stopped herself from sending a piece of consciousness out towards the north once more and just sent down messages for communications to be established with the lone kingdom in the north. The Imperial Phoenix was not the only one doing this, as other powerful mythical beasts also saw the disruption of balance as another powerhouse appeared on the stage. They also sent their people to the north for clarity of the situation and to establish communications. A little girl was following a procession of many carriages of merchants that were making a trip towards the north for the first time in a while. Messengers had arrived to all parts of the continent carrying a singular message, that there was a tremendous opportunity for profit in the north. A sequence of positive events had continued to occur after the victory against demons, where the agricultural industry of the Frozen Kingdom had exploded. When its citizens were facing the prospects of famine and refugees continued to fill up the streets, the Queen-elect of the Frozen Kingdom caused a miracle to say the least. The air of despair and mourning that was plaguing the north was quickly replaced by hope as people found the abundant verdant fields of green that seemingly erupted overnight. These merchants were rushing to this kingdom to have a piece of this pie, as anything to do with agriculture that was this big meant a tremendous amount of profits. They were taking with them multiple products from the surrounding mythical kingdoms for exchange as they trekked this perilous journey to the north. There were still demons moving around, yet many processions of merchants could be seen moving. Mercenaries and adventurers were abundant as they worked to protect their employers from any enemies. In one of these merchant processions, there was a little girl sitting atop a carriage with her legs swinging back and forth. She had a sweet little smile as she hummed while bobbing her head side to side, looking curiously at the landscape that passed around them. She had a dark ponytail with a frilly dress and a long heart-shaped staff that she waved around in the air. They were gradually passing the lands filled with greenery from the borders of the mythical Phoenix Kingdom and stepping into a land filled with snow. When news of the victory and sudden agricultural boom were spread, the Phoenix Kingdom was the first one to send its people and merchants to the north, a command apparently coming from the top. The beastmen merchants following this particular procession all thought this girl was the daughter of one of them. She had a small furry tail coming out from behind as she cutely observed everything around her. Amidst her playful swings of the heart-shaped staff and hums, a dangerous light could be seen passing through her eyes. What these merchants thought to be the daughter of someone just playing around, was actually something much more dangerous. The girl happily taking a ride in the merchants that were heading for the Frozen Kingdom was a terrible figure that could massacre all of the people around her without batting an eye. On the concept of caution, the demons were moving around carefully to find out exactly what had happened in the north. Their first piece to play was this little girl. She was the singular individual that had such perfect skills for reconnaissance and spying that even the strongest assassins would be ashamed in front of her. Her battle power was not the highest, but she was the one to give the most trouble and often caused the downfall of many kingdoms and empires across the worlds that the demons conquered. Her power laid in the two unique skills that she held, making her one of the more terrifying demon kings to hold something like this. But the universe was always fair, and not everything would be given to one being. Even though she held two unique skills, none of them were geared towards fighting. This was the Demon King Aureus of the 59th rank, holding the unique skills of spatial travel and shapeshifter. Her skills made her uniquely capable of moving around rapidly over large distances while also being able to become someone completely different. Through the usage of shapeshifter, her entire aura and being would be changed to the form she wanted without any mistakes or giveaways. If she wanted to be a little girl, she would completely be a little girl. If she wanted to be a gallant knight in shining armor, nobody would be able to tell the wiser. This Demon King was actually one of the direct keys that caused the downfall of the Draconic Kingdom. She had disguised herself as a powerful adventurer that gained many military exploits when the war against demons began, winning over the good favor and love of a princess knight that was fighting in the front lines. To a demon king that had lived for hundreds of years, how easy was it to play with the heart of a girl that was hundreds of years younger? It was a very thorough process that took some time. But she was able to bring the princess knight to her side and eventually use abyss magic from the hands of Belial, the master of illusions, to hatch a plot that took down the most powerful mythical beast of the Draconic Kingdom. Now, this same girl was going towards the north, with the Frozen Kingdom as her goal. A twisted smile could occasionally be seen as she hummed and bobbed her head side to side. She knew the news of the unbelievable boom in agriculture that should in no way be possible, and the only thought in her mind was which character to play in order to gain the trust of the highest echelons and learn about all of their secrets. Who was the being that had actually taken down Gremory, and did they have any hand in the huge moves the Frozen Kingdom was making right now? Her lips curved into the cutest smile as she thought of the mayhem she would cause in this kingdom. Chapter 127, Days of Peace. The past few days have been a scarce period of calmness that I rarely came across since the moment I awakened. I hadn't been getting an ounce of sleep as I trained my skills and moved around using budding farmer to cause explosive growths of the agricultural sector that would now be the biggest thing for the Frozen Kingdom. I was surprised yet again by the fact that Adelaide had already begun sending words through merchant channels across the continent to begin for the sale and trading of the many products that continue to abundantly flood the kingdom. They were all taken care of with the highest scrutiny as everything was calculated and stored, either to be sold in the kingdom or for the oncoming caravans of merchants that could smell money in the air. The citizens found themselves gaining a semblance of hope after the misery as the streets of Frozen Kingdom became lively once again. I remained in the spiritual land most of the time as I continued to increase the proficiency of my skills, while at the same time thinking about doing something that would be somewhat cruel. I had the mindset to just start picking some rank A and S beasts in the spiritual land and using my authority as the owner of the Frozen Plateau to create a dungeon that would allow for me to farm skills for combinations later. But after reflecting and looking at all the benefits the beasts would bring in the long run, it outweighed the small boost in power I would have after collecting and combining a few rank A and S skills. A majority of the epic beasts were weakened after I absorbed their origins during the Trial of Supremacy, and beasts at their level were one of the keys to upgrading the dungeon, so I wasn't planning on continuing to weaken them by stealing their origins. If I began weakening the strength of the lower-leveled beasts too, it would lead the overall same result and I would shoot myself in the foot as I need more beasts to rise through the ranks in order to upgrade the tier of the spiritual land. The benefits that would come from upgrading the spiritual land heavily outweighed gaining a few rank A or S skills when I've already begun getting legendary ones. So the past few days were essentially a grinding session that never ended, constantly spamming my skills and learning more information about the spiritual land. The proficiency of my epic and legendary skills also continued to rise steadily. It was so tiring that I was actually looking forward to a very interesting enemy that should be approaching the kingdom very soon. From the memories of Gremory on how the rulers of the demon world moved and thought, this event where one of them died would be taken very seriously, and someone they all had high trust in would be tasked with the important job of learning everything about the situation by coming here first. I had a sense of slight excitement as I thought about the ways I could use these significant memories of the 56th ranked Demon King to plan so many things. It was hundreds of years of habits, likes, dislikes, and many secrets shared between high-ranked demons. If I used them well enough, even with the terror of the power that the demons displayed, I stood a chance of gaining huge benefits. Aside from the training of skills, I was able to witness the first harvest of produce in the spiritual land as the sacred rye was fully ready yesterday. The rye became an even brighter shade of blue and gold as they waved around proudly in the snowy fields. The spiritual land had a gorgeous transferring function that harvested all the ripened plants and placed the produce into neat rows in the underground layer that was freezing cold. As soon as they were harvested, I used spiritual land management to plant new ones on all of the fields as I checked out the sacred rye myself. I hadn't worked with something like this before, and had to reach out to Adelaide on how rye was prepared to become flour or fermented to become something else. I tried to enjoy the rye just as it was without any other prepared taste pervading my mouth as the world around me seemed to become just a tad bit brighter. It seemed like they could even be enjoyed as they were without necessarily having to be processed. The process was long, so I left all of it to the people that the princess delegated as I transported a significant amount of the sacred rye towards heavily protected storage rooms that she specified. She had plans of using this grain that could only be planted in the frozen plateau spiritual land to make specialty products of bread and fermented drinks that would be a huge sensation and bring in a significant amount of money and cores into the kingdom. Everything seemed to be on track for extreme growth, but I knew of the huge threats lurking in the dark that could bring everything down in an instant. I recalled the trap I had thoroughly concocted after spending a significant amount of time analyzing the memories from Gremory about one particular demon king. This was a particularly eccentric one, ranked 59th, Demon King Aureas. She was a peculiar demon king that enjoyed taking the identity of many different personas through the usage of her unique skill. Her usefulness was so high that the unprepared powerful beasts of the Draconic Kingdom fell with her help. If the demons were to make any moves, she would be the first one. I smiled as I thought about this possibility, and I was more than 90% sure about it playing out this way. Based on all the memories I looked over, it would be even more alarming if something other than that was to occur. I was actually in a war of information with some extremely scary and powerful individuals. They had no information about me or my abilities, while I had the memories of someone in their ranks that carried huge significance. I knew about their unique skills and, even more importantly, their personalities. Aureas enjoyed playing many different personas, but she had the one important trait, and that is she always took the same form of these personas. Whether it was a gallant knight, a sickly old lady, or an innocent girl, she always changed into the same faces. It would usually not be something that would be considered a weakness, as anyone that ended up being around her was already dancing on her palm and would be dead soon enough, but it became a weakness if an enemy knew about it. Besides her skill that allowed her to shapeshift, there was another particularly strong and peculiar one that made her extremely fearful. But it just so turned out that I had something that could completely take away the advantage of her powerful unique skill when the time came. I had a daring smile as I continued to train my skills and prepare. If you do end up coming, which shape will you be taking, O Demon King Aureas? Chapter 128, Father and Daughter. The Ilu.S. King of the Frozen Kingdom was looking at an outstretched field of green in front of him. Many things seemed to be happening that he did not understand these past few days, with them bordering on the corner of miracles. He was filled with regrets of not moving fast enough to quell the fears of his people after the battle finished, having used most of his time occupying himself with his son and mulling over the decision of just what to do with him. These days, he found himself questioning if he still even had the qualifications to rule. As these thoughts passed through his mind, the guards that were around him shifted as they felt movements, and they say the figure of the Ice Princess making her way over. They quickly moved aside and put a distance between them and the two royalty, spreading across the field to watch at all vantage points. They were currently of King's Crown, which also had a few acres of fields set aside that were now glowing a vibrant green. A father and a daughter stood amidst the peacefully waving produce in front of them as the daughter spoke first. "How are you feeling?" It was a fairly simple question that many people hear every day, but always carried a different connotation depending on who was asking it. The question from Adelaide seemed like a very simple one, where it could be referring to the health or emotions that the aged king was feeling, but at the same time it seemed to be asking about even more important things. "I feel tired, my daughter." The king said this with a sigh as he looked away at the miraculous sight of produce that rose overnight these past few days and looked at his daughter. He felt tired. Tired from the constant struggle of trying to stand out exceptionally in a world where they were a minor species that held less power. Tired because they were in a time of war, and he was always advocating for peace. He felt a piece of himself breaking every time a soldier died that day. He felt tired when he came back home and saw the result of mourning and loss that he expected, but he could do nothing about it. Yet, he still had to hold strong. Because if it wasn't him, who had the power to take the lead when the stronger enemies came once again? When he got to this point, he looked at his little girl who seemed to be growing up too fast. The shock her actions had caused did not just stump nobles and the common people these past few days, but they had shocked him even more. How had his daughter been able to do it? I know you're tired, father. You've been working tirelessly for tens of years to bring all of us where we are now, and it was almost all undone in the span of a few days. Adelaide walked across the field and stroked the white radishes that were growing vibrantly and yet to be harvested. I know you're tired, father, so I came to ask you to rest. Rourke looked lovingly at his daughter as a laugh escaped from his lips. Haha, are you that eager? You know that plans and calculations aren't the only things needed to get us back on track. Power is also one of them. If a single legendary or mythical being came, no plans would work in the face of that power. A period of silence passed as the two family members thought before Adelaide released some shocking words. How do you think we were able to pass the trial of the legendary Demon King just last week? Shock ran through Rourke as he heard this, his body trembling as he looked at his daughter incredulously. You're connected to them. Who are they? Multiple questions came out as the daughter gave a calming smile to her father, a smile that wanted to do its best to reassure the increasing tension. They're people that are willing to help, but they do enjoy their privacy, so I can't really say much about them. Haha, the world has not forsaken my kingdom just yet, good. The king seemed riled up as a semblance of his legendary power shot out, startling the nearby guards who couldn't hear a single thing about what the father and daughter were talking about in the fields. They had a hand in the miraculous events with these fields too, but which mythical kingdom are they from? Have they finally decided to come down their high pedestals and offer a hand? The king was vigorously talking as he walked back and forth, his head fully trying to wrap his men around the new information before he sternly came to look to his daughter. You trust them? Rourke looked questioningly at his daughter as he turned serious at this question. He didn't want to be duped into causing a colossal mess just because some individuals lent their power. I trust one of them, and he has control over all the others, so they're in nothing to worry about. To reassure you even more about how I was able to get in contact with them first, I'll let you in on something that even Mother chose to keep to herself. The king was dumbfounded at the mention of his deceased wife, Annalise, and probingly looked for his daughter to continue. The reason my mother was of such help to you in the past, the reason this kingdom was able to be so smoothly established in its beginnings, was because of a unique skill my mother held. Secrets that were only known between two people were now being shared. When she left us, she passed that unique skill down to me, warning me of an impending calamity that could be solved through the use of this skill, golden rule. Adelaide turned from the white radishes she was stroking as she looked strongly at her father. Even when she was growing up, this secret had stayed with her. Now, it was being released because there was a need for it. Its usefulness had shown itself, and now it was needed to convince this very careful man. I have found the solution to that impending calamity through this skill. It has never before lied to Mom, and it has never lied to me. That is why I am so confident when I ask that you to rest and leave everything else to me, Father. I want you to sit back and enjoy your time, as you watch the spectacular show about to play out in the future. Rourke felt the shock from all of these bombshells increasing as he looked at the woman in front of him. She wasn't his little girl anymore. He thought of his dear wife and recalled everything he had done well because of her words. If he had known his daughter had the same gift as her mother, would he have bothered even going to ask for advice from his ministers? He fondly looked at his daughter as he stroked her head. Silly child, why didn't you say so earlier? Kingship is it? I've been holding on to it for too long anyway. Come, let's get the preparations underway. Chapter 129, A Little Girl Arrives in the North. A large number of carriages and people were standing in long lines behind the large fortress walls of the frozen kingdom. Merchants had brightly shining faces as their eyes settled on the kingdom that had boundless opportunities. Nobody in their right mind could explain the agricultural boom that had occurred, but as long as there were products, there would be people to buy and sell them. Among the merchants, there was still the usual flow of refugees coming into the kingdom. Every single person was being checked thoroughly before entering, the guards being on the highest alert. A little girl was swinging her legs happily as she rode on top of a carriage and looked upon the fortress walls with shining eyes. Demon King Aureus had finally arrived in the northern kingdom. The carriage she was on passed through the checkpoints with no problems, and soon the sights of a bustling town with people rapidly moving about made itself clear. Aureus was observing everything around her with rapt attention as she listened to the conversations she heard. The king is retiring so soon, huh? I'm excited to see the coronation of the queen in the days to come. Bah, you're still going on about that. That's the wrong thing to focus on, man. It's all about the new foods being distributed and sold right now. I wonder how the princess was able to do what she did. Haha, it's a blessing from the world, simple as that. Come on, let's go buy some more and stock up for the future. The people in the kingdom seemed to be relatively happy, not the types that knew they were in the middle of the war with invaders breathing down their necks. Aureus absorbed these sights as a small red pen and black notebook appeared in her hands as she began writing notes. Morale is high in the kingdom. Change in leadership is imminent. The carriage she was on came to a stop at a certain shop as the merchants began to batter and unload their products, looking longingly at the shining produce that could be seen in many of the shops around them. There were signs of construction going on across the town, and in most other places you looked at as morions and houses were being built to accommodate the continued refugees that fled into the kingdom. Aureus continued to scribble in her book. Unlike how most other kingdoms in this world are currently, the kingdom in the north seems to be actively expanding. She was recording the littlest of things as she tried to be very thorough. Even if they didn't seem important, when she went over them later she might find something that could point her in the right direction. She moved around carefully as she continued to observe the kingdom, most of her information coming from the conversations that continued to occur around her. Sir Adventurer, I heard you were in the battle and watched firsthand how the hero defeated the Demon King. Can you describe what you saw? A small conversation quickly made her ears perk up as she neared the location where a bunch of mercenaries and adventurers were clus.tiered. Haha, you want to hear about how the Demon King fell? Very well, listen closely. The hero flew valiantly in the skies with wings of light blinding the Demon King. Hell flames were summoned all around as the hero raised his hands to the sky, and called down a golden sword of light that vanquished the Demon King where he stood. Haha. The notes Aureus was writing in her book stopped as she looked at this drunkard that definitely did not see how the crucial battle went, but she continued to collect any information about the newcomers that appeared that day. They were the individuals she needed information about the most. She continued to walk around the first town of the kingdom as she looked towards the 4 floating peaks in the skies. Her eyes turned into slits as they shined red and focused, her figure disappearing from the crowds of people as she silently teleported to one of the peaks in the skies. Her unique skill, spatial travel, had been used. Aureus's daring figure appeared on Snowy Peak, the floating landmass where most of the talk about the soon-to-be enthroned queen was taking place. If there was anywhere with abundant information, it would be here. The figure of the little girl inconspicuously moved across the crowds of merchants and adventurers on Snowy Peak as she continued to collect information in the next few hours. A significant amount of time has been spent observing so far, nothing out of the ordinary. Except a distinct feeling where I received looks longer than I should have, but that could just be from my cautiousness. She finished her last note as she prepared to find a hideout to stay in before she carefully continued tomorrow, with another body and face at that too. It was at this moment a dark-haired man that seemed like the most overly dressed noble opened the door to his carriage that was passing by the road. Ah. Such a sweet little child, where are your parents? The man seemed very caring as he looked at the figure of Aureus, his eyes showing a disgusting expression as they sn.a.k.e.d up and down. The Demon King's attention was quickly picked up as she smiled cutely. Haha, I was lost, and I'm looking for them right now. Would you help me find them, mister? The man holding the carriage door open looked around the environment, as if checking to see if anyone was paying attention before replying. Yes, I'll help you find them. Come into the carriage and you can tell me where you lost them. He seemed to hurry her along as if he didn't want to be seen. Aureus looked at this bumbling man as her eyes shined dangerously. This was one of the reasons she preferred this small form so much. It seemed so defenseless and easy to bully, that disgusting people like this would always appear to throw themselves at her. She enjoyed killing these disgusting creatures in the most vilest of ways. The moment they thought they were a predator about to prey on an innocent girl, they found themselves headless with their lives turning into complete darkness. Aureus smiled innocently as she stepped into the carriage which closed its doors. It looked like she had found her hideout for the day, as the location this carriage was heading to would only find itself bathed in blood today. She looked at the disgusting expression on the man's face that seemed to say he couldn't wait as his slimy hands reached out towards her and landed on her shoulders. A dangerous light passed in her eyes as she prepared to innocently ask what the man was doing when a drastic change occurred. A flash of silver light erupted from the man as his expression wholly changed to become one of utter focus as killing intent erupted. After the silver light passed, the carriage became empty. In the short span of time that was 1 minute, the area around the carriage had been completely cleared as preparations put into place and luck met all at once, causing this astounding scene to occur. The 59th ranked Demon King as well as the dark-haired man that baited her, had disappeared. Chapter 130, 30 Seconds. A plan can be made perfectly, but then many things can go wrong after. One of the only ways to make a plan successful is to be the one holding the most information and account for all the possibilities. The possibility that a lone Demon King that was proficient in spying and quick movements would come to collect information about the place where a momentous event occurred was high. The question after was how would you know who this Demon King was, and even possibly get your hands on them? The memories from a close-knit individual from their ranks gave all the answers, and brought about the outcome occurring now. Multiple posters had been passed out over the last few days showing the very clear face of a little girl, a gallant man, and a poor old lady that were in Gremry's memories over the many soldiers and guards around the kingdom. The moment they were to see any of these figures, they had to quietly report right away. Shadow guards were placed on the front lines with their covert abilities and had been working overtime these past few days. Yet, this was just one of the cards that I played. Another one that was even more foolproof was the unique skill of my favorite princess. Golden Rule. The skill allowed the user to see different colors of light depending on what intentions and possible effects a person could have on the user. The effects that a Demon King could bring were huge, so Adelaide would be able to confirm whether I was facing a Demon King the moment the eyes spread out all over the kingdom found any resemblances of the pictures drawn out. Among the many forms she took, Demon King Oria's favorite form was that of a defenseless girl that any disgusting pervert would try to get their hands on. Oria's favorite hobby was flaying these perverts slowly as soon as they showed themselves to her. This was the form I placed a high chance of seeing. So all I had to do was to first find her as soon as she appeared in this form, confirm I made no mistakes with Adelaide's eyes, and put on a play of something she had been used to seeing. The moment the communication came through that a girl matching the description had been found, I felt the adrenaline rush through me as the plan seemed to be perfectly falling into place. I silently moved Adelaide out of the spiritual land and watched as her face drained of color when her eyes landed on the figure of a little girl moving around Snowy Peak. After getting this confirmation, everything was ready to move on to the next phase. The battle had to take place at a completely different location, as too many lives would be lost if I attacked her right in the throngs of moving people. I changed into the most extravagant clothes I prepared and rushed out with a carriage towards the location she was moving in. Shadow guards were on standby as they got ready to clear the area out at the slightest signs of any issues. Putting my emotions in check, I opened the carriage doors and acted the part of the vilest human in existence, and I was able to get my hands on her before I cast teleport on the both of us. The next part of the plan lies here. This Demon King was one of the few that held two powerful unique skills, one for quickly moving anywhere she wanted, and another for changing into her many forms. She didn't have high battle power, but could simply use her unique skill that was leagues above, teleport, to simply leave as soon she felt a threat to her life. This was the next thing that I had to counter. Amazingly enough for me, after using the Demon's Power Jewel on my legendary skill and creating Corrupted Sigil of Hegemony, a beautiful new feature that perfectly countered the powerful spatial skill of the Demon King was there. Restrict movement. This newly added function after being enhanced by the Power Jewel allowed the skill to heavily restrict any movements while enemies were in the range of the skill, and this also applied to spatial movement. This meant that the Demon King's unique skill that allowed her to teleport anywhere she wished would be of no use for 30 seconds. It was in these 30 seconds that I had to kill her. If these seconds passed and she was still alive, she would run away in the next instant and they would finally have information about me. In these next 30 seconds, I couldn't even allow her to think. The Emperor Penguin and other beasts were already waiting on standby in the underground area of the spiritual land. They threw out their most powerful attacks where the figures of me and the Demon King just appeared as a blue runic sigil inlaid with red was already spreading out to cover all of us. Corrupted Sigil of Hegemony was initiated. 30 seconds. Aureus quickly adapted as she found herself in this perilous situation, her body quickly transforming to become blood red as her figure exploded in size. Hellish flames began to swirl around her as they formed into multiple layers of shields. My attacks were already flying out as every single powerful skill I had was initiated. Primal Conjurer was cast beforehand as two terrifying trolls, carrying heavy weapons struck down on the body of Aureus, smashing through the fiery shields and mangling her flesh while grounding her bones as her body received the full debuffs of the corrupted sigil of hegemony, and a recently cast, enfeeble, all while my summons were heavily boosted by it. The two trolls, summoned from the Primal Conjurer skills, were extremely physically powerful legendary beasts, their strikes causing panic to appear in the blood-red eyes of Aureus. The Holy Blight had the hordes of defiled corpses already throwing themselves at the blood-red demon as they exploded spectacularly, a poisonous breath rolling out from it right after. Not a single inch of breathing room was given to the Demon King as attacks continued to rain left and right. 20 seconds. My body was moving backwards from the center of this explosive mess as the incarnation of a corrupted sword saint wrapped all around me, Bear Emperor's fur, wrapping it up right after, and Demon King's hockey, activating and making the entire area around me tremble, pushing Aureus's figure into the ground as freezing storms of ice elements surrounded me from absolute zero. Boom. A red light was blooming from the Demon King's body as she tried to retaliate the swarming of two legendary trolls, epic beasts, and the Holy Blight's attacks. All that met her was an arctic breath that was thrown out from me next, freezing everything in a storm of destruction that was dissipating right after. Wah! Her figure let out a wail as the hazy outline of a terrifying banshee formed around her, elevating her injured body while trying to heal the heavy wounds she was dealt. 10 seconds. My now large figure spun rapidly in midair with a humongous blade in hand, gaining speed as I shot myself down like a missile with the sword stretched out right. Bone Spear was cast as multiple deathly pulsating spears appeared en masse and went down with me towards the struggling body of the Demon King. The hazy outline of a red banshee was broken through and scattered as the blade pierced down towards the frozen earth. The blade broke through the freezing ice and the figure of the Demon King that was held in place, meeting the forehead of the demon and nailing it to the ground. I breathed heavily from the adrenaline as I watched the destructive cold elements split apart muscle and bone, a red light shining thereafter as the 59th ranked Demon King met her end. 0 seconds. Part 2 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.